Request Raghavji, our moderator, to kindly accompany our speakers on the dais. So we have with us Professor R. Balasubramanian, who's a member of the Capacity Building Commission. I also request Professor Nagaraj Paturiji, Director, Indic Academy, to please join us on stage. Professor B. Mahadevan, Professor of IIM Bangalore, Professor Amiya Kumar Rath from the NAC, and Dr. Nomesh Polya, who's Professor at IIT Delhi. It will be handed over.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आज के इस सत्र के प्रारंभ के लिए हमारे बीच ऋग्वेद और सामवेद का पाठ मंत्र पाठ हमने कर स्वस्ति वाचन से प्रारंभ किया था। आज का मंत्र पाठ यहाँ अथर्ववेद से आने वाला है। अथर्ववेद से मंत्र पाठ करने के लिए मैं यहाँ आमंत्रित करता हूँ आचार्य हितेश अथर्ववेदी जी तथा विजय अथर्ववेदी जी, जो सांगोपांग वेद विद्यापीठ आर्ष गुरुकुलम से आते हैं। तो मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करता हूँ, कृपया वे अथर्ववेद का मंत्र पाठ करें।
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम। ओम अथर्वणभिदो वेदो धवलो मर्कटाननः अक्षमालाधरो देवो दक्षे कुम्भधरस्मृतः शूकरांस्याञ्च कौराक्षी चम्पकाभासितास्तुकाः भुजैश्चतुर्भिः सन्धत्ते शुक्षुवौ कमलं घटं यस्य राज्यो जनपदे थर्वाः शान्तिपारगाः निवसद्यपि तद्राष्ट्रं वर्धते निरुपद्रवम्। ओम नमो ब्रह्मवेदाय ब्रह्मपाशनम्। ओम शन्नो देवीरभीष्टाय आपो भवन्तु पीतये शंयोरभिस्रावन्तु नः। इयं वेरुन्मधुजाता मधुना त्वाखनामसि मधोरधिप्रजातासि सानो मधुमतस्कृधि जिह्वाया अग्रे मधु मे जिह्वा मूले मधुलाकम् ममेदः क्रतावसो ममा चित्तमुपायासि मधुमन्मे निक्रमाणं मधुमन्मे परायाणम् वाचा वादामि मधुमद्भूयासं मधुसंवृषः मधोरस्मि मधुतरो मधुघान् मधुमत्तरः मामित्किल त्वं वनाः शाखां मधुमतीमिव परित्वा परितत्नुनेक्षुणा गामविद्विषे यथा मान् कामिन्यसो यथा मन्नापागा असाः यदा बध्नन्दाक्षायणा हिरण्यं शतानीकाय सुमनस्य मानाः तत्ते बध्नाम्यायुषे वर्चासे बलाय दीर्घायुत्वाय शतशारदाय नैनं रक्षांसि न पिशाचाः साहन्ते देवानामोज प्रथमजं ये तत् यो बिभर्ति दाक्षायणं हिरण्यं स जीवेषु कृणुते दीर्घमायुः अपां तेजो ज्योतिरोजो बलं च वनस्पतीनामुत वीर्याणि इन्द्रायवेन्द्रियाण्यधिधारयामु अस्मिन् तद्यक्षामाणो बिभरद्धिरण्यम् मानां मासामृतुभिष्ट्वा वयं संवत्सरस्य पयासापि पर्मि स्तुता मया वरदा वेदमाता प्रचोदयन्तां पावमानि द्विजानाम् आयुः प्राणं प्रजां पशुं कीर्तिं द्रवीणं ब्रह्मवर्चसम् तुभ्यं दत्त्वा व्राजत ब्रह्मलोकम् पृथिवी शान्तिरन्तरिक्षं शान्तिर्द्यौ शान्तिरापः शान्तिरोषाधयः शान्तिर्वनस्पतयः शान्तिर्विश्वे मे देवाः शान्तिः सर्वे मे देवाः शान्तिः 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 शान्तिभिः ताभिः शान्तिभिः सर्वशान्तिभिः समायामोहं यदिह घोरं यदिह क्रूरं यदिह पापं तच्छान्तं तच्छिवं सर्वमेव समस्तु नः ॐ
I'd like to request our national coordinator, Professor Ganti Murthy, to honor them with a Shriphala and a shawl. बहुत धन्यवाद. Yesterday was the first day of the official sessions that we started conducting here at AICT, and we had different sessions. I'll just do a quick recap and then continue with today's. So we had the launching of the Bhaswan or the Bharata Swadhyaya Andolanam in the inauguration, followed by a round table on inclusive excellence, which is the theme of our two-day event here. And this was on the nexus of Bharatiya Bhashas, Indian knowledge systems, and innovation. Then we had a session, the first session, which was on NEP 2020 at foundational and preparatory stages. This was followed by a conversation on the role of art and culture in NEP 2020, which is also a Dhara event with the Ministry of Culture. After that, we had a second session on NEP 2020 for mid-level and secondary phases. This was followed by a conversation with students and their experience with NEP, etc. In the evening, there was a brilliant cultural performance by Kalari Center of Indian Knowledge Systems, Nupur Brahmari, a dance troupe of Indian Knowledge Systems, as well as there was a team from CCRT that performed. This morning's session is going to be on NEP 2020 for higher education and the role of IKS in that. Our moderator for this morning's session, Raghavji, he carries 2 decades of experience spanning game development, learning and entrepreneurship. He's currently the founder and CEO of Brihat Cultural Creative, a cultural research organization focused on storytelling, policy research and popularizing IKS. I would now like to request our national coordinator, Murthy ji, to kindly hand over the mementos to all our respected speakers as well as to Raghavji. So I invite Murthy ji to first honor our plenary speaker, Professor R. Balasubramaniam, who's a member of the Capacity Building Commission. Next, I'd like to request him to please honor Professor B. Mahadevan, who's a professor of IIM Bangalore. We have next Professor Nagaraj Paturiji, who's the director, Indic Academy. Then we have Professor Amiya Kumar Rathji, who's from NAC, who's an advisor at NAC. And last but not the least, Dr. Nomesh Bolia, who's a professor at IIT Delhi and a member of a network group called Samarpanam. Thank you very much. I would now like to also request Murthy ji to honor, no, he's done that yesterday with a rose at least for the morning. So thank you very much. I'd now like to request Raghav Krishnanji to please take over the session.
Hari Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Anuradhaji capped what happened yesterday. The one thing that she forgot to mention is that by the end of the day, the artists sort of took over the scholars, and it happens often, right? And that is also quintessentially Indic. If you understand the pedagogy, the storytelling culture that we have, why did the culture not stop at Upanishads? Most of the Vedantic truth probably was already distilled by the time there was the Upanishad, right? But there's also the Itihasa, there's also the Purana, there's also the entire storytelling tradition from the folk and tribal cultures that we have. And it is the storytelling culture that actually helps people mix the philosophy with the daily living. And when we talk about NEP and the vision that NEP sets, and the context of higher education, which is the subject matter for today's session this morning, I think we'll have to anchor that in the rich tradition of creative storytelling. And how do we take that vision that we have as a policy, as a political intent, and how do we make sure that it goes and resides and registers very firmly in the, not just the minds, but also the hearts of people. And I couldn't have asked for a more formidable panel. And in my long experience of working on products and with people, if there is one lesson that I've learned that sometimes you'll have to seek forgiveness and not permission. So I've sought their forgiveness to try and skip the more formal introductions and try and ensure that we keep the time that we have, the 1.5 hours, for this very, very important and critical synthesis of how do you take vision, infrastructure, regulatory mechanism, consolidation, teacher motivation, all of those things that NEP talks about in higher education. NEP, in fact, perhaps registers its most transformative and radical recommendations in the higher education, and understandably so, because this is not an area where incrementalism will work anymore. And every single member here on the panel today represents that spirit of not just, really transformative vision for a just, cultured, equity-based society, but also the means of getting there by motivating people. So what I hope to get from the panel today for all of you and for myself is the inspiration, clarity, and a plan of action. And no better person to start with than an idol, a mentor, and somebody that I've learned the meaning of just society from, Dr. R. Balasubramaniam Garu. And he is here, and he is also a member of the Capacity Building Commission. And his speech today, the format is that we'll have 10 to 12 minutes of speech by each of the speakers. And then I've requested their permission that we will take some questions and we'll try and cogitate on what this means for us collectively, so that it's not just a one-way monologue, but there is also a vision of what we need to do individually. So I request Balasubramanian ji to help us set the vision for the panel and also how he envisages NEP to advance it. Thank you, sir.
Namaskara. Thank you, Raghav, for introducing and asking me to set the context. I think this is preaching to the converted. on a Sunday morning so early, only people who are self-selecting themselves to listen to this material are here. But more importantly, I think it's not this audience we need to be speaking to. I think it's a larger national audience which needs to listen to these voices of NEP. I think we are celebrating 2 years of NEP. Coincidentally, it's also 2 years of COVID around that same time. And the way I see it is, as much as COVID is, as a physician, I know how tragic COVID can be and has been in our country too. But I also believe that it was an extraordinary opportunity for us. The way I saw it was, it is possibly an opportunity which exposed the inadequacies of our educational system completely. For once, in our own lifetimes, around the world, not just India, we recognized how inadequate our solution frameworks are to meet the challenges that COVID presented us. COVID was not just a public health problem. It was much more multidimensional than that. And therefore, the vulnerability of human race, the inadequacy of our own experiences and knowledge that could have helped us to meet those challenges, all of it has got exposed. But some countries did well, including India, and maybe that's the first lesson I want to ask myself. Why did we possibly mount the best possible public health response anywhere in the world? And we need to be proud about it. And I would say that I would limit myself to just higher education. Suddenly, we were exposed to multiple challenges. The content of learning that we had to be delivering to our students and what we are preparing them for, the transactional processes that our higher education institutions were offering, fundamentally the brick and mortar institutions being challenged by alternate mechanisms where brick and mortar may not be necessary at all. So I think this has been a perfect time for us, now 2 years looking back and seeing how we could possibly see solution frameworks embedded in the NEP itself. And the last 6-7 months as chairing the Ministry of Education's NEP Committee on Higher Education for Capacity Building, I also realize the unpreparedness of our educational institutions, including the regulators. The sudden challenge that they're all, because the whole ecosystem is being altered. So I would like to talk in just 4 simple frameworks and then quickly end it in 8 to 10 minutes. First is, what is the kind of, the demands that the current generation of young people are making are no longer going to be able to be met by our own institutions. So suddenly the vulnerability of our educational institutions even provide and to meet the demands that are being there. Till today, we were all very supply driven. The students took what we gave. I think that has changed. Today, institutions that are going to flourish and thrive are going to be demand driven. What students are going to demand is what good institutions have to provide. So that means the student-centric approach to learning, which is what NEP is completely about, is going to get framed. And students are going to demand, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, whether we can argue till the cows come home, is the marketplace decides the demand. And that's the reality of our situation, unless we change the narrative of the marketplace itself. But assuming that the marketplace drives the demand, what kind of a response can these people do, and what is a lesson for us from the Indian knowledge system? So I'm just going to be very conceptual. I'm not going to go into micro details. If you looked at our own educational processes of the past, and even in IKS, I find two sides of the spectrum. One side of the spectrum, which are skeptics, will always criticize us, saying that we are romanticizing it to the point where we don't show evidence and we don't talk about it with enough institutional knowledge to back us arguments, and therefore pushing us to one side of the polarized end. On the other side, actually people who haven't done much of work but who are using IKS as a fashion statement, and the other end of the spectrum, and therefore they add value to the fact that it is not researched and ethically spoken about. And therefore I think these kind of conferences where people who really are working on this, coming together and building the body of knowledge about the Indian knowledge system itself is relevant. And to me, this is a great change that's happening in our country. So if you looked at our own educational systems, it was never about, the content of learning was extremely contextual. And that's the biggest lesson I take from our Indian knowledge system. It was never driven, it was driven by societal context, preparing ourselves to apply knowledge in a particular context. And therefore, if we are going to harp on the content of education being relevant today, I think that is not very appropriate. The lesson I learned from IKS is how do we be relevant in the context of today and therefore make our content that dynamic in real time and respond to the demand side of the equation. Knowledge essentially, whichever context it was operated in, was only simply two things. Knowledge that we could build to manage and control the external nature. Like in Swami Vivekananda's words, all knowledge was about controlling external nature. But it didn't stop there. I think the greatness of Indian civilizational thought was it also extended to looking at knowledge that we can build to control internal nature. And if you look at the informational learning that we are responding to in the marketplace, it's only about external nature. And the biggest lesson that we have failed to recognize is how do we actually embed into the IDP process of NEP for higher education or into our own teacher educators. I don't even want to use the word teachers because Indian knowledge systems don't talk about a teacher in a limited sense. So how do we really bring in content which is relevant in this context? All our educational processes were driven by immersive learning experiences. And therefore, if the student is making these kind of demands, and with technology and metaverse and all that we have today, what a fascinating opportunity we have to actually embed our IKS into using contemporary tools in repackaging what essentially is going to be very necessary for today's times. And that's something I should, essentially what I'm trying to say is how do you cater to this new mindset and for which our educators are still not completely prepared. So there's a huge amount of educator training that necessarily has to go into it. And we cannot talk of embedding this mindset, which is part of the Indian knowledge system framework itself, unless we embed it into the institutional development plans of every higher education institution. And therefore, I think NEP offers us an institutional mechanism, and we have to capitalize on that. The three ways in which learning at the higher education stage happens, which is completely embedded in the way our IKS frameworks of learning were positioned, was, substantial portion of learning happens in the experiential framework. Today, research shows us that 70% of learning for all adults is experiential. Unfortunately, our brick and mortar institutions don't recreate these experiences in our classroom. But whereas the entire foundation of our Indian knowledge system was experience driven. And 20% is relational, which means you learn from your peers. However hierarchical people may argue that our ancient learning systems were, it was not actually hierarchical. It was possibly the most collaborative model, with the facilitation being driven by a person who is holding a position of facilitation. It can be misconstrued as position of power, which is what has happened today in higher education learning. But if you look at in a deeper sense, I believe that the entire process that was built into this mechanism was stimulating reflection along with repetition. So reflective learning was as integral a component of repetitive learning. Today, where we have forgotten that in our institutions today, because the experiential component is missing, the relational component is downplayed, we are focusing only on the informational learning, because informational learning we think is a solution for the marketplace. So in this process, what we're losing out is then you don't need universities. Wikipedia and Google can take care of all that. But the entire object of higher education, if you look at it, is to refashion and recreate an ecosystem which promotes an immersive learning experience for the student, which is driven by experience. And that experience can only come from a guru who's also gone through it. So if, in Swami Vivekananda's words, if education is a manifestation of the perfection already inherent in man, the ability to bring out this perfection is what is the responsibility of the facilitator. It is not about dumping in, but bringing out. And that is the essence, I feel, of the Indian knowledge systems, which are completely ignored in a higher education system. Because we don't even have a trained set of practitioners who actually are taught how to facilitate this expression of knowledge already embedded within us. And for which you need, along with memorization, you need contemplation, you need introspection, you need reflection. And our learning processes are not driven by reflective thinking at all. We are all very repetitively oriented. And so that's a big opportunity, again, I believe, conceptually, in how do we refashion this. So one side it's the student, the other side it's the facilitator, the third is the content, making it contextual. And even the content, if you look at it, revolved around three elements in the way I see IKS. One was, I already mentioned, the context. Second was the relatedness. How could a 19, 20, 21-year-old relate to the content? Today, if I go talk about my job as part of the mandate of the government is to look at how do we re-look at capacity building itself for the entire 4 crore public servants of this country and embed it in the civilizational ethos of our Indian thinking. It is such a challenge because we all believe, and most of us are trained to believe, and having studied public policy, I've also been trained, at least formally, to believe that the entire concept of public policy and public administration is a Western derivative. And the moment you start off with that narrative to our students today, whether it's a textbook or whether it is the very framework in which we embed our learning on or it's founded on, we start believing that's the narrative. And we don't even look inside us. But I believe the kind of traditional public administration systems, and again, not romanticizing, that drove the democratization of power, that drove the democratization of utilization of resources, was so embedded and integral to India that if you don't capture it and put it back into institutional mechanisms, we'll be losing out the whole thing. So from that, when you start teasing out what do we look at higher education and what can we learn from that? I thought the one is the context of learning, second is relatedness. How do I relate to? The moment I talk to a young officer who works hard to write the UPSC exam, which is completely driven on informational learning, and then you expect him to suddenly become empathetic, compassionate, and very devoted to public service the moment he gets trained at the Mussoorie Academy, where there's no learning driven by either the experience or the relatedness, and you expect him to relate to everything Bharatiya, it doesn't happen. Because the whole framework has been completely, in my opinion, built around a narrative which is not relevant to us. So now, if our higher education is also churning out the same kind of generations of young people, the input coming into the system itself is like that. So that's where I found that unless you alter the higher education frameworks and embed them into our thinking, anything after that is not going to be an investment worth its time. So how do you make it relatable? How do you actually reconvert all this to a relatable experience? And the last and most important to me is applicability. How do you apply it? So to me, any institutional framework that we can tease out of NEP to get embedded into the higher education system in an institutional way without either glorifying what we don't have or not recognizing what we richly have, having that balanced approach to our entire work, should revolve around a simple thing, that understanding that our entire education is to promote lifelong learning and to ensure that we actually teach our people not informational sciences, which they'll acquire anyway if you teach them how to learn, but just enable our universities to kickstart the process of enabling people, teaching them how to learn. And that is what the Indian knowledge system essentially is. That journey of self-discovery, the journey of self-inquiry, the journey of understanding how do I use my internal nature to deal and interact with the external nature outside. If we can teach them that, I think then we'll be creating a new generation of young people who understand that in their private gains lies an enormous amount of public good. And in doing public good is the true private gain one can aspire for. Thank you.
How do you capture the policy vision, the societal context, the cultural work that needs to happen, the individual inspiration that needs to be generated, and how do you bring all of these things together? And how do you expect all of this to be communicated in 12 minutes, 10 minutes? This is the request that I had of Dr. Balu. And we knew that it was Dr. Balu's unique perch coming from where he does, having worked with people on ground, thinking about policy, working with the system, understanding education, but more importantly, understanding fundamental human construct. And that is the vision that he presented, and that is frankly the vision for NEP as well. If we are talking about Indian knowledge systems and in the context of a policy direction, it is how do we make the civilization work for that fundamental growth in the individual once again. And when the individual grows and when he starts giving, the society starts growing as well. So that is the context and the vision that NEP has, and that is the context that Dr. Balu so beautifully has laid out for us. Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Mahadevanji to expand on this. Mahadevanji, of course, does not need an introduction, particularly in these environments, but suffice to say that the fundamental resources for that critical element of actually being able to teach and talk about IKS is happening under the aegis and with active contribution from Professor Mahadevanji. He is, of course, the professor at IIM Ahmedabad, but more importantly, he has also been exemplar and an institutional builder for IKS. I request him to give us the vision for the state of IKS today and what is to happen next. I know, I said the resources.
Good morning to all of you, and let me first of all thank the IKS division of AICT for organizing such a wonderful 2 to 3 days Mela. I think we should have it frequently so that there is opportunity to get together and exchange notes, move it forward, and so on. Thank you for inviting me for this session also today. I'll keep it as brief as possible so that if there is some discussion, I think we should. NEP, if you really look at the National Education Policy 2020, at least to me, there are 2 things which were very interesting and very important. One was the need for flexibility in this whole gamut of education. There is a certain amount of for the learners to have a bit of flexibility that really interested me. I think our education system needed that kind of a transformation now, so therefore I think it's very important. The second thing which also interested me is the central theme of rootedness in India, which is again a very important element of National Education Policy 2020. So it is in that context we need to talk about Indian knowledge systems, and today now we have chosen to talk about Indian knowledge systems in the higher education space. I am going to make it very brief. I just want to share 3 thoughts related to it. The first is, why do we need this IKS in the higher education space at all in the first place today? Professor Balasubramanian did talk about it, alluded to a few important things. I will just add a few more points to that. The second issue that I want to also talk about is how can we go about, in a very practical sense, what are a few things that we need to do immediately? So I would just share a couple of thoughts on that. And I would like to also share a couple of caution when we get into IKS and in a very formal sense we get and then all that. So very quickly I'll put a few points, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever it is, then we will discuss it. First of all, to me it appears that if we keep IKS away, which we have managed to keep away for the last 200 years for some reason or the other, if we continue to keep it away, we would be completely beaten hands down in this whole emerging patenting war happening globally. World Intellectual Property Organization, we will be beaten down, hands down, because it's all about saying if yes, X says I know it at this point in time, if Y says I know it earlier than X, then the Y is supposed to get the patent. And if a country says I'll discard all my 2,000, 5,000-year-old material and then start with the last 150 years, whatever I know, we will throw all the treasure out and we'll be completely lost. We have already examples. We lost the patent war in Neem, and we had fought for so many years for the turmeric and got it after some 12, 13 years and so on. So these are tip of the iceberg. So purely from an economic sense we need, if not for any other sense. I think in the world of knowledge society, we need to sit at the front row, not at the back row. So therefore we need IKS, especially we need to start from the school education anyway, but we have to go to higher education space. The second thing, you look at enormous is a very mild word I am using. There is enormous physical evidence, literary evidence, and archaeological evidence in this country which speaks about some knowledge which was very interesting. You go to any temple, a temple architecture is a culmination of multiple technologies. Nobody knows how you will, chisel a granite, which is the hardest known material. Pallavas started it in the 8th century, after Common Era. You go to any temple which is 1,800 to 1,200 years old, you will find astronomy there, you will find, musical pillars, which means you need to know a little bit of optics, sound and so on. So what else? And if you look at the paintings which are not fading for 2,000 years, if you look at an iron pillar which is refusing to rust after 2,000 years, there is enormous physical evidence, archaeological evidence and literary evidence. What are we talking about here? Do you want to discard all of them on some fancy thinking which has taken over us in the last 150 years and so on? Think about it. So there is evidence. Let's look at what that evidence is telling us. Is it telling us something? Can we take it and then all that? That brings me to the third important point. Progress is path dependent. As a professor of management, we teach what is called path dependence. In strategy, we teach path dependence. The path you walk is a function of the path you already walked. So you say, I walked for 5,000 years in a particular way. I'll just discard all of them, I'll start afresh. That doesn't seem to make too much logical sense. So I just wanted to leave these 3 points. One can keep talking more and more. I just want to tell you that IKS is not a very fancy thing or a very desirable thing, a very nice thing to do. No, it is not. It is a very essential element of Indian society, and if we had taken a small break for about 150 years, 150 years is like a speck of dust in the existence of, the universe is Anadi and Ananta. 150 years is nothing. You and I may be at the wrong time of history, but that doesn't justify anything, that it's gone nowhere. We'll need to start all over, and then we can start and then see what needs to be done. Now I'll talk about a couple of ideas on how we can actually get IKS into the mainstream. I am not going all over the place. To me, as an academic, it is eminently clear to me that if we don't, in the next 4 to 5 years, dramatically bring into the formal curriculum, this is not going to happen. Any amount of, you can keep talking how it is important, how all that, you can have, ask somebody to give a 1 hour talk. That is not how it will happen. We need to get IKS into our main curriculum in higher education, of course in the schools also. I am now talking about higher education. And the implication of that is, for myself, if you had to really ask me, I think we should be able to, in the next 5 years, write 100 good course outlines and develop a textbook. It could be in chemistry, it could be in mathematics, it could be in astronomy, or it could be in engineering, whatever it is. In the next 5 years, if we are not able to build 100 plus course outlines and a textbook for it, we will keep on talking about it. I think this is very important. And if the entire people in this country, in the academic field, can put their heads together, this is not an unachievable target at all. I have put a very mild target. I see in the next 5 years, 100 good curriculum and good textbook. Now, this is easier said than done, but I think we need to. And we all know how to write textbooks. We have written textbooks in other areas also. And typically we design a curriculum, gather material, whatever material we can gather, offer it as an elective, develop a lecture notes, and a lecture notes gets a little bit cleaned up and becomes a good textbook. Why can't we do that? We can do the same thing in IKS. What are we waiting for? So therefore, I think the most important thing to how to go about is to actually, create the samagri is already there. It's all in different format in different ways. Some of them are accessible, some of them we need to do a little bit of work, but that's what it is. If we really mean that we need to do it, I think probably that's where we need to actually get in. And there are ways by which we should actually light up our entire curriculum process. For example, I think we must use the thesis. NEP allows a lot of project work and thesis kind of opportunities even at undergraduate and the postgraduate level. In a very big way, we should be able to utilize the undergraduate and the postgraduate thesis opportunities to explore a great deal of what can we do with the IKS that we know and we already do not know. How do we create? Those are those initial kind of material that we need to develop in terms of how we can actually create material which is very, very contextually can be, we can use it, we can bring it back, we can showcase it, we can amplify it. I think we need to do that. If 5 years, if you are able to generate good set of textbooks and about 100 plus curriculum, I am sure the next generation of people who step out of these institutions, some of them who get into a higher education space will take up serious research. I don't see a serious research happening very immediately because we are actually not even informed of what we have. In fact, many of us have heard about it, many of us have not stepped into it, we have not seen a little bit of it. Therefore, I think it's very important we start with the curriculum, we start with a little bit of experimental thesis or undergraduate, postgraduate level, create a lot of material, write a material in the form of some lecture notes and convert it into a book, get some good curriculum. 5 to 7 years down the line, we'll have an army of serious researchers who would say, let me take IKS and see where I can go, because I don't even have an idea of what it is. So therefore, I think these are some of the things that we need to do in terms of how do we go about. I just want to end by just cautioning 2 things. The first thing I see is there is phenomenal temptation for blind glorification of our material. I think we should stay out of that. IKS needs no helping hand of that kind from anyone. We don't have to do this mindless glorification. We seem to do out of anxiety, out of trying to bring it quickly and all that. It will be actually counter-marketing. It will damage the cause than help the cause. So I think this is a dharma that we have to follow when we want to get into IKS. We don't have to do mindless glorification and so on. The second caution I want to give is, it looks like you can take a massive discount on rigor when you talk about IKS. We don't do it with chemistry or physics or any mainstream kind of so-called subject that we are doing. We don't do casual stuff. But I see a lot of people unwittingly do a lot of casual stuff in IKS. I think this will also do counter-marketing. If we can follow those dharmas, which are very important, which are anyway the dharmas irrespective of whether IKS or not, but looks like when it comes to IKS, we have a generous discount. I don't think we should think like that. If you take these steps, and if about 100 to 200 academics from good institutions get together and say, let's move on this direction, I do not see why IKS cannot become a very serious and a very useful material for the society. At the end of it, I think it will give us a lot of pride also. Thank you for this opportunity.
Anyone who studied public policy literature or strategy would know that there are 5 elements that make up any successful outcome. There is the vision, there are the resources, there are the skills and competencies, there is the incentive alignment, and then there is an action plan. And in just 10 minutes, or maybe lesser, Professor Mahadevan has given us the entire roadmap for what will make IKS successful. He gave us the strategic context. We are not doing IKS out of some emotional commitment to this alone. That is, of course, there. And without emotion, you probably won't have human action. But it is also a matter of national importance. It is important not just because it is our own national system, but it is our strategic competitive advantage in a world where knowledge is sort of used as a weapon. That is not the spirit and philosophy of Indian knowledge systems, of course, but we have to understand what is required for us to make IKS mainstream. Not only has he presented us the strategic context, but he has also given us the way to go about it. You need to put our heads down, like how China has done perhaps for 30 years in the economic sphere. We need to do it in the next 30 years in the knowledge sphere. And the attitude to do that cannot be one of hubris. So thank you, sir, for that caution. And thank you for laying it out so lucidly for us. I now invite Dr. Nagaraj Paturi Garu. The whole spirit of IKS, and particularly the NEP articulation of that in higher education, if you read that, there is a lot of emphasis on multidisciplinarity. It talks about huge, big multidiscipline universities. It talks about the spirit of getting disciplines together. It talks about the kind of interrelated work that needs to happen. Of course, there is the vision of a just and cultured society, but the means is articulated as a multidisciplined approach to learning. I haven't heard a better articulation of what IKS-based multidiscipline learning looks like, not just in theory, but in actual discipline by discipline synthesis, from sociology, anthropology, to mathematics, to sciences, to politics, to design, then the paradigm that Nagaraj Pathuriji had told us about years ago, called the human sciences. So I requested that he give us the vision of IKS and multidisciplinary thinking and multidisciplinary institution building. Sir, please address us. Thank you.
Namaste, dignitaries on this side of the stage and on the other side of the stage. As Dr. Balu was reminding us, we are Sahana Bhavatu people, collaborative learning people. Saha is actually in Sanskrit, when we talk of learning from a guru, we use the vibhakti, and also along with Tritiya vibhakti we add Saha also. So that is the extent to which we go in collaborative education. Coming to today's focus of NEP, today I saw in the newspapers that newspapers highlighted one statement from the Honorable Amit Shah ji. NEP is not only for India, it is for global, was the title in Times of India from Amit Shah ji. That's actually what I think I would also like to focus. This is for not the benefit of India, it is for the benefit of entire university system of the world. And Dr. Balu was cautioning us to take our strengths into account and to keep our weaknesses aside. The strongest area in IKS that we have is humanities, what people called humanities all these days. And it is in this area that the whole world universities are, let me use the word, weeping. All the world universities, let me tell you, humanities departments are the outcast departments. The entire world university system, let me share for the benefit of those who do not know this story, let me do the storytelling, which is the favorite of Raghavji. The university system abroad started with religious education. They started with theology. This many people do not know. They started secular education only just a few decades ago. When now some Vedic education or Vedic astrology or Purohit courses are introduced in any private or public university, hue and cry is made without remembering that all world universities started with Purohit courses only. They started training the Purohits and then they started coming into so-called secular education. That happened when science was fighting with religion. Galileo was stoned and he was jailed. And that led to the entire conflict between science and religion. And on the university campuses, it was the claim to sciences that was making movement from grouping to grouping. In the beginning, is it from a holy book that in the beginning there was something? Okay. But in the beginning, in all the universities, all courses were called arts. Please remember this. My own mantra guru was a BA in chemistry. He is from British Times. He had a BA, Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry. It was that. So everything began with arts, and then people started moving into sciences. When the basic sciences, what we call today, mathematics and other physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, started moving into sciences. Poor people, political science or sociology or anthropology, literature departments, they were left under arts, School of Arts. There was a faculty made for arts. And then political science thought, no, I'm political science, sociology, anthropology. No, I'm not arts. And then they started claiming we are sciences. So they wanted a new word, social sciences. So now a new school, Faculty of Social Sciences, School of Social Sciences. Then who were left there from arts? Philosophy, Department of English Literature, Department of Sanskrit Literature, Department of Kannada. If it is in the West, all their language literature departments in their Western universities were left in humanities. Now today, when I read messages from the Indology circles who are studying Sanskrit, every day there is a weeping that funding is going down, departments are getting closed, and it is not happening because Sanskrit is being opposed. It is humanities which are losing in general. And on all the university campuses, the premier departments are science departments. Most of the funding, whether from outside, sponsored funding, or from the UGC, it goes to the science departments. Chunk of it goes to the science departments. Humanities departments are the languishing outcast departments. When somebody visits the university, he does not even know that there is something called humanities there. And if there is a fine arts school with dance, music and other things, science people usually use the word नाचने वालों का department, नाचने गाने वालों का department, गाना बजाना department. And if you look inside those departments also, their own perception about themselves is that they are all there only to perform a drama or dance or perform music. Nothing of the kind. For example, if some university person comes and says, what is the research that you are doing? It is intimidating to them. Or research? Oh, university is for research? I'm not for that. I sing, I dance. Not research, no research at all. And that makes them go down from the science status. There is no science. But in the same department, in the same dance department, there is a professor appointed to teach Natya Shastra. It is Shastra. They don't tell the whole university that we are teaching a Shastra. You guys, physics, chemistry people, yours is Shastra, mine is also Shastra. They don't tell that. In the music department, they teach Sangeeta Shastra. But they don't tell the university that they are teaching a Shastra there. That's research. There is research methodology inside. There are innovations inside Sangeeta Shastra, inside Natya Shastra. It did not stop with Bharata. There was Abhinaya Darpana, Uttaratnavali, Vasantarajiyam, everything from Natya Shastra, it all went with innovations, research. Sangeeta Ratnakara did not start with Bharatanatyam Shastra. There was Naradiya Siksha. All the new things have come. They don't tell the world. They don't tell the university that they are doing a lot of Shastra. And when they look at Department of Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, they say, अरे ये लोग तो language literature बोल लेते हैं. अरे चलो humanities है. Humanities इसलिए है कि वो non sciences है. ये word भी nonsense का very close है. ये तो नॉन साइंसेस है इसलिए नॉन सेंसेस है. छोड़ देते हैं, नीचे नीचे गिरा देते हैं. But inside the literature department, if you go, they are teaching Vyakarana, which is the science of sciences. I'm a Vyakarana crazy person. It is the most rigorous of the sciences. If you read any modern book on linguistics, right from Bloomfield, they actually, you see their pants wet when they remember Panini. You see their statements. They say Panini has antedated modern linguists by millennia. Panini is a curio. He is an intellectual monument. Take any general linguistics book. It makes hyperbole statements about Panini. And these literature department people, they don't tell the world that they're already doing a Shastra, Vyakarana Shastra. All the Telugu literature department also teaches Panini because the contemporary classical Telugu grammar written by Chinnaya Suri in the 19th century was a Paninian model. Actually, the later continuation, sequel of that, Praudha Vyakaranam by Bahujanapalli Sitaramacharyalu, it went in a wrong direction because he was bringing Nyaya into Vyakarana. He did not know that Chinnaya Suri was doing it from Panini. So all these discussions go in. Alankara Shastra is taught in the literature department. It's a Shastra. It is such a rigorous science. Rupaka Shastra is taught. Natya Shastra is taught. These are all Shastras. They don't tell the science departments that they are already teaching Shastras. And inside the philosophy department, if you go, philosophy is all about Western logic. Very few of the philosophy professors tell them that there was Matilal, there was Bertrand Russell, there were conversations between Matilal and Bertrand Russell about Navya Nyaya, how Navya Nyaya influenced contemporary logic, Western logic. They don't tell that. And in the entire philosophy department, there is one professor of Indian philosophy. And because of the post allocation, what happens is that one post of Indian philosophy has to have only one specialization. There is either Nyaya or Vedanta specialist, and that Nyaya and Vedanta is not the 12-year learning Nyaya from a traditional Gurukula. He calls himself a Nyaya professor inside the Indian philosophy department. And now we sit here doing IKS and think that we are all doing it newly. Let me tell you, Professor Ganti, that all this IKS was already happening on the university campus. But inside the philosophy department, there is a branch called social philosophy. No one teaches it. We call today ethics, morality, moral science, all this, right? Technically, inside the philosophy department, it comes under social philosophy. In jurisprudence, in law colleges, that's another point I wanted to highlight. We have many regulatory bodies, one for Bar Council for law education, design colleges, where they are regulated, no one knows. Actually, it was Ministry of Commerce, which was regulating NID, National Institute of Design. Ministry of Commerce? अरे क्या लेना देना है एजुकेशन से, डिज़ाइन एजुकेशन से, मगर वो उसके अंदर था डिज़ाइन कॉलेज. And NID, National Institute of Design at Ahmedabad, you have Institute IIT Pali and IIT Guwahati taking up design courses. And there is no coordination. These are autonomous people. AICTE also cannot control them. But you have other design colleges which have come up in the country. No one knows who regulates them. But in all these design colleges, the Gangotri is NID. And in NID, let me tell all of you that there was one professor called Kumar Vyas who was teaching Indian aesthetics of design. He was doing IKS at that time. And there were many design professors of those days who were inspired by Professor Kumar Vyas, and they were talking about what is called as Indian design. Professor Balaram, NID professor who later went to DJ Academy of Design, Coimbatore, as dean there, he wrote a whole book on Indian design. It was IKS work. We do not know about it. And medical education, who regulates it? There is a medical council. All these are, in Telugu we have a proverb, Tirthaniki Tirtham, Prasadaniki Prasadam. Completely unconnected. Inside medical education, is there medical ethics as a course? No. But inside philosophy department, some people specialized in medical ethics as part of social philosophy for discussions like euthanasia and other things. But if medical ethics is introduced in all medical colleges, it is dharma education, the ethics education, dharma-based ethics education that can cater to them. And we talk of Ayurveda. Where do we put Ayurveda? Inside a UGC controlled university? Can we introduce in a regular medical college Ayurveda? But if there is a course on philosophy of medicine, that is what allopathy actually lacks. There is no philosophy of not just medicine, it is philosophy of health. What is health? What is disease? Ayurveda defines it. Not only Ayurveda, all IKS areas of health, they can contribute to that area called philosophy of medicine for all medical colleges. Who has to do this? A lot of structural change is required. I keep telling people that NEP kind of activity, structural activity, institutional activity was happening well before 2014. 4-year UG, credit-based, choice-based credit system, everything was already happening because of a globalization pressure. What is happening through NEP is just a continuation of that. But they did not think of these structural changes. They did not think of, for example, changing the name of humanities departments into the human sciences departments. We at Indic Academy started a movement. We are giving a slogan of conversion of humanities departments into human sciences departments. Only IKS has the capability to do that. This gives confidence to all the global humanities departments, let me tell you. All the humanities departments in the world, whether it is United States, Australia, or UK, they'll be very happy to know that in future, their departments will be called departments of sciences, not Ts. Non-sciences departments. But for that, they have to claim that they are not teaching English, they are not teaching Greek, they are not teaching some language or literature. They have to claim to the world that they are teaching poetics of Aristotle. They are teaching poetics of Aristotle also can be claimed to be science. If you go inside the literature departments, English literature departments, what they teach is literary criticism. Okay, it is all poetics-based application. Literary criticism is all poetics-based application. And if you read literary critics like I.A. Richards and many other literary critics, there was always this discussion whether literary criticism is a science or an art. This is a cliche topic, actually. Even if you take an accountancy textbook, the first chapter is whether accountancy is a science or art. When you do accountancy, it's an art. When you think about it, it's science. It's such basic thing. But literary criticism, whether it is a science or art, was always discussed. But all the humanities departments of the world have to claim to the other departments of the campus that inside the literature departments, they are doing a science called poetics, they are doing a science called literary criticism, they are doing a science called linguistics, they are doing a science called language study, all that. Then they can claim to be departments of human sciences. And the last point I think I should focus is, that is Raghavji's focus also in his Brihat and my favorite topic. If at all there is any area which India can claim to have patent to, is environmentalism. For the whole world, environmentalism is post-1960s. but environmentalism was the spirit of Shruti. If at all there is any key spirit of Shruti, it is environmentalism. And if you look at dharma, what it is, dharma is basically literally translated sustaining one, that which sustains. So the word sustainable development is a new word for the remaining part of the world. But those who said that you can pursue artha and kama within sustainability, that is dharma, are the ones who contributed ecology and environmentalism. And that is not happening. On the university campus, philosophy departments are languishing because they don't teach philosophy of science to science students. They don't teach political philosophy to the political science students. They don't tell the world that philosophy is the science of sciences, king of kings. That is the reason philosophy departments under humanities are languishing. But if all the structural changes are brought, if the centrality of philosophy is brought back on the university campus, the core department of humanities called philosophy will again gain, as in the Greco-Roman days, as in the ancient Indian Gurukulas, it will again gain its glory. And it is there that IKS can strongly work with strong claims. And it is there that environmentalism go as environmental philosophy. Today, ecology is being treated as part of botany from certain aspects, and as part of geography in some areas. And there are things like environmental engineering, environmental chemistry inside engineering colleges. All IITs have schools of humanities. The School of Humanities of any IIT doesn't tell the students that computational linguistics is coming from them. NLP is coming from them. Actually, we conducted a workshop at MIT School of Vedic Sciences, Pune, for aesthetic modeling, which was actually the inspiration was from sentimental analysis of Carnegie Mellon University, which was actually given to Google for marketing purposes. Google uses sentiment analysis for marketing. But we were discussing how Dhvanyaloka can make it more robust sentimental analysis. How we can use, one of my friends, Professor Vinod Vidvams, used Sangeeta Ratnakara, Naradiya Smriti, Naradiya Siksha and other Sangeeta books to create an expert system, artificial intelligence system, which can sing classical music on its own. It can compose Hindustani Bandish on its own. That shows the exactness. Professor Navjot Singh, who is from NISTATS Delhi, who went to IIIT Hyderabad, he started a department there at IIIT called Exact Humanities Department. Actually, he was talking only about Shastras, but he wanted a contemporary word, he called it Exact Humanities. Actually, let me tell you, friends, that all our Alankara Shastra and all other Shastras, they are exact, they are so adequate, they are so accurate, that if you just give it code, computer code, you are able to create expert systems, artificial intelligence systems out of it. When I was talking about Rasa at IISc Bangalore, one robotics student came to me and asked me, is there enough description to create an expression in the robot's face in Natya Shastra for the Mukhabhinaya? Can I create a robotic expression? I assured him that it is so exact, it is so adequate, it is so elaborate. You have, the beauty of Shastras is that they are adequate, comprehensive, accurate, exact. That is why Professor Navjot Singh at IIIT Hyderabad used the word exact humanities. When he was doing this, there was no IKS movement like this. He had the background in PPST Foundation. Professor M.D. Srinivas was there. They started, Professor M.D. Srinivas and Navjot Singh, all these people, they started PPST Foundation, Patriotic and People-Oriented Science and Technology Foundation, way back when IKS was not a fashion. All these things are happening. So there is a continuity from all these activities. So the way ahead for us is to claim the area where we are very strong, our environmentalism, our social philosophy of dharma, ethics, and all the areas of philosophy where we are very strong, and make the humanities departments again the center of the university system. Connect the humanities departments as human sciences. Actually, at Hyderabad, there is an agriculture research organization called ICRISAT. On all its buses, there is a slogan, science with human face. ये स्लोगन क्यों नया बनाना पड़ा? वे लोग जानते हैं कि पहले साइंस को ह्यूमन फेस नहीं था, अभी ह्यूमन फेस देना पड़ा है, टेक्नोलॉजी को ह्यूमन फेस देना पड़ रहा है. If this happens, there is a better coordination between sciences departments. Dharma is natural science based social science. Dharma is natural science based social philosophy. So there is a better coordination between sciences departments, technology departments, how humanities can contribute to technology IITs, and how, for example, business ethics is part of Vedic ethics or general dharma ethics, and how that can be given to management colleges. There is so much that can happen. Inside IIMs, well before IKS started, there were professors who were teaching Bhagavad Gita based management and all those things. All kinds of things were happening. Today, we have to recoup all these activities that were happening inside management colleges. For public administration, there are institutes of public administration, there are all these are tirthanik tirtham, prasadanik prasadam. Each one is for himself. There is no common regulatory body for all these things. There is no networking, institutionalization. We have to do this. Inside design colleges, when they started these humanities activities, they gave the name liberal arts. These courses were called liberal arts inside NED. We have to think about this. How to actually tell the design colleges right from NID that it's not liberal arts, ये तो पक्का sciences है, human sciences है. We have to tell them and convert humanities into human sciences, one slogan. Secondly, make it central, the king of kings of the university. Third, make it the institution of institutions for all areas like medicine, design, technology, management, everything. Then the strength of IKS, which lies in humanities, which is Shastras, which it will gain glory again the way it used to be in the traditional system. Thank you.
How do you fill an ocean in a bottle? Right. So whenever Paturi sir talks, and I've had not just the privilege, but also just the fortune of listening to him speak about university structures, speak about the unity of knowledge, speak about the strength of your culture, the strength of dharma to guide all of education. And I think what we got now is just a magnificent tour of what the structure and philosophy of education should look like. The paradox that we are talking about a global just society without having the foundations of humanities education fixed, that is what has been pointed out. And the work that Indic Academy has done, I have been a personal beneficiary of this, and a lot of programs that they conduct, from Jati Puranas to talking about aesthetics, to talking about folk knowledge systems, to talking about dharma ethics, environmentalism. This is the stuff that I hope to see in the universities, and I have recently commented also that a lot of things that our social sciences and humanities departments have not done, it is innovation coming from the outside, like Indic Academy, which is helping people like me shift from industry to try and do something here. So thank you once again, sir, for that vision. Thank you so much. We can talk about all the knowledge systems, the structures, but ultimately, if you do not have the regulatory mechanism, if you do not create the right incentives for the institutions to follow, it is natural that human behavior will not align with the goals that the policy sets. It is in this context that, at least in higher education, the role of NAC is critical. And it's important to understand how NAC, as the regulator and advisor, is also looking at integrating this vision of IKS that NEP provides. And to discuss that and to present that perspective, we have Professor Amiya Kumar Rath ji, a professor in computer science and engineering from Veer Surendra Sai University, and now deputed to the National Assessment Accreditation Council. Sir, we invite you to give us the perspective from NAC. Thank you.
Distinguished panel members, distinguished Professor Bhushan Patwardhan ji, who is our Executive Committee Chairman NAC, ladies and gentlemen. See, let me focus on what NEP talks about, what we have done in NAC, and what is yet to be done in NAC. As far as national education policy is concerned, after NEP 2020, we have integrated, like if you are aware of it, NAC is National Assessment and Accreditation Council. We have 7 different criteria, starting with curricular aspects, teaching, learning, research, student support, infrastructure, governance, leadership and management, best practices. In this, what we capture last 5 years data. So what we have done is, all those NEP parameters, we put it in the self-study report, SSR profile, because we capture last 5 years data. So we put it in the SSR profile so that the institutions should be aware of. There should be institutions should know what are they expect to do in subsequent years. Like multidisciplinary and holistic educations, skill development and employability, India knowledge system. Subsequently, I'll tell you what are the manuals we have developed for India knowledge system. And we are planning to integrate the India knowledge system components, talk about Sanskrit, Ayurveda, talk about anything we try to incorporate in our general universities and other manuals so that there will be true interdisciplinary. As far as academic bank of credits, that also we have incorporated in our SSR profile. Let me tell you what are the components existing we have in our manuals. You talk about outcome-based educations like participative learning, talk about student-centric learning. All those components are available in our manual, existing manual, because we capture, not only the outcome, or not only the output, but the outcome of all those components, starting from curricular aspects to best practices. Like as far as internationalization of educations, we have some metrics, like as I was telling, we have criteria, key indicators and metrics. As far as curricular aspect is concerned, we have curricular design and development, academic flexibility, curricular enrichment and feedback system. Like that, we have different criteria, key indicators. Those key indicators are divided into different metrics. We call it questions. Those questions are qualitative as well as quantitative, both. We have certain questions, let me tell you, as far as internationalization of education is concerned, student enrollment patterns, then we have national, international fellowships, financial support to the faculty members, collaborative activities, functional MOUs. As far as research is concerned, we have whether you have policies for promotion of research, seed money, extramural funding for research, whether you have some consultancies or not, all those components we have incorporated in our manuals. Digital empowerment and online educations, whether e-content development by the teachers, whether you have e-library, integrated library management systems, do you have IT policies, what is the bandwidth of internet connections, e-content development by the faculty members, all those components we have incorporated, we had already incorporated. as far as quality ranking and accreditation is concerned, whether there is academic and administrative audit, whether the participation of institutions in NIRF and other quality agencies. Then we have NABH, NABL accreditations, collaborative initiative by the institutions, conferences, seminars, workshops organized, etc. As far as inclusion and equitable education is concerned, whether we have measures initiated by the institutions for the promotion of gender equity, like institution has Divyangan-friendly, barrier-free environments, efforts of the institutions for inclusive environments. As far as capacity building of teachers for quality education is concerned, we have research projects per teacher, e-content is developed, incentives to teachers by the institutions. Then we have faculty development programs, face-to-face as well as online. As far as IKS is concerned, India Knowledge System is concerned, we have developed manuals for yoga universities. We have developed manual for Sanskrit universities and Sanskrit colleges. There are a few Sanskrit universities already has been accredited by NAC. Ayurveda colleges, we have developed manuals. Yoga and naturopathy colleges, that also we have developed manual for yoga and naturopathy. Unani colleges, we have developed manuals. Siddha colleges, homeopathy colleges, and we are yet to develop the Sanskrit dual mode universities and other. Now what is important is whether we have to incorporate those components in our other manuals, because if you talk about interdisciplinary, whether when we ask questions like whether the percentage of courses are being focused on employability, entrepreneurship and skill development, whether we ask some questions related to India knowledge system, that's very important. If we truly promote or if you truly implement India knowledge system, then those components has to be incorporated in other manuals so that it will be truly interdisciplinary. Yesterday we were having discussions with our EC chairman also, we were having discussions like certain components has to be incorporated in the manuals. But like when we capture last 5 years data, it will not be possible that we can ask questions like how many students got benefit related to academic bank of credits. Because if after 5 years, we can ask certain questions related to academic bank of credits, or else we can take the data for latest complete academic year. We can ask questions like latest complete academic year. Okay. We have made it total transparent, objectives, and we have made it outcome oriented so that the institutions will get benefit, not only the input-output parameters, truly outcome-based education has been implemented, how to improve the critical thinking skills and creative thinking skills among the students, how to, the experiential learning in the classrooms, the program outcomes, the course outcomes, completely from high-order cognitive skills, whether it has been incorporated among the students, whether the faculties develop question paper based on high-order thinking skills or high-order cognitive skills, all those things already we have implemented in our manual. So most of the things like, as far as Indian knowledge system is concerned, we have developed certain things. I'm sure days to come, definitely in all other manuals, we'll try to incorporate the Indian knowledge systems like in different manuals. This is from a NAC side, then we will have some discussions. Thank you all.
Thank you for that factual and very clear exposition of how NAC is gearing up to support the NEP vision and the IKS anchor for that vision. I now invite my mentor and somebody that I've learned a lot from and somebody who's handheld me when I crossed the threshold of the industry into what we call IKS now, Professor Nomesh Boliaji from IIT Delhi, to just quickly sum it up and give us an action plan and tell us how, what are the next 2-3 steps that we should take here.
Namaskar to our gurus and our ancestors to whom we owe this entire framing and all knowledge that we are talking about. Namaskar to all of you, to my panel members, as well as the audience here. I believe I'm the last person between now and some interaction and the next session. I'll try to wind it up as quickly as possible. There is a whole bunch of things that I had planned to say, but maybe that can be taken up in questions. The first point that I want to say, which was already highlighted, but from my own perspective, I've realized that IKS is not only about knowing our past. In Q&A, I can give specific examples of how on a very day-to-day basis, in the medium term, in the long term, we can right now, as we speak, as well as in the future, apply some of the IKS concepts for our life today. These range from the usual Ayurveda wellness kind of things that we already know about, but they also belong to a lot of other domains. Right from things that touch the daily lives of each and every one of us, to systems, architecture of systems, as well as, other things, right? Much bigger things as well. The other thing that I would like to talk about is that there are, some low-hanging fruit. I speak now as an IIT faculty. Some things, some ways in which IKS can probably be introduced in institutions of national importance, such as IITs. Every IIT, every undergraduate student at IIT has to do 4, at least at IIT Delhi, it will be similar in other IITs, 4 courses from the humanities. So humanities is not at the center, Nagarajji, but it still has a place and students take it very seriously. I know many students who are very, very interested in taking that course. I am one of them. My favorite course was sociology at IIT Bombay. Although there are some issues, if we want to do it immediately, make it the center as you talked about, there are a lot of things that we need to do before that happens. But still, in terms of IKS, if some of the contents that we are talking about here, for example, the book by Professor Mahadevan, and I hear that there are plans of courses being made out of it. Given that NEP offers the flexibility of taking these courses from elsewhere, not necessarily taught in person, etc. For example, if students are offered flexibility to do some of these 4 courses, it's a low-hanging fruit, immediately done, no change in policy required except allowing an online-based thing. Can some of these IKS courses be taken by IIT students to fulfill their humanities requirement? I think something that can be done and that can lead to an opening in an IIT setup. What I would personally like a lot, and this comes from my personal experience, this is the second point as a faculty. We had a colleague who's no longer at IIT Delhi now, but we had a colleague who had literally grown up in a Gurukula. So he of course is an engineer, that's why, and did his PhD in the regular way, and that's why he was a faculty at IIT Delhi. But he also had, deep traditional education. And whenever I interacted with him, it was fantabulous. It was amazing the way he was able to put things, both modern things, as well as other things, Sanskrit-based things, his own area, everything. It was just amazing. It would be great if we use some, abilities that IIT system already has to get some such traditional scholars to come and speak to us, to spend some time, some months, a year, 6 months, whatever, so that all of us can learn and apply these things and take them out of the limited world of the Gurukulas and interact with the rest of the system that we have around here. There are a whole bunch of already existing provisions that we can use for that. No new architecture or structure has to be set up. We can talk about details in Q&A if needed. The third thing, this comes from my time in IIT Bombay. Through some discussions with friends, our hostel-based discussions, I came to know about this thing. I'd never heard of it. I had done karate as a kid, like many of us do. I came to know of this word called Kalaripayattu. I could not even pronounce it for the first time when I heard it. And then I started reading about it. And first of all, I was ashamed of myself that, being an Indian, I did not hear of that word. And then I was ashamed of all our institutions, because at least that time, when I looked at the information, I could not find a single university from 99 to, this would be 2000, I believe, single university in India who's doing any sort of reasonable work on Kalaripayattu, from documenting it to making it more rigorous, to popularizing it, to taking it to people, things like that. It's fascinating, of course, today. Yesterday we saw that amazing Kalari performance. My wife, my son were all there, all mesmerized by whatever happened here. But all of that needs to be brought into our regular system. And then in my 4th year, we started doing some courses on science and technology and Sanskrit texts. That time I didn't realize it, but now as a faculty I see that that could happen in IIT Bombay. It does not happen anywhere else in other IITs, because IIT Bombay has this thing called the Sanskrit cell, where they do some of these things, right? And that is why there are some people who are trained in these areas who are, you know, regular faculty members at IIT Bombay. Why should IIT Bombay alone get all the fun, right? I mean, other IITs should also be able to get some such faculty. It is, I think, something for us to think about, that we do not have Sanskrit speaking, Sanskrit knowing, Sanskrit systems based faculty in other IITs. I think that is something that can be done. The 4th thing, again I speak as a faculty, is I think there should be fellowships offered for people who want to do research, PhD in areas related to IKS. You know, there is a regular, of course, fellowship system, but I think it can be fine-tuned. It can be, you know, this area can be particularly highlighted because not enough people know about it. So these are some specific things that I think can be done. Don't require too much of change in the architecture. Low-hanging fruits, but then eventually things can pick up. But just like you know, my senior colleague here did that, before I leave, there is, you know, some caution. I think in institutions such as IITs, or any other institution where we want excellence to emerge, things don't work by straitjacketing. We cannot push, we can only nudge. Simply sending letters from the ministry and directing institutions to do this or that may not work. Even if it works, it may not lead to desirable outcomes. Facilitating and not forcing. You know, just saying this has to be done without any kind of other facilitation and other regulatory mechanisms that we all feel sometimes stifled by is not going to work. Some investment has to be made. You cannot hope to incentivize people only by talking, only by creating documents. You know, some commitment has to come from someone. Of course, the society has to contribute, all of us have to contribute, you know, in terms of funds, in terms of time, all of that. And also the government has to contribute by really committing, you know, some funds that indicate this commitment. Not just funds, I'm saying, but in terms of other resources as well. So I think that investment is very important. Without that, innovations and incentivization really does not work. How do we do all of this? These are, you know, many things. I have talked about some things. You know, my other panelists have talked about certain things. One thing that I find lacking, of course, we have the IKS division now within the ICT, but the mandate there is not really to serve the R&D sort of needs that a typical IIT system or any other, higher education-based research system will have. I think what we should have is some sort of a highly empowered group of people consisting not only of government bureaucrats, maybe them, but also people who understand research, who also understand Sanskrit. Make that group, empower them, let them, think about it in this direction. They should be, in the government terms, in our systemic terms, the nodal agency, the nodal person, whatever, to take these things forward and nudge and facilitate instead of forcing and pushing. So with that, I'd like to end. Anything else we can take up in Q&A. Thank you.
We have no time. So just maybe one question if I do for this. Okay, all right. So it's slightly over time. Sorry about that, but I'd still like to take one or maybe two questions. Anuradha ji is signaling me frantically that there's no time, but I'm going to take one question at least. Yes. Yes. Okay.
That becomes a little bit more experiential and rediscovering. Wonderful. Otherwise, we are still looking at knowledge as a product, beauty as a product, everything as a product. These are all processes and qualities. I think we need a complete shift in this approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that suggestion, sir. I think that's, I'll leave it to Ganteji to comment on that later. But I think Bharatiya Jnana Parampara sort of addresses that in that sense. Right? One more question? No? Done? Tea is getting cold. Apparently, that's more important. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope we provided some clarity and some action. There is one question, Smriti ji. Yes, how can I refuse, Smriti ji?
No, it's not a question, but something that I felt I wanted to share.
Please.
That we've been interacting with more than 40,000 students in the past few years.
Yeah.
Just going by the pulse of the young students in engineering colleges, especially undergraduate students, creating these interdisciplinary courses really matter.
Yeah.
For example, like Ayurvedic genomics, Ayurvedic informatics, or yoga and neuroscience. Those kind of interdisciplinary areas just bring technology which is agnostic in a sense, but also the core Indian knowledge system really strikes a chord with them. So I feel that if a group of faculty can also work on these interdisciplinary areas, there will be a lot more takers among the undergraduate population, because they need to get a flavor of what it is, get them interested into this. And then when you put them into serious research, they're more happy to do, because that way we can even harness the computer science or whatever existing potential that is there among the young population, be it civil engineering or electrical engineering or whatever, and then slowly get them interested into these IKS areas.
Right. Wonderful. I know of the highly innovative programs that Anadi runs. I think we should mainstream them. Nomesh, if you had a comment on that, on the idea that we should prepare some interdisciplinary courses that mix technology and something like Ayurveda. I think you were also alluding to that in this one. Maybe a quick comment if some work is already happening. It's at the bottom.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. There is no two ways about that. But I would come back to what Professor Mahadevan said. I think as we speak right now, there might be a tendency to make it too simplistic. And we might lose the rigor. And if we lose that rigor at the very beginning, we would have lost it for maybe one more generation. So I think these things should come, maybe preparation should happen. But at the same time, it should necessarily be accompanied by very serious efforts on how to do these things more rigorously. So more content development and going back to the basics of these things, I think is important. Before we really make it, we permeate it in our entire ecosystem.
One last comment on that to Paturi sir, also on the philosophy, the preparation of the mind to do something like that.
Yeah, just I want to continue with what I was saying. These things have been happening, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. These things are not new. They have been there all the time. And all that needs to happen is only take help of that, which is already there in the ecosystem, in the university ecosystem. And most of these interdisciplinary, they are called centers, whereas the conventional disciplines are given departments. The interdisciplinary things are given centers, and they don't have any textbook, they don't have any curriculum design, nothing of that sort. Some of these are just research centers, and they borrow teachers from the regular conventional discipline departments, and they go teach there or guide the research in the interdisciplinary departments, and products come out. So the horse and the saddle problem, we need not actually wait for some very serious thing to happen. Interdisciplinary centers and multidisciplinary centers are just centers. They work with the help of the existing faculty of the departments, of the conventional disciplines, and work comes out of those interdisciplinary centers. So that structural facility which is already there in the university system can be made use of, and this can be created. But that should happen, when Tirthanik Tirtham, Prasadanik Prasadam is lost. One common regulatory body which has a common vision connecting all these institutions. Only when it comes up, this can happen. Otherwise, all these are each river to itself.
Thank you, sir. I know we probably need 2 days, if not more, to actually do a more serious reflection on this. But thank you so much for staying patient. I'd like to thank my panel, and apologies if I shortened any of the introductions or did not articulate the entire vision that you had presented. Thank you so much, everyone.
So another thank you from our side. And I think this is only the seed sowing. We'll have to do independent days, like you were saying, to brainstorm on each one of these sessions, because we've done total injustice by giving you so little time to speak. So we will definitely stay in touch and look forward to your further guidance. Thank you very much for making the time as well. Dhanyawada. So just announcements for tea. Request all the distinguished speakers and the other panelists who are sitting here to kindly proceed to the guest house. For the rest of the participants, please go up for tea in the second floor. And we'll meet back in about 20 minutes if you can, please. We'll try and get back to track and have our next session from 11:30. 11:40. So we'll try and start by 11:40. Please come back. And the certificate, the last thing, the certificates will be distributed either soon after lunch, that session. So please be here with us. तो अभी जो यहाँ पे उपस्थित है, प्लीज़ चाय के लिए हमारे जो डिस्टिंग्विश्ड स्पीकर्स हैं, पैनलिस्ट हैं, उनको गेस्ट हाउस के लिए और जाइएगा. बाकी लोग प्लीज़ ऊपर सेकंड फ्लोर पर जाइएगा. और सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा लंच के बाद इमीडिएटली. और अभी आप प्लीज़ 11:40 तक प्लीज़ वापस आ जाइएगा यहाँ पे. थैंक यू.
मैंने इशारे करने के बाद लाइव जाएंगे आप। रेडी रेडी मेरा मेरा थोड़ा सा ऐसा हो जाए। हाँ ना मेरा
नमस्ते सभी को नमस्कार। मैं सोमनाथ डनायक, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा समन्वयक। आज ये जो मेले का हमारा अंतिम दिन है दिल्ली में, आप सभी लोग आमंत्रित हैं और भी लोगों को लिंक भेजिए ताकि इस परंपरा से सभी लोग चारों ओर परिचित हो सकें। और एक छोटा सा उदाहरण रखूँगा भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की ओर ले जाने के लिए। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगा जो एक सामान्य वर्ग विशेष में शायद समझ में आए बात। एक शब्द बोलता हूँ दशमलव। अगर बंगाल में कोई बोलेगा, एक टिपिकल बंगाली, वो उसको कैसे बोलेगा? 2.। अब हम पूर्व से पश्चिम की ओर आते हैं। 2.0 डेसिमल डेसिमल डेसिमल। सो दशमलव डेसिमल में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। इसी तरह से चौरित्र चारित्र कैरिक्टर 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 कैरिक्टर, डोर 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 डोर, द्वार जो हमारा है वो डोर में कन्वर्ट हो गया। परिमिति परिमाप इसको बोलते हैं, किसी भी क्षेत्र के चारों तरफ की दूरी को परिमाप बोलते हैं। तो पौड़ीमिति परिमिति पेरीमिट्री पेरीमिट्री पेरीमिट्री, ऐसे तमाम शब्द मैं नोट करता जाता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत सारे शब्द ऐसे हैं जो संस्कृत से ही निकले हैं। तो हम भाषाओं पर आ गए हैं और मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि सारी भाषाएं भारत की, चाहे मलयालम हो, तेलुगु हो, मराठी हो, गुजराती हो, बंगाली हो, अगर अपने परिष्कृत रूप पे धीरे धीरे परिष्कृत होती जाएंगी तो वो निश्चित रूप से संस्कृत की ओर ही पहुँचेंगी। वो अंत में जाके संस्कृत ही बनेगी। उसमें बहुत सारी विदेशी भाषाएं भी सम्मिलित हैं। तो इन भाषाओं को लेकर के एक छोटी सी रचना मैंने अपने सभी मित्रों के लिए, अपने सभी समाज के लिए एक लिखी है, एक प्रेरण प्रस्तुत करने के लिए कि हम अपनी भाषाओं को लेकर के गौरवान्वित महसूस कर सकें। शीर्षक है तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। पढ़ लिख कर तुम हुए सयाने, पढ़ लिख कर तुम हुए सयाने, अंग्रेजी के हुए दीवाने। भूल गए तुम माँ की भाषा, अंग्रेजी में लगे बताने। पढ़ लिख कर तुम हुए सयाने, अंग्रेजी के हुए दीवाने। भूल गए तुम माँ की भाषा, अंग्रेजी में लगे बताने। जिस माँ ने रक्त स्वेद से सींचा, जिस माँ ने रक्त स्वेद से सींचा, उसकी सुधि तुमने क्या ली है? जिस माँ ने रक्त स्वेद से सींचा, उसकी सुधि तुमने क्या ली है? मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। माँ से सुन मुख खोल रहे थे। जब हम छोटे होते हैं माँ से ही सुनते हैं, वही मातृभाषा होती है। तो माँ से सुन मुख खोल रहे थे, तुतलाते से बोल रहे थे। शब्दों का संसार बनाकर जीवन पथ पर दौड़ रहे थे। एक फिरंगी आकर्षण में, एक फिरंगी आकर्षण में अपनी माता दीन लगी है। एक फिरंगी आकर्षण में अपनी माता दीन लगी है। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। उड़िया असमी या बंगाली, उड़िया असमी या बंगाली, जगन्नाथ या माता काली, तेलुगु कन्नड़ मलयालम हो या भाषा रामेश्वर वाली, सिंधी गुजराती पंजाबी मराठी हो या गढ़वाली, मैथिली उर्दू मणिपुरी हो, कश्मीरी हो या संताली, कश्मीरी हो या संथाली। वात्सल्य से भरी हुई अपनी माताएं हीन लगी हैं। वात्सल्य से भरी हुई अपनी माताएं हीन लगी हैं। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। श्लोकों में विज्ञान बसा था। यही कार्यक्रम हम लोग आज कर रहे हैं कि हमारे पुरातन संस्कृति में कितना ज्ञान विज्ञान सब कुछ समाहित है। और आज भी हमारे पृष्ठों पर, पुराने पृष्ठों पर बहुत कुछ हमको खोजने से मिलेगा, उन लिपियों को समझने से मिलेगा। हमें उस तरफ अग्रसर होना चाहिए। तो श्लोकों में विज्ञान बसा था, धातु कर्म का ज्ञान बसा था, ज्योतिष गणित खगोल ज्ञान का अमृत कलश यहाँ बरसा था। फिर से कहूँगा कि श्लोकों में विज्ञान बसा था, धातु कर्म का ज्ञान बसा था, ज्योतिष गणित खगोल ज्ञान का अमृत कलश यहाँ बरसा था। इसी मूल ज्ञान के बल पर, इसी मूल ज्ञान के बल पर पाश्चात्य अब महाबली है। इसी मूल ज्ञान के बल पर पाश्चात्य अब महाबली है। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। और एक अनुरोध के साथ मैं समापन करूँगा कि दुरुपयोग शक्ति का छोड़ो, दुरुपयोग शक्ति का छोड़ो, समझौतों से नाता तोड़ो, इतिहासों से शिक्षा लेकर कर्म युद्ध से नाता जोड़ो। दुरुपयोग शक्ति का छोड़ो, समझौतों से रिश्ता तोड़ो, इतिहासों से शिक्षा लेकर कर्म युद्ध से नाता जोड़ो। सच्चे कर्मों में तन मन और भारत माँ की शक्ति बसी है। मातृभूमि धिक्कारे तुमको, तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। तुमने अपनी माँ बदली है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार। सब भारतीय संस्कृति के साथ हम सब हिल मिलकर जुटें और कर्म के पथ पर आगे बढ़ें, इसी आकांक्षा के साथ, इन्हीं विचारों के साथ। और अनुरोध करूंगा कि बहुत लोगों को ये, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को IKS के संबंध में, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के संबंध में आप प्रचारित करें और हम रॉकेट साइंस और IKS यानी कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा दोनों को साथ में लेकर के चलें, जहां हमारा रॉकेट साइंस भी तेज़ी से गति करे और साथ ही साथ हमारा IKS भी गति करे। तो आप इसको अग्रेषित करेंगे, आप इसको अपने जीवन में लेंगे। इन्हीं आकांक्षाओं के साथ धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ, धन्यवाद करता हूँ। धन्यवाद, नमस्ते।
I'd like to, we are moving on to the next session. We had a brilliant session of deliberations on NEP 2020 and IKS for higher education. In this particular session, which is on NEP 2020 and academic research with a focus on IKS, I would like to invite Professor Ganti Murthy, National Coordinator of the IKS Division, to kindly invite all the speakers, the distinguished speakers, to come on the stage. So, Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji, Chairman NAC, Dr. Tessie Thomas, Director General Aeronautical Systems, Professor M.D. Srinivas, Director Center for Policy Studies, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Asthana, Senior Scientist, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, TKDL of CSIR, and Professor Shantanu Roy, Dean Academic Affairs, IIT Delhi. A few words on the session itself. We've been looking at NEP 2020 for all the different phases of education, from the foundational to the middle level, and then the higher education in our previous session. In this session, we are going to be focusing on academic research, because that forms a very important component of what goes out into society, because the IKS division is very keen on looking at the applicational elements of the IKS knowledge traditions for societal benefits. So that's a very strong focus area for us, and we are also promoting two kinds of research. One is traditional knowledge that can be substantiated or worked out through modern knowledge traditions, and looking at how modern traditions can find their foundations in Indian knowledge systems. So for these few words, I request our National Coordinator, Murthy ji, to kindly honor our guests on the dais. I request you to first honor Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji, Chairman NAC. And I'd also like to mention that the artwork that is being presented is done by two of our artists who are present here. They are CCRT artists, national awardees for Madhubani, Jain Das and Kusum Das. So they are both present here, and they've been very kind, yes. So the second one is for Professor, Dr. Tessie Thomas, Director General Aeronautical Systems. Professor M.D. Srinivas, Director of Center for Policy Studies. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Asthana, Senior Scientist from TKDL. And Professor Shantanu Roy, Dean Academic Affairs, IIT Delhi. A very warm and hearty welcome to you, and thank you very much for making the time to come and be on this session with us. I'd now like to hand over the session to Professor Ganti Murthy, who will moderate the program.
Matrubhyo Namah, Pitrubhyo Namah, Gurubhyo Namah, Sabhaye Namah, Sabhapatibhyascha Namo Namah. A very warm welcome again back to the sessions. And because we are starting a few minutes late, we'll be trying to keep our time between this to 1 hour. And I have already discussed with my panelists. So we'll not have elaborate introductions and we'll be speaking about a few points. So that is about the logistics out of the way. Now let's talk about what is this session is about. This session is about the academic research that is in the context of NEP on the larger canvas of Indian knowledge systems. We have seen that how Indian knowledge systems is something that is intrinsic to this country, and we all practice it knowingly or unknowingly, and it is the jnana parampara that was there, the tradition is unbroken, but what it is has become in the last 200, 300 years is it has become dormant. If you see, there are no new sutra texts that are being written in the last 100 years, 200 years or so. There is new need for rejuvenation of these shastrarthas, vakyarthas, essentially what we call as research. And if I have to sum it up in one sentence, we have to bring the Indian knowledge systems right now, which is in libraries, to laboratories, and then make it a more, rejuvenate the whole system of doing sciences and all, and integrate it with the modern science and technologies, because again, as it goes, principles are eternal, science is evolving. And keeping that in mind, there is a need to do that in the academic institutions in a big way, because we talk about that inclusive excellence, and that excellence that we are talking about for our country cannot be achieved without being excellent in the research. We have always been, I mean, if you look at Anders Madison's report and all, he says we have been a country who contributed about quarter of the world's GDP. And that could not have been possible without being a knowledge power. And if we want to be the knowledge power, and if we want to regain that Vishwaguru status, and that is again, not for some dominion of the world or anything, but for the welfare of all. That is what we are about, as when we define ourselves as Bharatiyas. So when we think about that, it's really important for us to rejuvenate all those knowledge traditions back, and especially bring that adhikara back to our country, and then be that knowledge power. And that can only happen especially in the academic research context, where students interact with their gurus and take this forward. Therefore, we have a very distinguished panel, and this panel has Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji. He is the main plenary speaker, and then who has done a lot of research and is the chairman for NAC currently, but beyond that, he is an excellent researcher who has integrated traditional and modern medicines, and just recently, they have set up a WHO collaboration in Gujarat on integrating traditional medicinal practices and globally taking them. And then Dr. Tessie Thomas, she is the Agniputri. She has designed some of the Agni missiles and strategic systems for our country. So if we can call ourselves strategically independent, that is because of a nuclear deterrence, and that is enabled by work of her and her team. And Professor M.D. Srinivasji, who has dedicated his life to the history of mathematics and many other things, especially in the Indian context, and contributed so much to the Bharati Jnana Parampara that he is one of the doyens of Indian knowledge systems in our country. So he's also there from that perspective. And then Dr. Vijay Lakshmiji, whenever we talk about Indian knowledge systems, there is always this tension between how much can we reveal and how much do we protect, because this is a world of patents, IP and all that, IP regimes. So when we think about that, do we share everything? So for example, you must have seen Aranmula mirrors. Do we share the technology for that? Or do we keep it as a family practice? Or how do we approach these things? Or what about some of the medicines in Ayurveda? Do we give it away, or do we keep it to ourselves? Or do we market it as a pharmaceutical drug like many companies are doing? These are all the questions that arise. Therefore, Vijay Lakshmi ji is here representing the TKDL. So she will talk more about that, what TKDL means and all, that perspective. So you must have heard about that neem controversy in the patenting of neem properties. Her department, and she was one of the leads there who took on that battle, and then their knowledge base was instrumental in helping defeat that case. And then we have from IIT Delhi, Dean of Academic Affairs, Professor Shantanu Roy, who is going to represent the IITs and research institution perspective, academic institution perspective of academic research. And with these, we have a very distinguished panel here. And without any much further ado, I would like to invite Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji to make his plenary remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ganti. And first, let me congratulate IKS team for this excellent organization. I have actually a presentation, but I'm going to skip and I'm going to just talk for 10-15 minutes. Although 20 minutes is assigned, I'm going to save some time. We are already running late. Morning when I entered this campus, I saw a Guru and Shishya statues right at the gate. When I entered this auditorium, name of this auditorium is Pragyan. So Gyan, Vigyan and Pragyan, means these categories are really not known to modern researchers or modern sciences also. And the nuances between these are also not known. So when I saw the name, I thought that this is the right venue the organizers have really selected. NEP, of course, NEP has talked about research. I'm not going to talk about what NEP has said because NEP has been discussed for last 2 years several times. But most important thing in NEP is for the first time, NEP has recognized Indian knowledge system. When I say Indian knowledge system, I really don't like term Indian knowledge system. And there was a good suggestion, that Indian knowing system. But I am also get stuck with term first Indian, because when we talk Indian, we start thinking beyond 1947, and by that we really undermine the whole thousands of years of our own heritage or history. So still we are continuing the kind of colonial mindset, and I keep on talking about it. Decolonization. Yesterday, our Home Minister also talked about it. Its percolation in education and research is not really intensifying, unfortunately, although because of IKS now this facilitation will be much faster. I'm basically a biologist, researcher. Although I come from biochemistry background, I decided to work because of my own curiosity which I saw in my own home. My work is more in Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, dedicated more to Ayurveda, yoga and other traditional medicines. So I'm not going to talk about my own research, but I wanted to make first point that if we are teachers or if we are scientists or researchers in India or in Bharat, I feel that it is our fiduciary responsibility to look at our own knowledge systems from our own subject's point of view. So if I am a chemist, I should do some work in Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. If I am a physicist, and I can tell you whatever limited knowledge I have in every discipline. And Professor Srinivasan, I am one of your great admirer. Means I've been following your work and you have been such a great inspiration. But I find that our own scientists, hardly look at our own sciences, and they expect that research should be done by somebody else. So I object to this question. If you ask this question, what research you are doing to Ayurvedic Vaidya, I get restless. Why you are asking that question to Ayurvedic Vaidya? If you are a scientist, it is your responsibility to do research on Ayurveda. If you are a scientist, it is your responsibility to do research in yoga and not humiliate them by asking what research and what evidence you have in your own system. Second point I want to make is we should not really limit ourselves to look at Indian knowledge systems as only sources of knowledge, and also do not look at languages, including Sanskrit, from languages point of view. I feel that there is a great innovation potential, and from my own experience, I can tell you, by just clearly scratching one surface of Ayurveda. Ayurveda is a great knowledge, and I'm going to share my PowerPoint in which you will see some of the glimpses of our work, and especially the poster of Systems Ayurveda and Systems Rasayana, which we have prepared. It will show you even a macro level view of Ayurveda, how great logically sound and robust system that is. But I'm not going to talk about it. 230 knowledge points we draw from Charak Sushrut Vagbhat and Madhav Nidan, and we can spend hours together in front of that poster. So this is the depth of our knowledge. By taking one small point out of these 230 points, for example, Rasayana, which is a concept in Ayurveda, we started doing research on that. And that research, if you look at our own group website, you will see that several good quality publications have come through that. If you have a look at this presentation later, you will find that Ministry of Ayush during COVID times, Rasayana, they have used to prevent COVID, to treat COVID, and also to manage post-COVID complications. More than 120 multicentric randomized clinical trials have been conducted, and we have shown, for example, drug like ashwagandha, which is a very commonly used drug in Ayurveda, has been shown to be better than hydroxychloroquine from all parameters. And this is through RCTs, which is considered to be a gold standard in clinical research. So I'm just giving you just these few examples wherein I could find that there are gems available for scientists to study. Let me also tell you that during last 2 decades, the output, scientific research output from India has not much improved. Although we may have improved our number of publications, unfortunately, number of publications in predatory journals coming from India also has gone sharply high during last decade. And journals like Nature and Science have written editorial undermining and actually putting lot of criticism on Indian scientists. So that while at UGC we started this UGC Care, wherein we started filtering and curating these predatory journals. I'm just giving you one after the other one examples how Indian knowledge systems are going to be the future. See, there is a tremendous innovation deficit if I restrict only to my discipline, and that is biomedical sciences, there is tremendous innovation deficit. If you look at last 20 years, you will find that hardly new drugs have any come. No great molecules have emerged. In fact, whatever drugs we have put in the market, we had to withdraw that. If you look at US FDA website, you will see that more drugs which are discovered, more number of drugs have been withdrawn. So this is what we are facing. So industry also is facing this innovation deficit, and I feel that the innovation resources can be generated or can be obtained from Indian knowledge. And therefore, Professor Mahadevan, what you mentioned about IPR is extremely important. Protecting that is very, very important, and that's what TKDL is doing, and I'm sure my colleague will talk about it. The last point I want to make, because I don't want to really go on talking about it, I personally am convinced that although I don't belong to a typical Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, what we call it as, I think they are distributed all over. They are distributed all over, be it science, be it social science, be it humanities, whatever classification you want to make, our sciences are much profound. And we also talk about something going beyond sciences. So for example, if you want to do research on yoga, and if you use whatever methods are known to you, now how do you really study prana, for example, in your laboratory? So we'll have to invent new methodology. The epistemology sensitive methodology development itself is more important. And knowing all this, or recognizing all the value of Bharatiya Gyan Parampara and the contributions which have come from India, in terms of the traditional knowledge systems. Recently, World Health Organization has selected India to establish Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar, where India's first Ayurvedic university was established. And because of Prime Minister Modi's great leadership, WHO Director General Tedros came personally here, spent 3 days in India, and inaugurated that center. I am assigned as India lead for this new upcoming Global Center for Traditional Medicine with investments of $250 million commitment from Government of India. So this speaks of Government of India's commitment and seriousness to look at our own knowledge systems and promote it as global good. And as some of the previous speakers also said, this is not only for India. This is for world, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That's what Prime Minister mentioned about it when he was inaugurating the Global Center. So there is a tremendous scope to do research if we want to get leadership. Today in science, we don't have, frankly, leadership. Professor Mahadevan, you may have studied this, whether in science, medicine, definitely not, Means what Charak Sushrut Vagbhat may have done, beyond that, is in modern medicine, we hardly have contributed anything in terms of real discoveries. So, if we want to take a global leadership, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara is probably the best choice which we have, and we are so lucky that we are born in the country. Scientists, I would say that, and I am a biology student. At that time, biotechnology term was just emerging, and genomics was just emerging. And I hypothesized that Vat, Pitta, Kapha, had genetic connotation. And some of our work we could show by using single gene initially and later on whole genome sequencing that there are gene signatures for each of the Prakriti. And the entire new discipline has emerged called Ayu genomics, wherein CSIR has invested quite a lot, and IJIB, CSIR Institute, is now doing a lot of work in that. So these few examples, or IUSoft, a new software which we have created out of using 25,000 sutra, using their logic and creating a decision support software with collaboration with CDAC. These are the examples which show us that there is a tremendous leadership potential, scientific leadership potential, and India can really do very well if we look at our own system. And again, like all others have given caution, I would say that we should really refrain from a syndrome, which I call it, I have written that statement in my own paper, refrain from self-pride and past glory syndrome, because that will come in our way, and that all of the other speakers also have contributed. And youngsters, I was so happy to meet some of the interns who voluntarily, Delhi University, have taken, IKS internship. We should inspire them. And I'm going to appeal the universities, like this Rishiud University people are there. Rishiud University people, you should really encourage students to take internship and incentivize them. If for other subjects they are getting 1 credit, you should give them 1.5 credit if somebody chooses to work on Indian knowledge system. We have to encourage in such fashion more and more young people to come in. I was so happy to also listen to Veda mantras when I came here. It created such a good environment. We did not really become. So one of my white American friend said that, and I'll just quote him and end my talk. He said that I have traveled all over the world. I have interacted with most of the cultures, But I have seen India is the only country probably, Not only has 2 names, Bharat and India. Why, I don't know. But he said that this country, educated elite, that's what the term he used. Professor Shivana said, educated elite. He said that in your country, they take pride in ridiculing your own culture. And I started reflecting and thinking, and I said that what a good observation from an outsider has come. He was so true. I'm sure TK, Indian Knowledge System Network, will grow, and I congratulate Dr. Ganti Murthy and the entire team for this great effort. I wish you all the best, and I hope that many more universities, many more education and research institutes will join to strengthen our basic research and innovative research base by using our own knowledge system. Namaskar, Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Professor Patwardhanji. Few of the points that he mentioned to look at, we should ask, what one of the US presidents said, ask not what your country has done for you, what you have done for the country. So each of us in our discipline, we should ask what we have done, what research we have done in IKS, rather than asking who is doing research in IKS in my subject. Thank you so much for making that point. And also, you said that do not limit IKS to only sources of knowledge, Indian sources of knowledge or languages. In fact, you'll be very happy to know that we actually accept research proposals in all Bharatiya Bhashas in our IKS division, and we review them in all Bharatiya Bhashas, at least the ones in the 8th schedule right now. And then the point that you mentioned about the innovation deficit and how we are not even able to come up with few drug molecules in the last 20 years is a big, big challenge for the humanity, and especially with all the superbugs that are coming up and new diseases that are coming up. And that's, I think, one of the big things that we have to go and become the knowledge power. And then it is not just about science, it is much, much more profound and beyond science. Thank you so much for making all those points. And then I would like to invite Dr. Tessie Thomas for her remarks, please. Thank you.
All the panel members and all members present here, very good morning to all. On academic research, when we start thinking of the days where Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, way back in 1980s or 75, he started thinking about having an indigenous guided missile program, development program. That was the time when we didn't have neither technology nor the industrial capability like infrastructure facilities. Nothing was there within our country. We had over and above the technology denial because of strategic systems. But he took, as a visionary leader, the leadership in taking the challenge of developing these systems within the country. Like a thought process of today, Honorable Prime Minister talks about the Atmanirbharta. With that vision, the technology development, where missile technologies of different surface-to-surface missile and against anti-tank, 5 different class of missiles will taken up. But I joined by 1985, so I know the start of the getting involved into the technology development. We didn't have within our DRDO labs even the computational capabilities. If you have to run a fluid dynamics computation which needs more, we have to run into academic institutions like IICs and IITs and all. So, but then later on the facilities were brought up within DRDO, and we taken a challenge where the knowledge is also not known to it. There is a total technology gap, knowledge gap, learning, and then making things happen. That was the job given to us. So the importance of academic research, that's what I want to highlight. And with all the experts all across the country put together working for this type of systems that made today, after 30 years or 25 years onwards, we can say that we have systems of world class. We have mastered in missiles technology, and today we even have fighter aircrafts. If you take the LCA program, that also started with no knowledge base having across us, but all the experts within the country put together along with the academic institutions. I can say a few names: IIC, IIT, IITs all across, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Kanpur, then Jadavpur University. There are many of the institutions, aeronautical institutions, aerospace institutions, which has collaborated and taken up the bridging the gap of the knowledge, and that is how things could happen. Now today, if you look at, we have put in the NEP 2020, where students should get the capability to or get trained to the new advanced technology areas, and like artificial intelligence, cognitive computing, quantum computing. There's no smart materials. There are a lot of areas. With respect to that, DRDO has taken up 5 young scientist laboratories. These are only run by directors of these laboratories are also less than 35 years, and they have taken up 5 topics. That's again artificial intelligence, quantum computing, asymmetric technologies, cognitive technologies, smart materials, and things like that. So the most advanced technology areas are given importance. It's again the call from our Honorable Prime Minister. So this, with this, DRDO has put in all the efforts to include academia as part of every research activities. And starting on what I mentioned, the computational fluid dynamics, system engineering, composite structures, and for Agni class of systems, we first time developed the composite materials were used for composite casing. Weight reduction capability was 1:40% reduction, which gives an enhancement of range capability. 1 kg means I get a range capability of 5 kilometers extra. So that type of material research, so many areas has been taken up, and DRDO has taken initiatives to have set up Center of Excellence at various universities all across, from Jammu to Mizoram, and all across this whole spread of our institutions has been established with the world-class Center of Excellence. And from NEP, the students should get training in our 4 pillars of innovation and research, or the knowledge, like R&D labs, the academia, institutions, and industry, as well as the startups. So if we are able to have youngsters today as entrepreneurs or startups, they are all coming out of the academy and then institutions and taking up this job. More and more capable students, talented students should come up from our NEP 2020 program, so that we get an industry ready or a research ready students who can bring in our Indian knowledge system based innovations and make our country proud. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those very inspiring words, and then also the how exemplary work remains beyond even after somebody passes away. Professor Dr. our Honorable previous President Abdul Kalam ji, and how his vision was there. So I think her message was, one of your message was to be the visionaries. So I think we should, academic research, we should really think of making sure that we enable visionaries to take the research to the fruition, and then that can happen with the synergy between the academic research and different organizations, and especially focused on DRDO is, for example, doing those in 5 research areas, and I really like that thing, 1 kg gives you 5 kilometers extra range, good to know that, and 4 pillars on for R&D labs, academia, preparing students for getting into R&D through the training in R&D labs, academia, industry, and startup, so that they can be industry ready and research ready. Thank you so much for those comments, and I would now like to invite Professor M.D. Srinivas ji to make his remarks.
Namaskar. It's a great honor to join this celebration of Bharatiya Gyan by AICTE on the sacred occasion of the 75th anniversary of India's independence. And I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity, Professor Murthy especially. Well, first a small comment on the way we are characterizing Indian knowledge, Bharatiya Gyan. The word Indian knowledge system and the word Indian knowledge systems have, both these phrases have been used. We don't hear of Western knowledge system or Greek knowledge system or American knowledge system. I mean, we know of Western knowledge, Greek knowledge, Egyptian knowledge. So, Bharatiya Gyan. If we use Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, Indian knowledge traditions, maybe some people may not like to associate the word tradition with Bharatiya Gyan. Maybe it may sound as if we are talking of something that is ancient, something that's not current enough or that's not future-oriented enough. But knowledge system, if we use it in singular, generally it is taken to mean the corpus of Indian knowledge, the entire corpus of Indian knowledge. The word knowledge system is used very often. And if it's used in plural, knowledge systems, it normally is used to mean different streams of Indian knowledge like astronomy or medicine or things like that. Now, we don't see this word. System is, in Hindi it is vyavastha or tantra. So, that doesn't convey systematized knowledge as such, shastra as we call it. So, we have to think about how we are going to characterize and discuss Indian knowledge. Just I am putting it before Chamuji. Pranali I found means also pratha in one meaning and also tantra or vyavastha in another. So, it's best to talk of Indian knowledge and disciplines of Indian knowledge, streams of Indian knowledge. This would be my humble suggestion. Now, 200 years ago in 1823, Rajaram Mohan Rai, a very great scholar and a great patriot, wrote a letter to Lord Amherst, the then Governor General. If there are a few students still around, I would like them to Google and read this letter. That will bring to them very graphically the way our current situation, how we have reached here today in 2022. Rajaram Mohan Rai said, amongst various things, the British were planning to endow a large amount as per the 1813 Charter Act for Indian education. And Rajaram Mohan Rai said that there is some talk that they want to set up a Sanskrit college and a college of Arabic, and this will be waste of money. Sanskrit knowledge has kept this country in darkness for ages. What we want is modern European knowledge. He spoke about Bacon, etc., and said that we need to employ European teachers to teach us European knowledge in English. So all this was there, and Macaulay's Minute is just a copy of all this. This is not to blame the great Rajaram Mohan Rai. That was the state of slavery, of dasyata, that we had been reduced after 60-70 years of British rule in Bengal, that within 15 years about a third of the population got decimated due to a so-called famine, which was actually mismanagement. But 18th century and 19th century were still flourishing periods for Indian knowledge. There is a lot of documentation on that. India was leading exporter of textiles in the world in late 18th century. Indian steel was highly praised by British observers. England didn't have any great method or even a large-scale production of iron and steel at that time. Our agriculture production was larger. Navya Nyaya was flourishing in Navadvip, which seemed to have had 700 teachers and 6,000 scholars in 1700, and about half of it even there in 1800. Astronomy, the Lee Gentill who came to Pondicherry saw that the Indian, that was in 1767, that they could calculate the eclipses as accurately as that could be done by De La Haye's tables. We knew infinite series as Charles Wish documented in 1835. So, Indian knowledge systems were flourishing. If I use the word Indian knowledge system, all disciplines of Indian knowledge were flourishing in 18th century. And over the next 100 years, all these got eclipsed. And we are today in a situation where we are sort of, our all higher learning institutions of higher learning and even our school education, we are not discussing any aspects of Indian knowledge in a systematic, serious manner. And occasional references to Indian past, Indian knowledge, If it is adulatory in one way, it will be followed by another sentence which raises questions on the validity of that knowledge, or on the wrong social system in which it was practiced, or that the knowledge was limited to few, or whatever. And we are going from there to a new situation, gladly, in the 75th year of independence. With the last 2 years of debate on new education policy, we have started a movement of Indian knowledge, bringing it into academia. The national education policy has made it the anchor. It says that the Indian knowledge forms the central sort of pillar around which all our policy pronouncements go. And they say it should be studied, it should be researched, it should be taught at all levels of our schools and colleges. And that's a huge thing. We have maybe 2 crore students studying at all levels of schools and, I'm sorry, it's about 10 crore students studying at all levels of schools and colleges, about 2 crore students studying in colleges. Just imagine if all of them knew something about Aryabhata, Brahmagupta, Charaka, etc. The India future will be very, very different in it. Our youth would be very different. Now about research. Now we have saddled with another serious problem. It's not just the British stopped the growth of indigenous learning. There was a flourishing education system in 19th century all over India, very well documented by Dharampalji. And there was something called modern scholarship, modern study of ancient India, including its sciences, etc. In some sense, it started in 1784 with William Jones' Asiatic Society. So whatever we know about ancient India is now through this glass of modern European Indology, to which a large number of Indians have contributed wonderfully from 19th century onwards. But they have not been able to dissociate themselves from the available framework. So what we have is a mix of this. Great contribution, I'd say in astronomy or mathematics. So in whole of 19th century, the source texts of India, about half a dozen were translated and about 20 were studied. But in post-independence era, 300 texts have been edited and 40 have been translated. So a lot of work has been done. But we do not know at what point we are in. Have we made an assessment of how much do we know about our own knowledge as modern Indians, even those Indians who are deeply involved in the study of Indian knowledge. Say about 50 years ago, in 1971, Indian National, I'll take about 3-4 more minutes. So Indian National Science Academy published what is called the Concise History of Indian Science. A very wonderful volume. Even today, it's one of the standard references we can ask somebody, a student, to read, because there are no other. I mean, Professor Mahadevan will soon come up with some kind of such textbook also, I hope. It does not have the name of Kerala school, Madhava. This was the situation in 1971. Today, the national education policy mentions the name of Madhava along with Aryabhata, Brahmagupta, Bhaskaracharya, etc. But his name was relatively unknown or almost unknown in 1971. Similarly, we all know about the Dhruvatara, and all Indologists created the great ruckus in 19th century and in 20th century, saying Indians are looking at wrong place for Dhruvatara. There was no star at the location of the North Celestial Pole for nearly 3,500, 4,000 years, till about 1600 of the Common Era. From 1600 of the Common Era, the celestial pole is close to what we call as the, today call as the Dhruvatara. It's the Alpha Ursa Minoris. But then it was discovered that in Taittiriya Aranyaka, there is a reference to Dhruva, Abhaya Dhruva, and it's a part of a Shinshumara constellation. The 14 stars are mentioned in Taittiriya Aranyaka. Then the Brahmanda Purana goes to it and explains all this. And observationally, these 14 stars and this Shimshumara constellation is what is called Draconis. And the celestial pole was at this Abhaya Dhruva in 2800 before the Common Era. Though this was a problem which all Indians were posed, it was only in 2007 or 8 when Professor Iyengar brought it out in detail in a couple of articles, that we have this evidence, an observational evidence in the Taittiriya Aranyaka, in the Vedic corpus, of a phenomenon which can definitely be dated unambiguously to around 2800 BCE, but our historians have yet to take note of it. We are all still arguing on linguistics basis about the ancientness of our text, etc. Maybe the Taittiriya Aranyaka itself might have been composed 1000 years later, but the fact that it was observed, and that observation goes back to 2800, is extremely significant. And I am not saying that Taittiriya Aranyaka was composed 1000 years later. It might very well have been composed in 2008. So, what I was trying to say was that our knowledge about Indian knowledge is growing, and it's growing leaps and bounds in relation to the respect that we pay to it, the confidence that we have it, the seriousness with which we look at it, not merely by looking for pride or glorification. What it needs is serious examination, and examining it with respect, and with a zeal that we devote to all explorations in modern knowledge. So how do we do this research? Because we are saddled with the opinions of modern scholarship on our Indian knowledge, and we seriously want to update it, know all about it, teach it in our universities, and then also really get the great value that it has the potential for innovation, for exploration. So for that we have to do, I think, a very serious exercise. So we have made a beginning, I would say. So if AICT attends to 20 lakh engineering students, I hope in 5 years they would get some introduction to Indian knowledge through the efforts of, like Professor Mahadevan's book or things like that. So if the Ministry of Education is bringing in, I hope in 5 years all our school textbooks will have something much more serious in content. But about research, it's even more serious job. In astronomy, some rough estimate I made, we have some 30,000 manuscripts pertaining to mathematical astronomy and mathematics, of which, they correspond to some 9,000 works, source texts. Only, as I said, about some 400, 450 have been edited, of which about 50 have been translated, and even smaller number would have been analyzed for its technical content, because it's difficult to get modern experts of mathematics and astronomy to be seriously interested to look into these texts, even when they are translated or made available. This will be similar in all other disciplines. This Tamil University 25 years ago, 30 years ago, they published a union catalog of Tamil manuscripts. And that was about 21,000 manuscripts all over the world. Majority of them in India, only about 2,000 abroad. Of them, 15% or 3,000 pertain to medicine. The names of all these manuscripts and the locations are given. But which is the organization in India which is to start even making what is called a descriptive catalog, that is, look at the manuscript and write 2 paragraphs on what it may contain. Let alone, we talk of digitalization using modern technology and all that, that's all fine. But the human intervention that is needed of our scholars, it is 100 times more primary than the technologies that we may bring in. But the technologies are also important. They are extremely important for preservation, for optical character recognition. And I am sure right now, with the thrust given in new education policies on bringing in modern technology in a significant way as an aid to the development of all our Indian languages with the efforts of Professor Chamu Shastri and others, I am sure the situation of last 30 years is going to change in the next 5-10 years. But human intervention is also important. Say the last great Tamil lexicon was published in 1917 or something like that by a team of 20 great Tamil scholars. We have not updated it. This is not a job for computers. Computers will come in great help if we have the appropriate number of scholars with zeal also associated with it. This is not just a job for modern scholars, nor for traditional Tamil Pandits. It's a job which has to be done together. We are all together in this. We have to convince each other about the value and worth of what we are bringing into the table and work out a cooperative mechanism. So there are many such thoughts I would like to share, But for the benefit of students, I would like to conclude. So there is a large path of research that lies ahead for us before we can confidently say we have comprehended our Indian knowledge traditions. And that is not just for self-pride or glorification of the past. That is for restoring creativity. That is for restoring innovation. Because this transfer of knowledge that we had for 200 years in an alien language, including even the systems in which those knowledge is created, in institutions in which those knowledge are taught. I mean, University of London was the model for Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta universities in 1857. So this has blunted our innovation and creative capacity. And this has pushed away a large part of Indians who are not familiar with English, 95% as it was talked yesterday, from being partners, from being even listeners to what we are discovering, what we are understanding about India itself. So I am sure that paying attention to Indian knowledge in its all aspects, bringing in scholars, looking at all the sources. There are 90,000 inscriptions of which only 20,000 have been edited. And we are still editing the inscriptions of 1915 in the annual research on epigraphy. So all these are there. These are basically matter for scholars, but it's for the scholars to approach the governments and the authorities to see that systems and facilitations are created. And in this great atmosphere of exuberance around Indian knowledge that I'm seeing in the last 1 year, I'm sure all of us will strive very hard to make not only research, but teaching of Indian knowledge a very successful enterprise, and by that restore the genius of our civilization. And you can see a resurgent Indian civilization in a couple of decades would be my grand dream. Thank you very much. Sorry for
Thank you so much for those very enlightening words. And few of the things that you said, I mean, one of the examples that I use with my students is a 2 hour of search in a library will save you two months of laboratory time. So understanding what is available first is a first step to understand the broad canvas of this whole Indian knowledge systems that we have. And so therefore it is very important for us to know what is existing. And then the point that you made about digitizing manuscripts and then making them available on one, and then connecting that with what Professor Bhushan Patwardhanji was saying, that we should be researching these texts pertaining to our own disciplines. I think these 2 points, when you think about it, they really brings out the need for us to engage with all the knowledge that is existing, and then especially looking into the manuscripts, and then the situation is honestly pathetic. We have more than 5 million manuscripts, and less than 0.1 or 0.01% have actually been looked at. And did you know that until 1907, all the Indians were being taught and said that we learned political science from the West? But then in 1907, a manuscript was published from the Mysore Oriental Research Library by a librarian after painstaking efforts, and that was the Kautilya's Arthashastra. It was a lost manuscript. Who knows what are the other kinds of manuscripts that are there, and who is going to look at it? And then the important point I think Professor M.D. Srinivasji was making, and then Professor Patwardhanji was also making, is that it is not about language. These are all technical texts, highly specialized texts, and these need experts, subject experts to look at them. Just because I learned English and I can read Shakespeare's plays, I cannot claim that I will understand a textbook on quantum mechanics which is in English. Similarly is the situation with all these manuscripts, because just because they're in Sanskrit, you don't understand, we should not assume that they will be understood by Sanskrit scholars. Sanskrit is the medium, but then the technical texts are actually in very technical language that have their own vocabularies, their own jargons, and their own methods in which they do approach these subjects. So I think thank you very much for bringing out those points. And then I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Vijayalakshmi ji, to make her comments.
Namaskar. Thank you, Professor Murthy, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and a very good day to all the dignitaries present on the dais and of the dais and my friends. My job has been made very easy from the plenary speaker's introduction to the traditional medicine, and also from what Professor Murthy has spoken about. So I'll take it on from there, because traditional knowledge digital library that I'm going to speak about today is something, it attempts to make some of the efforts in the direction that Professor Srinivas was talking about. So taking on from there, this effort that I'm talking about, that is a traditional knowledge digital library, is an effort which is made by the government of India. This started about 2 decades ago, and this basically involves digitization of Indian systems of medicine. This includes Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, more recently Sova Rigpa, and also the practices of yoga. So while this is what TKDL is about, an introduction, or maybe a little going back to the history of how we started this work, that also was basically, Professor Murthy gave some introduction to that when he spoke about the patents on, the fungicidal properties of neem. Where we started was way back in 1995, when the Haldi patent for the wound healing properties was granted in the USPTO. So while we are talking about instances of where, we as Indians are not, giving the due recognition and respect to our Indian systems of medicine, or, Indian knowledge system, basically, here were instances where, a foreign person, a person from a different country was interested in that knowledge and gaining rights over it. And that's the point of starting point for TKDL, where we realized that what we have been taking for granted all these years, all the information that we already had in our ancient texts, that was already practiced in our homes, and suddenly all this was in danger, of being patented or misappropriated, in a sense that somebody else would gain rights over that, and in effect we would lose rights over those things. So that was the starting point when CSIR started this effort. And while this was the wake-up call, we had begun this work in 2001, basically. We started with the system of Ayurveda, primarily in the beginning. So what Traditional Knowledge Digital Library does is this, when I'm calling this a digitization, it is not really a digitization in terms of, scanning or a translation that the texts are just converted into English. What we're doing here is a knowledge conversion. How we have done this is that we have created an in-house software application. We have an interdisciplinary team. We are talking again and again of interdisciplinary, this because it's very important here. As Professor Srinivas also said, it is not enough, or that we have the language experts, or that the information is available in languages that we understand. All this work has to be done by a person who is a domain expert. So what we have with us in the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library unit is we have doctors of Indian system of medicine. We have IT experts with us who manage the IT infrastructure. We have patent experts, basically because this particular TKDL was started with an intention to prevent misappropriation of Indian traditional knowledge through wrong grant of patents at patent offices abroad. This was happening rampantly at the time when we began. So the idea was to stop that. So what we have here is an interdisciplinary team. And as I speak to you, even as on today, although I'm talking about this Haldi patent, which was granted way back in 1995, we still come across instances of Indian traditional knowledge, or at least the Indian systems of medicine, that is the traditional medicines, being patented abroad. We still have a team of patent experts who keep looking into the various patent office sites to see what are the applications which relate to Indian traditional knowledge, and we file what is called as third-party observations or pre-grant oppositions to tell them that, see, we know all this information, it is already there in our texts. But one of the primary reasons, as we understand why this information is getting patented abroad, why is it so that when we have it, so many ancient texts, and so much of codified information in our traditional systems of, for instance, I'm talking about medicine here, so I'll stick to that particular aspect of IKS. So why is it that we are having these instances of patenting abroad? One primary reason is we have so many languages, the books are written in so many languages, they are not accessible, they are not understandable by patent examiners abroad. They would understand it only if that is written in English or in one of the official languages that they understand. So this question of language, although it is important here when I speak about, we getting across the information to a patent examiner abroad, this applies maybe to research also here. Because as Professor Srinivas said, it is not enough that this information is there. It has to come across to our students and researchers. They should be able to understand this information to even take it up as a base subject for carrying on research in further with that. So while we convert this information in TKDL, what we are doing is a knowledge conversion, as I mentioned. So when we are converting the information, as we know, all our ancient texts, they do not express the information in modern parlance. It is not as if a today's scientist who's studying in a modern context will be able to understand what is written in a Ayurveda text, even if he is trained in Ayurveda. Okay, so we have this, that the information that we are having, we have a large team of national experts. What we do is convert that information in modern terminologies. Like for instance, the plants are not written as, say, ashwagandha. What we do is we convert it into the botanical name as it is known today. So that information is there. Besides the diseases and all the action of those particular herbal products, the herbo-mineral products, or even the, it contains a large number of even animal products. So all these things are converted into modern terminologies, as a person who is trained in modern medicine would understand. So that is a kind of knowledge conversion that takes place in TKDL. So what TKDL does is not just, bridges the gap between ancient terminology and the modern terminology. What it also does is, it being a database where all systems of medicine are present, it even brings that, the correlation between the various systems of medicine. That is the advantage of what the work that we have been doing here. And as I told you, there are huge number of project staff who are involved in this work. At any given point of time, we have an interdisciplinary team of close to 100 people who are working on this. And when I say that we started this work way back 20 years, okay, we recognize that this gap existed 20 years ago also. It was started as a project between the CSIR and the Ministry of Ayush and continues till today. And what we have covered in the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, right now it is all codified information from the texts of Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Suva, Rigpa, and Yoga. So about 400 texts we have covered, and there are about 4,20,000 formulations which are there in this particular traditional knowledge database. Okay, so when we talk about why we're talking about here, like they have set the stage for, research, academic research. So when you talk about academic research, now we have source material. TKDL is one instance. TKDL, I'm afraid, is available only to patent examiners as of now. It is not an open database. There were some apprehensions in the beginning when we started, putting this database, that there would be, it would cause more misappropriation rather than what was happening at that point of time. So whereas now it is available only to patent offices, that is 14-day patent offices through non-disclosure agreements, any such source of information that is which relates to traditional knowledge and which is prepared in such a structured and manner in which it is searchable, it is, you can retrieve information from that, you can even use AI on such databases, would be very useful as a starting point for research. So whereas TKDL may not be at this point of time, open, we are making efforts, because this is governed by a cabinet note that is which says that we can now at present only allow patent examiners to see it. But in future, there are efforts that this would be available for furthering and advancing research too. Okay, so when we also talk about research here in the context of NEP, I think R&D with this knowledge can inspire new drug discovery, it can catalyze research, integrate domain-specific practices in the country, which is, of course, envisaged in the national education policy. So a source of IKS information, not just TKDL, will have the potential to drive innovation. It can draw synergy between the current knowledge that is integrating and co-opting current information, S&T information with the ancient texts. Only a cautionary note here would be that while we are talking about traditional knowledge, traditional information, what I spoke about is the codified knowledge. But traditional knowledge or even the systems of medicine that I speak about is not just codified information. There is a lot of information out there in manuscripts. As Professor Murthy said, much of it is not even touched. I have been to the Oriental Mysore library with stacks of manuscripts lying around. And there are just a handful of people who can even translate or understand what is written in those manuscripts. And they're all lying around. Basically, they do not have the resource or the manpower to convert that information into something that would be readable and understandable by someone today. Okay, so when we talk about such information, it is oral traditional knowledge. That's also a vast amount of knowledge. And like Professor Murthy said, what I spoke about is as a defensive protection that TKDL gives. That is, stops people from taking patents on Indian traditional knowledge. But although when we talk about this, as an Indian Patent Act, when you talk about, there is, you cannot take a patent on traditional knowledge per se. This is not permitted. But innovation in using this as a source material, any sort of innovation on information which fulfills the criteria, say that it is novel, inventive, and capable of industrial applicability, that is patentable, okay? We do see instances, several instances of valid patents. Although I'm talking about patents where we invalidate using the information that is evidence from TKDL, but there are valid patents. Valid patents, why? Because they are innovations over the information that is already available. So that is perfectly acceptable. So when we, to conclude, which I was talking about the cautionary thing over here, that is because when we talk about traditional knowledge, this is associated with livelihoods and, of communities who are practitioners, users, and of such information. So when we take up any kind of research on traditional knowledge, this has to be done in an ethical manner with the due recognition of the rights of people so that without affecting those things or even, sharing the necessary benefits with that community, research has to be done in that ethical fashion. That is an important point that I want to put here. And the National Education Policy envisages a National Research Foundation for funding the research in this area. That's a very good thing because these domains where we are talking about traditional knowledge or, traditional medicine, there are several areas which even include not just the kind of research that we're talking about. It could include validation, verification. A lot of laboratories, even in CSIR, are working on this. So there is a lot of things to do here. And the National Research Foundation funding would go a long way in helping this kind of research. So on this positive note, I wish to thank all of you for a very kind, patient listening. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much for enlightening us on what TKDL is doing to protect our traditional knowledge. And I'm glad that you mentioned it is not just the codified knowledge, but also the other traditional orally passed traditions, especially the tribal traditions that are there, where tribal medicines and all, those are all very invaluable traditions that we have to protect. Because if you think about even artisans, I always think about a small artisan, let's say working in some kind of a remote village, practicing their art. And what happens if that technology is put up on the web and somebody, some other country takes it up and produces it at 1/5 the price with their massive subsidies, and then what happens to the livelihood of these? And we have actually seen examples of that with Banarasi saris, for example. And thank you so much for being that defensive shield, at least in the medicine, this thing. And then I'm glad that you mentioned about the point about the need for the interdisciplinary collaborations, because we need to convert the knowledge into the modern terms and essentially so that they can talk. Essentially, we can read the text and understand them, and that again points to that point about need for scholars, subject experts to look into these texts. And then it's still unfortunate that it is still continuing, but that again puts a greater responsibility on each of us to make sure that we engage and help strengthen our country's efforts to protect our traditional knowledge and through the efforts of this TKDL library and all that. And I would like to invite Professor Shantanu Roy, who will bring the perspective from an IIT. He's a Dean of Academic Affairs there, and I would like to invite him to make his remarks.
Namaskar, and thank you, Professor Murthy and IKS for inviting me here for this session. I would not actually directly talk about IKS because many speakers have talked about it before me, and the panelists on the dais are eminent experts in it, as well as many here in the audience. I have had the fortune of managing academic affairs at IIT Delhi for a while, about 3 years now, and prior to that, I was also a Associate Dean of Academics. So I have a little bit of experience in how to make these things work on the ground. And so what I will try to share with the audience, august audience present here, is some of my thoughts. I've also discussed it with our current director, Professor Angan Banerjee, who actually should have been here, but because of some engagement, he could not come today. And other eminent senior professors in our institute. And I was glad to see my colleague, Professor Nomesh Bolia, here in the session before me. In fact, he made my job easier because a lot of things I was going to talk about was, he already kind of gave you a preview of that. So what I'll really try to talk about is how do we need to facilitate our existing academic systems so that the provisions envisioned in the NEP 2020, specifically with the idea of furthering Indian knowledge systems, or what might be called Indian knowledge systems. I think it was brilliantly highlighted that we really have an ocean of knowledge, and to really classify it within political borders is perhaps not doing it justice. It needs to get a much higher pedestal than that, and that was eminently shared before me. So what I'll talk about is what are those low-hanging fruits, that's the term that Nomesh used, so that this becomes easier to operationalize, and what kind of facilitation may be essential and experimental, what kind of experimentation we might need to do. So I think one important point regarding academic research in our higher educational institutions is that it involves students, which is the large community of people we really want to educate. India is a very young country. We will be having a much larger population of students entering our institutions and then eventually our workforce in coming years. And so therefore, I think we need to start, I know there was a parallel session on this, we need to start at the school level, right? So the preparedness for higher education in terms of IKS subjects is absolutely essential. We cannot put the onus only on higher educational institutions because they take a raw material which is at least partially shaped. I'm talking about all our young students. And unless they have an appreciation of Indian knowledge system at the school level, you cannot just inject it into them suddenly, while I think the higher education institutions have to do their part, but it has to be part of a continuum. And indeed, the NEP does, it does talk about that continuum in a very substantial way. So all I'm suggesting is that we need to kind of align that with the need for Indian knowledge systems. Which basically brings me to the point that there's a need to formally define school-level curricula around IKS. And this must therefore be rolled out in every school in the country, no matter which, in urban areas or rural areas and so on. And so for that, we need to build a culture of appreciation of IKS and allow students, young students, school students, secondary school and higher secondary school students, to explore IKS in the context of the 21st century mindset. I think that is very, very essential. This young generation of students who go to schools today are being hammered with Facebook and internet and all kinds of devices. And that is the reality. And rather than opposing it, I think it should be used in the favor of promoting our ancient knowledge systems as well as our medieval and even modern knowledge systems. I mean, so it's not that we should look at classifying knowledge. It should actually be a continuum with the students learn through all these different modalities, right? And So therefore, it is important that IKS becomes a part of the school curriculum in a formal way. There has to be a subject around it which students have to study. I think that is very, very essential in my view. And also, I'm just sharing the view, echoing views of some of my senior colleagues. Therefore, it has to become the mainstream in the school curricula. And therefore, also, perhaps, maybe I'm talking ahead, it should be actually part of the selection processes into the higher educational institutions. So student has to achieve certain credits. It could be in terms of innovation, it could be in terms of subjects taken, it could be in terms of scholarships, to be considered favorably in the higher education admission process. Otherwise, it'll always be something in the fringe, and I think we really need, it's time we get out of that thinking. And therefore, we need to view IKS as an objective body of knowledge. We want to do it because we knew many things in the past. They've left undiscovered. The speaker before me very eminently spoke about manuscripts just lying and not actually getting to the fore. That all has to happen in terms of the actual formal instruction that students receive in the schools, and that it blends seamlessly into modern knowledge systems, if I were to use that term in a loose manner. Whatever the students are learning today, of course, should continue. It should improve, like all knowledge does, but that Indian knowledge system should become an inherent part of that, even at the school level. So now let me come to higher educational curricula. That is basically what, say, IITs are doing, or so are our other higher educational institutions. So now at the school level, we've already given a firm grounding to IKS. It now becomes a natural progression and gets into higher educational curricula, right? Therefore, IKS should be made a core component, and I'm highlighting this, that it is absolutely essential for every student to take it. The choice of what to take, whether a student studies Vastu or music or traditional art or sciences or economics in ancient India is a secondary question. That should be left to the choice of the students and the concerned programs and the institutions. I think very important point that Nomesh made in his remarks in the previous session was important to nudge, not force. Forcing never works in academic environments. It has to be a nudge, but the environment has to get created. And it is, I think, the onus lies on us to create that environment. You know that all students at higher education do a compulsory course in environmental sciences. It's a requirement. Why not a similar thing for Indian knowledge systems? What you do is your choice, but something in IKS should happen. Lot of learning actually happens outside of classrooms. And it is important, therefore, that whatever learning happens outside of classrooms in the context of IKS also needs to be facilitated. It cannot purely be instruction-based. Instruction is very important, but students, we've all been students, and I see students all around me, telling them that go to this course and get these credits and get a good grade in that is part of the story. But a lot of them are excited by learning things outside the classroom. And I think that is required. It cannot simply be books and lecture material. A lot of it has to be learned by doing, right? And so therefore, we need to use our existing structures to facilitate this. For instance, things like internships. I was delighted to meet 2 students from Delhi University who were working with on IKS as interns. And they've done it on their own voluntary effort, wonderful, but they should also get academic credit out of it. If that happens, a lot of students will follow because it will be part of, say, interest is out there. It is just that they're already busy doing many things of their existing curricula. Unless you make this part of the existing curricula, you're not going to scale with numbers. And I think scaling numbers is essential, particularly because we have a very, very large young population, a population of young students and young people. And therefore, I would say that let's also engage with other things students normally get into, quizzes, outside classroom activities, projects, internships, hackathons. All these modalities should be tapped for spreading IKS subjects and knowledge. This, of course, should become something which is aspirational. I mean, a student gets respect if I win so-and-so hackathon in IKS, right? And that's important not only for the student's sense of self-esteem, but also as a metric towards his or her future career prospects and interests and so on. So that's essential. We already have that in many institutions. The IITs we definitely have. We have a lot of work going on NSS, National Social Service, and so on. A similar vertical around Indian knowledge systems might be proposed. right? We also have very vibrant campus festivals, and I think you've just got to be around to see the level of energy the students have when they organize these things. Why not just make IKS also part of that mainstream exercise? I'm sure you'll have some students who will get excited with it, and over time this scales and becomes a part of their natural discourse. It is not something that is being injected into them artificially. It is something that everybody is interested in. Every student gets exposure to it. We are in the midst of registering and orienting our new batch. This would be a natural process of orientation that, look, these are also very interesting options for you. You should explore them. Of course, if there's scaling, if the number of students involved in it, the public sector and private sector is going to come forward. It is good reasons for them to get engaged in it. So resources then don't become much of a problem. It always goes further. Now let's come to the other part, when the student moves further down into the academic research component, right? So when they start doing master's and PhD level work, I think it's important, I think Nomesh also highlighted the point, that we need to make IKS research mainstream and prestigious, right? So that this is one of the main things that students do. And to do that, it's already happening in the academic institutions. It is nothing new that I'm proposing, but it may not be happening at a critical mass level. We may not be having as many students doing this as we probably need. And so therefore, you need to create mechanisms by how the critical mass builds up, right? And this should perhaps start with the institution of national importance, because other institutions tend to follow, right? So, that is one thing which you should do that. Also that the publication of findings, PhD research or patents and so on, the publication of research must happen in top quality journals. I think that's absolutely essential. I mean, predatory journals, an absolute no-no. It has to be at the top rung. In due course, you could always have international level journals dedicated to particular areas of IKS, so that people from other countries also engage in a very proactive way. But I think there should be no compromise on the quality of work that gets published. There is also a question of visibility on campuses. So, a large research center comes out in IIT Delhi. We have a large entity funded by DRDO. You see that all the time. Any student or any faculty member or staff member walking around would see that center, and you know that then DRDO is doing something very serious on campus. That visibility is important. It is not only the work that goes on inside the building or maybe in particular spaces, but just the fact that an important organization like DRDO and an important organization like IIT Delhi are working together on something inspires people to get into this. And I think a similar structure around IKS is required. Resources are required for this. But if you have a good plan, I think resources will come. I don't think that is so much of a issue. And finally, I would say again on the same idea of kind of making this prestigious to do this kind of work, and that people actually aspire for it in a very big way. There are a lot of schemes already in operation in Government of India. The PMRF scheme is one, the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship. It offers a premium fellowship for students who actually demonstrate the merit to get there. So something along those lines for IKS topics and subjects can be easily done, because you already have the template. It is not like you have to rethink how to do it. It's already operational for several years now. IIT Delhi coordinated it for 2 years. Now it's with IIT Madras. So something similar along the lines of PMRF for IKS subjects would be very, very helpful. It will attract the best talent. It will in turn produce the best kind of research and new knowledge that we need to do. Some other administrative interventions I would argue for. One is a research immersion experience, maybe for a semester or 2 semesters. Nomesh gave some fantastic examples from IIT Bombay. I mean, those are very individual examples, but very good examples. But this can be a much bigger part of things. A lot of students learn soft skills at IITs. This is essentially a way of getting involved with a new area of knowledge. I don't know anything on music, but I might do 1 credit outside my regular curriculum on music. Just a way of getting people involved. And to do this, internships, research immersions, it need not be an institution-based, it can be wider. It can go, anybody, any student who can, can qualify should be allowed to do this. Finally, again, many of our higher education institutions do this already. The NEP also talks about it. We need to have a startup culture and connect this whole thing. We just learned about patents coming out, and patents for processes and products. And some of them, of course, there are ethics issues here and so on, and so this has to be carefully examined. But definitely having a startup fund which promotes technologies coming out of Indian knowledge systems or advancement of Indian knowledge systems would be a very helpful idea. It would actually help complete the cycle of formalizing the knowledge into something useful in terms of processes and patents and so on. Finally, IKS also aligns beautifully with the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. That is also something which a lot of curricula are talking about, whether this should become a compulsory part. I would argue that IKS and SDG should be viewed together. It is really about sustainability, the homogenization of all knowledge into a whole, taking pride in our past, but really looking at the future and seeing how things can develop over time. That will also have the potential of expanding India's soft power overseas. I think that is very essential going forward, that we are viewed as in the traditional view of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I'll just finish now. I'm sorry if I've taken longer, but I can't. When I was thinking about this as to what are the things that our existing framework can allow, and without much tweaking, just with the right intent, I could not help thinking about a poem I read in my childhood, and I apologize for going back to Bangla, which is my mother tongue. But there's a famous poem by Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore called He Mor Chitto, which basically means, oh my mind. I will not recite the whole poem, it will take long, but two lines in that are really compelling, and which basically he talks in this poem about how India has been an ocean of knowledge, how different countries and different cultures and civilization has always contributed to India, and we have been recipients as well as promoters of knowledge. We have assimilated the whole world and so on. And then at one point he says, Dibe ar nibe, milabe milibe, jabe na phire, ei bharoter mohamanober shagoro tire, which basically means that this give and take, this exchange, this blending in philosophy of knowledge from around the world into our own vast ocean of knowledge, this forward growth and progress, not looking back, but really going forward, on the seashores of this great India, where lives the universal human being. So it's a beautiful, kind of summary of what I think the greater intent is. So I'll stop here, and thank you for your attention. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Professor Roy, for making some of those very important points, especially about, you talked about how we need to really engage students in the higher education systems, and then you talked about specifically about internships and hackathons. You'll be very happy to know that we actually have IKS division as part of the Smart India Hackathon, and this year we actually have 5 problem statements that the students are competing, and we are hoping to release the results very soon with a Smart India Hackathon. And then we also have an internship program of the IKS division, where we have currently, in the last 6 months, we have taken about 800 interns. These are all paid internships, working with some of the best scholars in the Indian knowledge systems, blending both the traditional knowledge, Indian knowledge systems, and also their own areas. Then you had talked about PMRF type schemes for promoting high quality research, which I think is something that we very are serious about and will explore and see how we can take that forward. And then you were also talking about research immersion experience with innovation, which I think is really the key if we want to really if we can provide that immersive experience. It's generally very life-changing experience. And having gone through something like that in ISC around 2000, as a young student, I can say that it changes lives, and we really will take those things forward. And I know it is, we are standing between you and lunch, so we'll just a few more minutes, and then we'll try to wind up the session. Before I proceed any further, I would like to see if there are any questions from the audience. Maybe we'll take 1 or 2 questions. Are there any questions from the audience for the panel? Yes.
I was expecting an idea as well as I'm hoping for that. In the thesis written by postgraduates and doctoral students, some element of Indian knowledge system could be added. Maybe research method taking from Nyaya Shastra. It might really help. And in fact, that is the best example it occurs to me in the thesis of postgraduate and doctoral students. So in many ways, means as and when there is a possibility, an element of Indian knowledge system is injected in the thesis of the students, that would spread very well, and all the research students will get an exposure through their professors. Because this is where there is freedom for the student. In the dissertation, a student can write anything, of course, which is acceptable, but then he has got a lot of freedom rather than in the examinations. In the examinations, there is no freedom. But in the dissertation, there is a lot of freedom. Maybe we can try to inject this idea in some way. Thank you.
If I make a comment, thank you so much for that. It's very well thought out suggestion that you have made. And then I may add, you have scooped us. We have been thinking about this, and we were not going to announce it here. We were working on the program. So let me say what that program is that we are working on. We are thinking of what we are calling as dissertation strengthening grants. So where we are thinking of giving a fellowship to some of the select students throughout the country to add a chapter in their PhD dissertation, not changing the topic of what they are trying to do, it will be there, but then add a chapter which relates their research to the Indian knowledge systems, and that could be publishable. And that is something that we are thinking about. But thank you so much. And we are so glad that you have made this suggestion. Thank you so much.
If I can take a few more seconds.
Please.
I happened to write an exam through MBA. I did MBA at late age, but in that there was a question on creativity. Then I took Bhagavad Gita chapter 18, 26 number sloka, where the elements of creativity are there. And those are actually fortunately coinciding with a known academician who wrote about creativity in the textbooks in the Western world, which is there actually in Bhagavad Gita. So in fact, I wrote this answer. So it is just as a creative way of injecting our own knowledge systems into the modern academics.
That could have been a great chapter in your dissertation if you were doing your PhD, and we would have supported you on that.
Yes, sir. In fact, that's also going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So now we don't want to stand between you and your lunch, so I would like to thank the panel. Really, I'm so grateful for all of you and the nuances from Jnana, Vijnana, Prajnana, and also that Professor Patwardhanji talked about, and inspirations from our Honorable President. I can't use enough honorary things for our President Abdul Kalamji that you talked about, and that key things, how we have to work closely with the academic institutions and other government organizations to achieve that Atmanirbharata, as Dr. T.C. Thomasji was talking about. And the fundamental question raised by Professor M.D. Srinivasji, that should we even talk and call this as Indian knowledge systems or Bharatiya Jnana Parampara? Should we just call it as Bharatiya Jnana? And that is something that we'll very seriously take it about. And then Dr. Vijay Lakshmi ji, you had talked about how you are strengthening and you are going to be the shield to protect this knowledge from misappropriation, which is an equally important thing if we want to become the knowledge power. And then Dr. Shantanu Roy ji, you had talked about how we have to bring in some of the unique, innovative things again, like engage in research, immersive experiences for our students and bring about visibility. We have actually established 13 centers of IKS in the last 6 months. We're going to establish more, and there'll be call out. So all those of you, please watch out for those things. And engaging students through, and also promoting them through some things like PMRF type research fellowships that are highly prestigious. These are all very well taken suggestions, and also show the suggestion of introducing, for example, a chapter or something in their dissertation. These are all things that we are thinking about, and I'm so grateful for all of you for sparing time, and thank you so much, and I hope you all have a good lunch and safe travels too. And please, for you all, the lunch is arranged in the for the distinguished speakers and the panelists in the guest house, and everyone else in the second floor of this, so that we don't have overcrowding and all that. With that, namaste, and we'll meet here at 2 o'clock. And I will give it to my Anuradha ji for making few more announcements.
So, namaste. Just wanted to inform the center PIs that we will be doing the distribution of certificates soon after lunch, just before the next session starts. So kindly make sure that you're here, because some of you will be leaving after that. So we'd like to give that to you on stage here. Thank you. We'll meet again at 2 o'clock. We'll try and meet back, please. Thank you.
Came to call you guys. Practice what? Hey, open order for as well. और अम्मा इधर है अंदर ले. इनके पास स्टॉल है इधर. नंबर ड्राइंग बंद हो रही है. That's all done. Give me read. I could have done it. person lost? It's the Shraddha's loss. Yeah, isn't it like Shraddha's loss? Break. Voices. ನೀನೇ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು
was that? You enjoyed?
नहीं साइज असल मेरे पास जो कल आपने साइज किया ना साइज है प्रॉब्लम नहीं है हम और ले सकते हैं This is N. Electrically, and हमारे L देख लो फिर आपको करना है हमें तो चाय भी नहीं हुई
Thank you, sir.
Now,
दोनों हाथ से अपना पानी ऐसे पकड़, फिर एक नीचे एक ऊपर, हाँ हाँ ऐसे।
ये बहुत ज़्यादा मुलायम हो गया है क्योंकि सबने यूज़ किया ना। यही बना
वो रिकॉर्डिंग
छोटी वाली कोई बड़ी वाली मत और ठीक है बड़ी वाली स्मार्ट हो गया हो जाएगा। ये आपके लिए मैं एकदम बता दूँगी आपको। नहीं आपको कटवाना नहीं पड़ेगा, आपका जितना भी है सब पिको वाले से आप पिको करवा 10 रुपये में काम हो जाएगा। नहीं अगर आप सब कर होते तो मैं ला दूँगी
अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लीजिए प्लीज़। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग की तरफ से इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम सेंटर IKS सेंटर का एस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ IKS सेंटर हुआ था और इसकी स्थापना होने के बाद पहली बार सारे IKS सेंटर्स हमारे ऑडिटोरियम के ऊपर फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे उनका स्टॉल लगा हुआ है। जो भी इस क्षेत्र में वो काम कर रहे हैं वो काम का प्रदर्शन और वो किस तरह से वो काम करेंगे वो सब कुछ वो ऊपर बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से उनको वो प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं। उनको एक रिकग्निशन की तौर पे हम भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग भारत सरकार की तरफ से एक सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ रिकग्निशन हम उनको देने वाले हैं। मैं एक एक करके अपने सेंटर के लोगों को आगे बुलाता हूँ। आप कृपया मंच पे आके अपना सेंटर ऑफ रिकग्निशन प्रोफेसर गंटी मूर्ति जी जो नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर है IKS डिवीज़न के, मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूँगा कि वे इस सेंटर को रिकॉग्नाइज करें। चाणक्य यूनिवर्सिटी IKS सेंटर चाणक्य यूनिवर्सिटी, विनय चंद्र जी हमारे साथ है जो चाणक्य यूनिवर्सिटी से है। मैं मूर्ति जी को अनुरोध करूंगा कि सर्टिफिकेट प्रदान करें। जैन यूनिवर्सिटी बैंगलोर, ट्रिनिटी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग, डॉक्टर महेश हमारे साथ है। नुपुर भ्रामरी बैंगलोर, नुपुर भ्रामरी IKS सेंटर, समवित रिसर्च फाउंडेशन IKS सेंटर, समवित रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, IIT BHU, प्रोफेसर रामनाथन जी हमारे साथ है। IIT मद्रास की तरफ से प्रोफेसर आदित्य जी हमारे साथ है। कवि कुलगुरु कालिदास संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी रामटेक, कवि कुलगुरु कालिदास संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी रामटेक की तरफ से पुष्कर जी हमारे साथ है। वास्तु विद्या गुरुकुलम, जोरदार तालियों से इनका अभिनंदन करें, स्वागत करें। अमृता विश्वविद्यापीठम, संपूर्णानंद संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी वाराणसी की तरफ से ट्रांसडिसिप्लिनरी हेल्थ साइंसेस TDU बैंगलोर, and last but not the least Assam University IKS Center। 13 IKS सेंटर्स की स्थापना इस साल भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग की तरफ से सारी देश में हो गई है। नुपुर भ्रामरी सेंटर से प्रोफेसर मनोरमा जी हमारे साथ है, मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगा। We have established 13 IKS centers all over the country in this year and more to come। और कई ऐसे IKS सेंटर्स की स्थापना भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग की तरफ से होने वाली है। मैं इन 13 IKS सेंटर्स को इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम डिवीजन की तरफ से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं, उनको बधाइयाँ देता हूं और उनसे अनुरोध करता हूं कि वो अपना कार्य इसी तरह करते रहे। धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद मूर्ति जी। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। हमारे भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के प्रथा से गुरु को वंदन करके हम इस सत्र की शुरुआत करेंगे। ये सत्र IKS फाउंडेशंस फॉर अभ्युदय इन ऑल फील्ड्स इस पर है। वैशेषिक दर्शन में कहते हैं यतो अभ्युदय निश्रेयस सिद्धि स धर्मः। इस धर्म की परिभाषा में अभ्युदय इस शब्द का वर्णन आया है और इसी अभ्युदय पे हम आज का सत्र आयोजित कर रहे हैं। मैं नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर IKS डिवीजन प्रोफेसर घंटी मूर्ति जी को अनुरोध करूंगा कि हमारे जो डिग्निटरीज हैं उन्हें स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करें। शेफ मंजीत सिंह गिल, प्रेसिडेंट इंडियन फेडरेशन ऑफ क्यूलिनरी एसोसिएशंस IFSCA। पद्मश्री शोभना नारायण, कथक डांसर। मैम प्लीज। साई दीपक जी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट लॉयर, ऑथर एंड एक्टिविस्ट। मैं सबसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो स्थानापन्न हो जाए और इस सत्र की मॉडरेटर हमारे भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग की समन्वयक डॉक्टर अनुराधा चौधरी जी को मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करता हूं। अलग अलग क्षेत्र में अलग अलग लोगों ने, विभिन्न लोगों ने इस भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को उजागर करने के लिए बहुत बड़े बड़े कार्य किए हैं और अलग अलग क्षेत्र से जो भारतीयत्व जिस तरीके से बाहर आता है ये वो भारतीयत्व रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। मैं नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर मूर्ति जी को अनुरोध करता हूं कि हमारे डिग्निटरीज का स्वागत करें। मंजीत सिंह गिल जी, पद्मश्री शोभना नारायण जी, साई दीपक जी, मैं डॉक्टर अनुराधा चौधरी जी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि इस सत्र का प्रारंभ करें।
तो हमारा बहुत ही बड़ा सौभाग्य है, अस्माकं बहु सौभाग्यम् अस्ति यदस्मत् मध्ये अद्य बहु ज्येष्ठाः सन्ति ये स्वस्वक्षेत्रेषु अतिप्रतिष्ठिताः वर्तन्ते स्म। इदानीमपि ते सन्ति। तर्हि प्रथमः तत्र अहं परिचयं करोमि, किन्तु अतीव संक्षेपेण एव परिचयं करोमि। So I'm going to do a very brief introduction of our esteemed guests on the dais here. So the first one is Padma Shri Shobhana Narayanji, who's a doyen of Kathak dance. She's also the founder of the Asavari Kathak Dance School. Her name is synonymous with Kathak dance. She has been the foremost disciple of Pandit Birju Maharaj and a recipient of various awards, the most prestigious being the Padma Shri Award by the President of India in 1992. Besides that, she's also got the Sangeet Natak Academy Award for 1999 and 2000 and in 2001. and many other awards. I took their permission and said that I will keep it brief because they're all so well known, and save time and listen to them and what they have to share here. Our second esteemed panelist here is Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, who's the president of the Indian Federation of Culinary Associations. I had the great fortune of listening to him on one of the panels for Soft Power that was organized by Indic Academy. And what struck me about his presentation was how passionate he is about the need to integrate Indian cuisine, things like technology, etc. Chef Manjeet Singh Gill has served presidents, several American presidents, and is also a recipient of several prestigious awards and accolades. I would next like to introduce Shri Sai Deepak Jeji, who is otherwise very well known in these circles because he is an author of one of the very recent bestsellers, which is India, that is Bharat, Coloniality, Civilization and Constitution. He is an engineer turned Supreme Court lawyer and also the founder of the law chambers of J. Sai Deepak. So I would like to, with these few words, also set the tone for today's session that we have with us. And the thing that we are looking at basically, we've looked at the IKS at different levels of NEP 2020. And we've tried to understand why it is so important to integrate these knowledge traditions for our school education right from the early years. But it also becomes important to understand why they will do it. One of the questions that we get asked is, Kimartham Bharatiya Jnana Parampara? Kyun Jnana Parampara ko padhana chahiye bachon ko? And we've heard various esteemed panelists talking on that so far. But here we've had IKS ambassadors who have been living IKS in the daily lives and spread the name and fame of this land and this culture far and wide. In fact, each and every of these fields is known because of their contributions in these contexts. So with these few words, I'd like to request Padma Shri Shobna Narayanji to start because she would also have to leave by 3 o'clock. So I'd like to request you to kindly share your thoughts on your experience with Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, with dance, and how that has transformed your lives, the lives of children, and made them better human beings, and also highlighted Indian culture by that. Thank you.
Namaskar. First of all, I just had to open my little book because there were too many names and I've become old and it just goes through. तो सबसे पहले आप सभी को नमस्कार, welcome, स्वागत. And I would like to first of all thank Professor Ganti Surya Narayan Murthy ji for inviting me and Anuradha ji for calling me up and inviting me to be part of this most important session. And it is a word Mela, and it is the knowledge Mela, which I love it. And thank you so much indeed. Thank you to all of you. And at the same time, I would like to acknowledge our panelists over here, co-panelists, Manjeet Singh Gill ji. We have been meeting on different occasions, somehow the other, and J. Sai Deepak ji, lovely meeting you. And I met a lot of people over here, wonderful, once again, meeting you and getting to know you, and I hope to get to know more of you, many of you much more later. Well, in my introduction, one thing was left out, and that was that I happen to be also in the civil services from the 1976 batch. I retired, superannuated, 12 years ago. And so you can know my age, which is not a secret if somebody can calculate backwards. And now, why I said this, it was important for me to mention this aspect. I was in the Indian Audits and Account Service. We all reached the top position, and then we all superannuate. The same career path we all followed. But I was always a classical dancer and always a civil servant ever since I entered civil service. So, alongside, I had learnt what was my discipline of studies? Physics. So physics was my discipline of studies, where I did my BSc Physics Honours, MSc Physics, as well as my solid state physics PhD. I was working for it. Now, with this background, why I'm mentioning all this intentionally is that it is not mutually exclusive. Every aspect is totally interlinked. And therefore, I appreciate what the Indian knowledge system and what all of you are doing in this Mela, and with the effort has been that to bring and integrate everything together. In fact, many of you would know, we all revere. Let us take 2 examples or 3 examples. Knowledge. Who is the Devi of knowledge? Saraswati. And what does Saraswati have in her hand? Does she have books? Is she reading history, geography, or anything like that? Or physics or mathematics? No, she has a veena in her hand. So what does it indicate? There is a hidden message behind it, which our sages of yore asked us to introspect on it and to dwell on it. But have we done that? That is number 1. Let us take another couple of examples. Nataraj. He is supposed to be the Mahayogi, the great yogi. But at the same time, he is Nataraj. He is also Mahesh. Everything put together. What does it mean that everything is interlinked? Similarly, I can talk about Krishna, the great philosopher, Bhagavad Gita, but yet the flutist Krishna, the Ras Leela Krishna, the beautiful, the one who is talking about eternal love and universal love. So every aspect, now all those people that we revere are talking of something, sending out messages, but it is our limitations of our limited mind, all of us, in different eras, that we have been, we have overlooked it. It is there in part of our consciousness, but somewhere it has to now come to the fore, and therefore the importance of Indian knowledge system. Now, as a classical dancer, when we are talking about, I remember I was just telling Anuradha ji that in the year 2000, there was something known as the Knowledge Commission. And I had written to Knowledge Commission at that time that why don't we have the study of our performing arts and visual arts as mainstream subject, not as simple co-curricular activities. Why did I say that? Why did I? And I'm happy that many years later things are happening and moving, and with great fervor it's moving forward. But why did I say that? And those letters, if somebody wants to dig it out, must be lying in some files over there. Why did I say that? Because suppose I, as a dancer, I am performing. There is we are talking of physics. Can a physicist, actually it should not just be the study of it, but I think other disciplines should be involved to see what is happening. When we are doing a pirouette, look at the angular momentum that's happening, the torque that is taking place, the center of gravity, the centripetal, centrifugal forces, etc., balance. There's so many principles of physics at work in just a simple chakkar which we are taking. Similarly, when I'm throwing something, or a sports person, or even in dance, when we jump from here and we land up over there, what is it? Again, we are talking principles of physics. Or even when a discus thrower is throwing something, javelin thrower, laws of physics. So if these could be integrated and studied, then people will understand. The young children will understand that they are not mutually exclusive. They are all interrelated. And we need to open our minds. For example, another aspect. How many of us think of Natya Shastra as just something for dance alone? How many of us? Many of us, okay? But if you read the Natya Shastra, it does not talk of any dance form, but it talks of movements and different codifications in general. It could apply to anyone, even you, sitting over there who's not a dancer. It could apply to even the common man on the street who's not a dancer. It is, and when we're talking in terms of a theater architecture, say we are sitting in an auditorium, see the initial chapters. It's talking about theater architecture. It is talking about the space and the dimensions are given. Where should the seating be? What should the stage be? Size of the stage, size of the seating, what the green room, the musician pit, the entries, exits. Even it discusses acoustics and lighting. Now tell me, this is what our ancient Indian knowledge system is, but which we have only seen it in a very limited way without going into the larger perspective. And that is exactly what I'm saying, that we need to not only talk about Tathei Theitat or whatever be the Todas and Pirmilus and others, but we need to understand why it was so, and what the basic things are, the treatises and others are behind it, and the messages that they are, the knowledge that is contained in them. So these are just another example where the compartmentalization. Today we are a world who's completely compartmentalized. We have to have distinction in X, Y, Z. But in ancient India, Natya, in fact, encompassed everything. Music, dance, percussion, visual art, crafts, everything together, including the different kind of textures for costumes, etc. Now, also the word Sangeet. Today, Sangeet is again taken as, Sangeetam is only taken as music. But in ancient Indian system, it meant everything together. Nothing was completely devoid of each other. There was movement in everything. There was all aspects were involved. And finally, I don't know how many minutes I have to speak, but I could give you all examples. One, I would like to say that even through the world of dance, if we study, how many of us even look at architecture properly? We go to museums. How many of us just go through museums without actually seeing it? Because we fail to see, and I'll mention my own experience. I went to Bihar Museum, and this was in the early 90s. And I do have a habit, courtesy my physics background, to start looking a bit deeply. And there, I saw a particular sculpture. Now, the really important facet of the Maurya period sculptures, which means 2,300 years ago, the period of Ashoka and Chandragupta Maurya, and particularly Ashoka, was that they were all three-dimensional. They were not friezes. That means one side was flat and the others. They were all three-dimensional. Now, when I saw that, there was one sculpture which had some pajamas and a kind of a angarkha, which is flared out. The lady was in a state of pirouette, and she was called the pirouetting nutty. She was found by a certain principal called Mr. Jackson in the year 1910, floating under somewhere completely buried in the sands of somewhere near Patna College, somewhere like that. And so it was found over there. Now, this was dated 3rd century before Christ. 1 year later, 2 years later, I was dancing in Siri Fort, and the Indian Express had come out with a photograph of mine, which I looked at it, I saw the sculpture, I put the two together, just cut my hands off, I'm the same person. The same movement, the same costume, the same, except that I was 1994, and the lady over there in the sculpture was 3rd century before Christ. So who said about, again, costumes? Where did the costume? Today we talk, we have a different mindset, but these were the costumes at that time. Didarganj ki Yakshi. Some of you may remember that she created a furor when she went, because her nose got damaged when she was sent to the Festival of India in 1982. And she's priceless, completely. And she's larger than life. She's about 6.5 feet tall. From the front, you'll feel that she's wearing a kind of an apparel which we associate with the dhoti kind of a wear of a sari. But go behind. As I told you, the important facet of that period is that they are all three-dimensional. Go behind, it is like a sari. No dhoti kind. None of them had a dhoti kind. So how did we get our mindset? It is for us to understand what the sculptures talk about and what we today perceive it to be. And so these are the things to integrate the knowledge of the sculptures of the Harappan period, Indus-Gangetic period. Because stones don't lie. We have to study them properly with our eyes. Another popular perception is that we never had stitched clothes, whereas Rig Veda talks about stitched clothes, Atharveda talks about stitched clothes, and or the art of sewing. And on the same trip, one of my students said, "Oh, Didi, come. I want to show you a sculpture of a combination. What was it? Combination of Vivekanand and Subhash Chandra Bose." So I said, "What?" I mean, I literally went like this, and yes, lo and behold, a small little sculpture, terracotta sculpture, wearing a button tunic with a kind of a sash like this, turban of a Vivekanand variety. It was really a combination. The gentleman is still standing in Patna Bihar Museum. So if anyone, and the lady pirouetting Nati is still standing. So anybody who wishes to go and see them, please do that, because they are still there after 2,300 years or 2,100 years, as the case may be between the two. They are still there for us to see. Now, here we are talking about values. The values which are, again, values and geography, the study of geography and history, and social development, social practices, development of social practices. If we study literature, if we just study language that has been utilized in dance or in music, from ancient times to so-and-so times, to so-and-so times, to so-and-so time, you'll see the development of language. How it has reflected and been reflected in the visual and particularly in the performing arts scenario. It will also give you an idea on the social development. We never had the word ghungat earlier, or ghungat, but the medieval period had many aspects relating to the ghungat. Again, it talks about the social development and social practices. That is why I'm saying, let us integrate all subjects and understand, even through the medium of visual arts and performing arts and various other arts, as to how interlinked we are. Let us get to know our own development of our history, of our geographical richness, of our social perspectives, of different ages, of the practices of different ages, through the various songs, as well as practices which have come into our dance forms, as well as through the study of epigraphy and sculptures. There's so much to learn, except that we all need to have a probing mind and an open mind to understand. I think in that respect, the craftsperson or like Manjeet Singh's sort of vocation, his field, or like our performing arts field, which is where everyone, it's teamwork. It is teamwork, and it reminds me of the Rig Vedic, in the 10th volume, the Rig Vedic shloka Sangachadvam, Sanghavadvam, Sanghe Manad. Janata. So this one is so beautiful that we all have to work together. We all have to go together. It also talks about that we are all actually striving towards that one goal. And yet there are so many paths to it. My path is through the performing arts field. Somebody else's path is through culinary. Somebody else's path is through legal system. Somebody else's path is through the philosophical margam. Somebody else's path, but we are all finally travelers. Different ways we have chosen, but for the same. Ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. And that is what, that is that one truth, and we all are different pranis, different ways of thinking. Thank you. Let us come, join together, join our hands together, and make and enrich our personal selves and therefore society around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shobna ji, for that brilliant exposition of how the Indian knowledge systems were extremely transdisciplinary, and just knowing one would not ever serve to go deep enough into that particular knowledge tradition. So, Bobo Dhanyavada, and also from your own life experience, I think you're one of the best exponents to show that integration of different knowledge traditions and how in a contemporary time, so amalgamating the ancient with the modern and presenting and being a living example of that, of Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. So thank you very much for that wonderful start to this particular session. I would next like to invite Chef Manjeet Singh Gill to share his experience. We've tried to bring this panel with with exponents from very different knowledge traditions for you. So Chef Ji, over to you.
Mrs. Ryan, thank you very much for that, introducing me a little bit. And I remember that once in Scotland, Mrs. Ryan was performing, and I was curating the dinner over there for the Scotland and Indo friendship. It was a fantastic experience. Many times we met, and always there is a great learnings from you. Even today I learned quite a lot. And thank you very much. And Mrs. Anuradha ji to invite. Thank you. See, my topic is, my profession is cooking and cooking of food. Incidentally, that whatever study you do or your initial schooling is, like I'm also a science student, BSc, but I see that how much the learnings of the science need the application in your food, in your cooking. It's very, very important that the qualification, whatever you have, and then how you apply. And I'm sure this, as so beautifully Mr. Ryan said about the physics and the dancing, there's only a person like her, she can think about this and tell about this, and then people can also see that whatever qualification they have, how they apply in their, the job they do or the performance they do, that how they apply and make it even better and become even perform than the other people, because the application is very good of your qualification. So that's very important. But today I just want to talk to you about that how do we look food and how we can create food and prepare food with the knowledge and skills which does goodness to the mankind, where even with the science and technology, because our food needs, I feel that, a lot of technology so that we can make our food much better, more ethically. Ethically we can do it, and ethnic food we can make it. Because food needs a lot of the transparency, and otherwise, the food has become, I don't know that what to call like according to our manuscripts and the understanding the food, that food is a manifestation of the God. Food is pure. Food is a philosophy before, it's a philosophy in order to understand the food so that you can, cook food according to the guidelines or the philosophies written about the food. Otherwise become a commodity. And food is not a commodity in our system. And that what we have to tell, understanding that, and we have to tell the whole world, we need to do in our old sciences, in our sciences which we practice, but definitely all the other disciplines also get into them and pick up some part which they can perform in that and create the empirical data so that people who practice the cooking in the front then very aggressively use that empirical data and produce the food and then disseminate that knowledge to the rest of the world. Like, for example, you all must have heard, you feel in India, we feel little that we are always behind sometime. Like the golden milk or the cafe, the turmeric latte or a healthy milk has become so popular in the world now. And it all started from US. But the knowledge always we had that. We always know that the milk with the haldi, if you take and it's a lot of goodness, is a great drink. But somewhere we chefs, we scared to use these things on the floor because we don't have the empirical data for it. We have the knowledge, but somewhere I think we need to, without which science we have, we must have some tests in the laboratory or in wherever is possible, and we must have a data, and we people must practice that and then deliver that to the people and take care of the goodness, the health or wellness of the people also. And the food, once we'll start believing that the food is not a commodity, I'm sure a lot of change will come. It's the auspicious substance, food, with which even we, worship the God with the food because it's pure. And the body also needs, like body is made of food. It is made of food. All the animals, they eat plants, and all the animals, then they eat each other also. So everything exists in this world as a biological body. Even the plants in the body is a food for each other. We all live on each other. Incidentally, human being eats both meats and the vegetables and the plants. But we have to work on these things so purely. There has to be, even I'm saying purity has to be more than purity. Like if we opened the vegetarian restaurant in Chennai, and we took almost 3 years to conceptualize and to make that restaurant. And everybody is saying it's a pure vegetarian restaurant. But at the end, when we studied that, when we work on that, we have to use the word is honestly pure. So that's the level of, in food, one has to be careful. It has to be honestly pure food. where there is no, because the food, I will again use the word again, commodity, it's not considered commodity. Even the people, all the selection of the staff was done, the people who have never eaten the meat in that restaurant. So that level of honesty, we brought the purity of the food in that. So food, we must pick up and we must handle the food and in such a way that the food is a true food, is transparent, everything is exposed in that food, and it's all for the goodness of the mankind. It is not because the food nurtures the body and nurtures not only the body but the mind and the soul. It's a consciousness. The God has given such a beautiful body to us, and it is our responsibility through food nurture this body and intact, keep the intelligence intact as long as possible. So, people who are absolutely true with this should get into the food. It's a very, very noble, business, noble work to do the cooking of food. So because we are giving this food, whether we do commercially or we do at home, it doesn't matter. All aspects are same. There is no steps they better if you do commercially or this. All practices of the, I tell all the chefs, all practices of home can be practiced even commercially also. And things are changing, people are changing, people are understanding the purity food. The only food is in the food that we need not to, now people are talking about the food, that we need not to, understood that we must have a food, try to say healthy food or food for wellness, but it all come down to the fresh food and to give the life as less as possible. So the life, we need not to give to food that long that we have to add chemicals and we have to add all those kind of things to make the food long. So we must use our sciences, we must use our technology so that we can make our food which is good for wellness and keep and variety of food we keep getting in place of increasing the life of one single food, and throughout the year we keep eating that. That is not very important. And the last year, according to our manuscripts, it's very clearly written that what are the 4 essentials of cooking or 4 essentials for food when we cook. And number 1 is that you must understand characteristics of each ingredient you put it in the food. So it's a larger thing to have the knowledge. You understand, you study each ingredient, its therapeutic values, its reaction with the different foods, the seasons, how they react, the spices and the other food react when they are not in the season or they are in the season, how they taste, how is the texture, everything one must understand of each ingredient which is used in the food. And number 2 is that you must have a touch and feel of the food. You cannot leave the food just on the direction for people to cook. Even at home or in the industry, you must touch and feel the food. You must participate in the cooking yourself. Maybe part of that, but you must do it. It not can be happen in the absence. And number 3 is that your mind must be there where the cooking is happening. It's not possible. It needs a very high level of concentration. It's a meditation. That's why some people say, after cooking we feel a little relaxed. Because you have done with the concentration and meditation then you feel relaxed in the cooking. So cooking should be done, otherwise all these things reflect into your final product. And number 4 is that you must have good thoughts in mind when you cook. And you will see that if putting all these four things, that how your food becomes different and how it does the goodness to the person who eats it. How happy you feel by cooking and how happy the person feel for to whom or your loved one you have given that food to eat. So basically cooking is a happiness. So, but one thing we must look food not as a commodity. That's my request, my appeal to the people. And the people who are into the different sciences, not only in the manufacturing or in the physical sciences to make the equipments and to understand the way we cook our ethnic food to get the best result out of it, we must create technology for it. Must be able to create the things which are the way our ethnic food is cooked. And that will definitely help us to make that food with more quality, more consistently, and it will become much easy to train people in future, even in India and outside the country. Because food is a very basic culture. It's very, very important when we, even abroad or here, we all love our food. We love our own regional foods. It's so easy to see the diversity of the cuisine in India, in our food. But all kind of these regional foods, diverse food is called Indian food or food from India. Because there is one philosophy, there is one guidelines, there are a few guidelines, the principles, the fundamentals of the food which are common throughout the country. In our whole area, they don't change. But somewhere we have now mixed up with some Western things or Western fundamentals and spoiled our food. But we must but the only problem is coming to us is that we don't get the empirical data for a few things, which we should, I think, my appeal is to people who are into these things, who understand this, they must come with Ayurvedic guidelines and create some data which encourage people who practice that very aggressively. They can use it, do it, and market the food all over the world and become a very soft, very powerful, the knowledge country as far as food is concerned. And we have that. Only we have to now put it together. Other disciplines also has to come in and create that kind of things so that we can aggressively market it and sell our food with a better quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chefji, for highlighting another very important dimension of Indian knowledge systems, which is its integral aspect, which is not just from the physical, the Annamaya kosha, not just that, but all the way up to the spirit. And we have several sayings of that in Upanishads and various other texts. So there is this saying that is Annam Brahmeti Upasate. So we know that Annam, or food itself, is nothing but the absolute truth that is there. So thank you very much for bringing in all these integral components of the aspect of food and why it's so important to also build concentration to have the right food. So I would like to next call upon Shri Sai Deepak ji to share his thoughts. And before that, I would just like to welcome in our midst some very eminent dignitaries who are here. Heartfelt welcome to His Excellency Mr. Dambajivan Gambold, who is the ambassador of the Embassy of Mongolia in the Republic of India. So, warm namaskar and welcome, heartfelt welcome to you. And also I'd like to welcome our Mr. Murodbek Aslamzuda, who is the Second Secretary of the Embassy of the Republic of Tajikistan in the Republic of India. So thank you very much for being in our midst, for accepting to be here on a Sunday afternoon and joining us on this very important event for the Indian population that we're having here. So thank you. I'd like to invite Sai Deepak ji to take the stage.
How much time do I have? 10 minutes? Yeah, okay. Namaste. I think the challenge of speaking in the post-lunch session is that you're competing with food. And it's usually an uphill task. And I haven't seen too many people win that battle. So let me see if I can somehow overcome this particular hurdle. And the good part is, since I'm hungry and I haven't had lunch, there's fire in my belly. So let me see if I can transmit that fire in the belly. I think I'd like to build on the points made by the first two esteemed panelists and to share space with such eminent dignitaries as nobody is a huge honor. So I'm grateful to Anuradha ji for giving me an opportunity to share space and dais with these gentlemen and ladies. There are 3 or 4, let's say, aspects that I'd like to point out within the 10 minutes that have been given. One, I think Bharat's traditional approach to knowledge has been a pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, which may not be a luxury that Bharat enjoys anymore, given that knowledge is today a tool for hegemony in one way or the other. So you're effectively looking at the geopolitics of knowledge playing itself out on multiple levels. In which case, how does Bharat retain its purity of approach to knowledge and still make itself relevant in a highly competitive world? As a practitioner of intellectual property, this is a question that I usually face. And I think we have no other option but to blend both aspects, wherein perhaps the research on basic sciences, so to speak, is pure, but when it comes to its application to real-world issues or challenges, you have no other option but to compete with the Western, let's say, in general, an interconnected or a competitive world. As someone who typically represents Indian pharmaceutical entities, especially generic companies and pharmaceutical patent matters in court, which happens to be about 60% of my bread and butter, I know for a fact the heavy bias that Indian courts themselves have with respect to Indian entities on the question of innovation. Because the assumption is that Indian generics are perhaps not capable of innovation and that they are interlopers. There are exceptions. There are exceptions to this particular, let's say, position or attitude. But this is reflective of the psychological impact of knowledge hegemony, which Bharat has been subjected to for at least 200 years now. And therefore, I think there are 3 or 4 aspects that Bharat will need to focus on. First is not a question of the nuts and bolts of knowledge itself, but redefining patterns of sensing and modes of reading and modes of understanding, which is where I think the entire inquiry begins. There is a certain manner in which the West approaches knowledge. It has a particular definition of science. It has a particular definition of what constitutes empirical evidence. There are fundamental distinctions between Bharat's approach and the West's approach. And as on date, your position or Bharat's position risks being marginalized as an alternative position and not even as one of the mainstream options. So my limited understanding of these symposia and conferences is not just revival of these systems and, let's say, adding them as adjuncts or alternatives in mainstream curricula, but also to mainstream them significantly. And if that has to happen, I think you will need to start with how do you introduce young children into Indian ways or Bharatiya ways of patterns of sensing and reading, so on and so forth. That's one way of looking at it. And the second thing is to build on the aspect of interdisciplinariness that Ms. Shovana mentioned and Sir also mentioned, is I think most of our, let's say, scientists or most of our geniuses who we constantly extol and praise have been polymaths, which is proof of the fact that it's not just a question of celebrating that particular virtue for its own sake, but realizing that you cannot understand one without the other. And therefore, in an age which values hyper-specialization, how do you do justice to the telescoping of specialization at the same time retaining a certain degree of general skill sets which all of us can carry? So for instance, as an engineer turned litigator, the most frustrating question that I'm always asked, why did you make the transition? How did you make the transition? If I'd collected a rupee for the number of times I've been asked that question, I'd be significantly richer by now. And for a generation that is more than happy, more than comfortable producing engineers who become bankers, engineers who become consultants, engineers who become accountants, somehow an engineer becoming a lawyer it's like an outlying option. I don't know why that happens. To me, that particular fit makes perfect sense because law is less about theatricality and rhetoric and more about logic and experience. Law, according to me, is one of those unique professions which combine experience, intuition, and logic in significant proportions compared to the cut and dried approach to logic that certain other professions have. It's easier to have a debate with a lawyer, and you will find many more lawyers open-minded to an alternate position than science grads actually. This is contrary to popular perception. You can invite a lawyer to even an argument which is to say, let's see if all crows are truly black. You can even invite a lawyer into that proposition and see how that works. But that unfortunately doesn't seem to be the case with the science grads that we produce today, which clearly shows that our own understanding of science and the rigidity with which the definition of science and its evidentiary methods are approached, there is something problematic, deeply problematic about it. So one of the aims or objectives of IKS from a general and a specific perspective is to open our minds with respect to what constitutes science and what constitutes evidence. 3 is the assumption that science is universal and therefore there is no such thing as Western science. I mean, it makes for a great platitude, but in the real world, when you're competing and you're fighting in, let's say, an adversarial fora, or let's say in trade negotiations, in international platforms, or on international platforms, the fight is about protecting the hegemony of a particular hemisphere or a particular, let's say, identity as far as that particular arena is concerned. Therefore, while there are certain innocent aspects to knowledge, there are extremely competitive aspects to knowledge which we must be alive to. So one of the things that people have a problem with when we discuss IKS is whether IKS is geared towards simply recreating a Gurukula-like atmosphere, or does it have the ability to weaponize knowledge where it needs to be when you have to compete at the international arena? That's the question that most people have. Will it give me the ability to fight and compete? So that means making it even more relevant. And that effectively forms, I would say, one of the ways of mainstreaming it. When you allow a particular knowledge system or a particular way of learning to, or let's say when it equips you to compete, it automatically becomes an entry point for mainstreaming that particular option. So how do you go about doing that? One way that perhaps you could seriously consider is our maths Olympiads and science Olympiads are still Western oriented. We still don't have an Indian maths Olympiad or an Indian science Olympiad primarily from our perspective. The ways in which you can actually approach a particular problem solving situation. When you start doing that, you actually catch them young. And it becomes easier for you to then enthuse them into pursuing that particular line of inquiry as they progress in their careers. So can we actually come out with, let's say, competitions which help people understand the real-time value of this? I found some interesting YouTube videos where there are still people who are happy to coach people for IIT JEE or any other aptitude test using Indian approach to mathematics, which I think is fantastic, which is scintillating. That's the way to actually give a real-time incentive to learning that particular skill. The one thing that I've always aspired to be, so yesterday I had the privilege of visiting the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. And as someone who constantly looks for role models, given the situation that this particular generation is in, and you don't have too many people who face this particular situation, you ask yourself, who do I look up to? So if you ask any Indian lawyer, the first name that comes to the top of his mind is Nani Palkhiwala. You immediately think of the gentleman, without a doubt, and for good reason, for good measure. But I was going through the history of Pandurang Vamankane yesterday, a senior advocate practicing before the Bombay High Court and also the former avatar of the Supreme Court of India, which is the Federal Court of India, who had a 9 to 6 practice and then 6 to whatever it is, he wrote for 25 years, contributing the history of Dharmashastras. So this was a gentleman who not only reached the pinnacle of his profession in his generation, but had also left a significant body of work for posterity and had recast Dharmashastras for contemporary consumption, which according to me is a huge, huge task. Huge task. And being a lawyer, I understand the trouble that he must have gone through to do this. Because your work doesn't end with the, let's say, court timings. Your preparation starts after the court ends, and then you have to prepare for the next day. So you read and read and read, and in addition to that, you have to write. And for somebody to do that for 2.5 decades speaks volumes. So for me, my visit to Bori more than anything else was, let's say, finding a role model worthy of emulation. That's one. Two, I think what's also important, and I'm so sorry, it's just that lack of sleep also results in short-term amnesia. One of the things that I think we need to seriously consider is there is a serious prejudice as far as Indian knowledge systems are concerned, primarily in the realm of medicine. I've seen that so often, especially when it comes to the treatment of Ayurvedic practitioners. I've said this on previous occasions as well. Are there ways in which, see, if you've decided to set up an Ayur system, and if you've decided to recognize these people as medical practitioners within the meaning of our current regulatory framework, what is the point of relegating them as secondary practitioners of that particular subject by requiring their own, let's say, opinions to be evaluated and verified by so-called mainstream allopathic practitioners? We did that during the course of COVID, we did that before, and we continue to follow this particular policy. That would be a huge step and a huge message that you would send out to not just the medical fraternity or the Ayurvedic practicing community, but also to practitioners of Indic knowledge systems, that you too stand a chance, and you too stand a chance to compete, and you will not be seen as, let's say, second-grade practitioners who need to be verified on the annuals of the Indian Medical Council, or let's say any other organization that subscribes to allopathy. There are some of these steps, these are baby steps that can be taken, but in the long run, I think the setting up of all these centers across the country in 13 different places also shows that for the first time in 70 years, you have a dispensation that is willing to throw its weight behind this particular initiative. So kudos to the state for doing this. My primary grouse in its first term was you have not done enough on this particular front, but this is proof of the fact that either the feedback is being heard or they had a certain plan in mind, in which case I really don't care what is the cause, I'm only interested in the effect. So the effect is finally showing. So I'm grateful that there are people here, and it's heartening to see a number of youngsters here who have had the benefit of listening to all these people. I just hope that this is not a false start. I hope this is something which has its own journey and which has its own sense of continuity, because each time you try to have false starts, you reinvent the wheel, and it's difficult for you to take that message forward. So as opposed to focusing on taking that message forward, you again come back to the basics. You come back to the drawing board state, which is useless. A lot of time is lost in the process. So I hope that this particular Mela will continue, and we will actually see resolutions coming out of each of these sessions, which can then be sent to the MHRD and other departments for them to actually action on it. So thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Sai Deepakji, for highlighting some very, very important points. Primarily also to understand, I thought what you talked about, opening the mind out. So not just being bound by one subject, but like you spoke of lawyers being sometimes more open than scientists. So how do we think differently? Then bringing in the point of the global politics of knowledge And knowledge, doing it in the right way, also implies a certain sense of empowerment, self-empowerment. So are we empowering ourselves with our own knowledge traditions, or are we looking at others? Are we looking outwards to see how can we empower ourselves? I think that's a very important point that you brought out here.
I suddenly remembered one point.
Tell me. Yes, please.
Because it just so happens that I haven't slept for the last 72 hours properly. 2 points, I'm so sorry, it's very important. The test of a knowledge system actually lies in its ability. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. So I think the test of a knowledge system lies in its ability to increase the power of abstraction, which is to say first principle analysis without any assumptions, without any data whatsoever. And I don't think there is a better knowledge system than the Indic knowledge system that actually encourages first principle abstraction. So for that reason, I think it's very important for us to come out with, let's say, because that's why I said you start with how do you sense, and from there comes the power of abstraction. So that's one. Second, the other role model that I constantly look up to are our practitioners of Bharatiya Sangeet specifically. In particular, I'm a huge, huge fan of Kadri Gopalnath. For one reason, that the instrument that he played was the saxophone, but his ability to actually use it for Indian classical music, I found it extremely, I found that as the textbook example of how Bharat could continue to make its traditions relevant using so-called modern Western instruments. So that's one way of looking at it. 3, we always strike this distinction between a job and a career, which I think is a cliche distinction, because our pursuit of knowledge is something that's lifelong. So once you're initiated into the Indian way of learning, you don't look at everything as just a degree or just a way of saying, I have a certain skill set that I've acquired which is marketable, but it's a pursuit for life. And that, I think, is what the pursuit of Indian music systems or Indian knowledge systems effectively teaches you. That, I think, is extremely important because I'm surrounded, fortunately where I am today, I'm surrounded by fantastic, brilliant people who are, let's say, practitioners of classical traditions. Their young shishyas come and ask them this question, which I think is a sign of the times we live in. How many years will it take for me to get this award? What is the ROI on this particular investment? Can I have a safety net as a qualification in case I fail in this particular art? Perhaps our success would reflect in somebody pursuing these traditions without asking these questions. The day we do that, I think we would have succeeded.
So thank you very much once again for adding those extra points. I think we've had food for the body itself with Chef Ji's presentation, food for the soul through Padma Shri Shobhana Narayanji's presentation, and food for the intellect, rich food for the intellect through Sai Deepak Ji's presentation. So I think we've had a very integral treat over this particular session, and they've been ideal ambassadors of IKS through their own life experience. So for these few words, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for having made your time to be in our midst, and we would love to have you continue with us, your relationship with us, so that we can also go deeper into each of the topics that you've shared. Thank you very much. So it has been 2 days, 3 days actually, of a very engaging sessions on Indian knowledge systems through the Indian Knowledge Systems Mela, and just for our august audience that has gathered here, and very eminent dignitaries who are here, who have very, very kindly accepted to join us today in the midst of, considering it's a Sunday, and considering they've got many other engagements, and considering that we reached out to them to share what their countries are doing for Indian knowledge systems and how we can engage with these different cultures in promoting Indian knowledge systems. and also to connect with the diaspora that is there in the different countries. These are different objectives that we are trying to approach through another aspect of NEP, which is the internationalization aspect of NEP. So NEP not only is looking at how do we form the next generations of India itself, and how do we connect them to their own roots, but we're also looking at Indian knowledge systems, or NEP, as a way to connect us to the future, to connect us to the world around us. And that's the attempt of what we're going to do in our next session, which is a program that we're calling Videshe Bharatiya Vishwe Bharatam. Videshe Bharatiya implies the Indian abroad, and Vishwe Bharatam is India's contribution to foreign cultures. So we are looking at what has been the relationship between the different Indian populations in various foreign lands across the world, as well as we are looking at how the Indian culture has contributed significantly in the development of different cultures also, and the relationships. One of the things that is important when we are talking of international relationships is how do we connect not at all different levels. So you connect at the level of trade, you connect at the level of politics, you connect at the level of economics, you connect at the level of culture, you connect at the level of knowledge. So there are so many levels at which these exchanges take place. And one of the important things, because we are from the Ministry of Education, one of the important aspects of this exchange is the knowledge exchange that we're looking at. And what kind of knowledge exchange are we looking at? We're looking at knowledge exchange that is rooted again from the Indic perspective, but open to the world, to receive what has been achieved in foreign lands also. So we are trying to see how we can bring in this rich combination of East, West, North, South, and how do we enrich ourselves and through our enrichment, enrich the world around us. But also in this way to try and see if we can connect to different countries and their cultures. So these are few things that we are attempting to do through our internationalization project of the IKS division, the Indian Knowledge Systems division, that is hosting this event in accordance with, in collaboration with the AICT, which is the All India Council for Technical Education. And we are doing this as a partnership also with the Ministry of Culture, their CCRT, which is their Center for Cultural Relations and Cultural Resources and Training. So we are seeing how we can bring in these different aspects. And also, culture has been a very strong source of soft power that is in different cultures. And next session is going to be discussing this in greater detail. So as we await the final arrangements here, I welcome all those participants who are there to kindly come in front, and so that you can also have questions at the end if there are some questions. So I request all the audience that is present to kindly come in front a little bit, and so that we can listen more carefully to the presentations that will follow.
Would you like to do a Veda Ghosha here? Just do a Veda Ghosha. Karna. नहीं लेट होगा, लेट होगा. आप Veda Ghosha कर लो. नहीं Veda Ghosha आप देना. Okay.
I would like to request the AV Cell team, Ranjit ji, yes, to kindly play the video that we have on Bharat, the integration of Bharat, the Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, and also a little bit of the program that we've had so far, so that our esteemed dignitaries can have an idea of what has happened. In the meanwhile, I would also like to share with you that one of the things that this particular Mela, a Mela means a celebration, a festival. So one of the things that we've been trying to do in this Mela, which has two components. One component of it is the knowledge part of it. So we are talking of the National Education Policy 2020, which is an attempt of a nation to go back and look at what have been the source knowledge traditions. Because this is one country which has gone through almost 1,000 years of invasion from different parts. And there have been disconnections with our own source knowledge traditions. So we are trying to see how to bring that back so that we can connect once more to our own soul. So the call of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, which is Atmanirbhara, how can we become self-reliant? And the source to start for that is the knowledge, is the education system itself. So we're trying to see how we can connect to that education system, and in order to nourish our next generations. That's one part. And the second part that we have out here is the cultural aspect, where we are talking very much of the fact that knowledge grows with culture as well as with language. So what is the cultural aspect? We've given people a hands-on training of different kinds of art forms, which has also been announced by the Honorable Minister yesterday, the Home Minister, during the inauguration of this program. So I request Ranjit ji to please play a little bit of the inauguration as well, a little bit of the inauguration to give an idea of what has happened so far. To just give an idea of what are the programs that have been taking place.
मिटे अब तक इस धरा से जिनके रक्त निशान, आओ सब मिलकर उन शहीदों को करते हैं बार बार प्रणाम, बार बार प्रणाम। की कृपया है आज की मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में मंच पर आसन ग्रहण करें। इसके साथ ही मैं करके इस कार्यक्रम का आगाज करने का आग्रह करती हूँ तथा साथ ही ऋग्वेद घोष के लिए आचार्य
type of partners are obviously funders, right? So that's we are also बहुत इसमें बहुत interest है. Lot of people want to do things for their language, but they don't.
आचार्य चमोकृष्ण शास्त्री जी को भी दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
So it's very symbolic to have in our midst also through this video the chairman of this institution, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe-ji, who could not be present here because of other engagements. So it's very symbolic that we have him. We have also Padma Shri Chamukrishna Shastri-ji who is there, and the event of lighting the lamp, because knowledge is nothing but the lighting of lamp for different, so that knowledge can grow, light can spread. We move on to the next session, and we sincerely apologize for the delay for various reasons. I would like to call upon our Vice Chairman of the AICTE, Professor Punya-ji, to kindly accompany our very distinguished guests here. His Excellency Mr. Dambajivin Ganbold, who's the ambassador of the Embassy of Mongolia in the Republic of India. I request our Member Secretary, sir, Professor Rajiv Kumar, to bring on stage Mr. Morodbek Aslamzoda, who is the Second Secretary from the Embassy of Republic of Tajikistan in the Republic of India. I request Manpreet to please accompany Shri Santosh Kumarji Mishra, who is the former director of Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, the High Commission of India, Fiji Suva. And I would like to request Professor Ganti Murthy, our national coordinator, to kindly accompany the plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Shashi Balaji, who is the Dean, KM Munshi Center for Indology, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for being here. I request, if I may also request, once more our Vice Chairman, Sir, Punya-ji, to kindly honor our guests with a memento. And also, so I request our Vice Chairman, Professor Punya-ji, to honor His Excellency Mr. Dambajavin Gambold, who is the Ambassador, Embassy of Mongolia in the Republic of India, with a memento. It's a very small token of our gratitude and that you have made the time to be here with us. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. I request, sir, to now welcome Mr. Morodbek Aslamzoda, who is the Second Secretary from the Embassy of the Republic of Tajikistan in the Republic of India. These are works that have been done by our artists who are part of this particular festival. And then I request him to kindly welcome our Shri Santosh Kumar Mishra-ji, who is the former director of the Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Fiji Suva. Thank you very much, sir. I'd also like you to kindly welcome Professor D. Shashi Balaji, Dean, KM Munshi Center for Indology, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. And finally, I request you to also welcome Shri Rotarian Manpreet Singh Ji, who is the moderator of the session and an IKS ambassador for our outreach activities. So thank you very much. I request our national coordinator, Professor Ganti Murthy ji, to say a few words and welcome our very esteemed and distinguished visitors on the dais.
Namaskar and very good afternoon to all of you. Very warm welcome to the ambassadors of two countries with which India had relations stretching back to a few millennia, Mongolia and Tajikistan. So this is a warm welcome to both of you. Namaste, and we're glad that you are here. And very warm welcome again to Santosh Mishra ji and Shashi Balaji for being the speakers here today. And this session again is essentially to think about how Indian knowledge systems and India had an impact on the world and world had an impact on India. One of the sessions that, the reason why we have this session is based on an inspiration that which I read in a book by Sanjeev Sanyal ji. He wrote a book on ocean of churn. In that book, he talks about how one of the prince from Cambodia came back to India, and he became the king of the Pallava dynasty, and then that entire voyage of journey from Cambodia to India is described in the murals of the Sri Varadaraja Swami temple in Kanchi. And his forefathers were actually one of the princes who moved from the Pallava dynasty to Cambodia. So essentially this is something that shows that India was not always exporting knowledge and exporting people, but it was also importing people and importing culture. And it was a mutual cultural exchanges that we had with the world. It was a relationship which was not based on simple tolerance. It was based on something that was based on mutual respect, mutual admiration, and mutual for the abhyudaya of everything of everyone else. So essentially that is encompassed in the words Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It is with those words I would like to stop here, and then I would hand over the session to Manpreet Singh ji, and please go ahead with the session, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Kantimurchi ji. It's a pleasure, first of all, to be here on this dais and welcome all the dignitaries here today. I would like to begin by informing all of you all, or rather re-informing all of you all, what has been done in the past few centuries. Bharat's influence has been far and wide, not only to our neighbors, but as far as Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos on the east, and right up to Uzbekistan and Tajikistan and all the way up to the west and right up to the Middle East also. It has been a journey that has taken centuries, and it has not been an easy task or an easy journey for Bharat. Atiti Devo Bhava is what has been enshrined in Bharat and Bharatiyata and in every Bharatiya. This is something that we never forget wherever and whichever part of the world we are in. Today we have amongst us our dignitaries from Mongolia and Tajikistan, one on the east and one on the west, our right hands and left hands. When I talk about Mongolia, it has been very interesting how we have our relations enshrined with them since centuries. It is not only when it comes to trade and business, but also the cultural influences on each other that has been part of the journey of happiness and the journey of being together. When we talk about the Buddhist influence in both these countries, it is worth noting how exchanges have prospered over centuries. If we leave out the last 200, 300 years, we can go back as far as 3,000-4,000 years. And we have enough documentation available all throughout the world to showcase this as has been in the past. This is something that we have in the recent times also influenced, and we have formed, I think, relations with since 1955, formal diplomatic relations, I believe. And over a time, the cultural exchanges, Buddhism, spiritual learnings, yoga, Ayurveda, they have been always been exchanged over a period of time. Meditation has influenced in both the countries to such an extent that it is part of daily lives of these individuals across boundaries. And if I may remind, it has been journey on foot, by land, sea, and very doubtful whether it was air, but let's not discount that completely. So in 1973, 1994, we've had friendly treaties, arrangements, exchanges of relations, cooperations, which has gone down to science, technology, culture, and these are the things that has been adding to the relations between both the countries. When we talk about the Indian knowledge system, it is only now that we are re-looking at it with a very different perspective. We wanted to take it to the next level now. We want it to be documented. We want it to be proved. We want it to be showcased our strengths. And from strength to strength, 1 plus 1 is not 11 anymore, it is 111. The growths are exponential, the possibilities are exponential. Cooperation in space technologies and energies is what is going to be the future. Looking at the past, how we've come together, how we share the knowledge of the ancient right to the future. We've been studying about atoms in India since the time of prehistoric times. There's enough proof of that. We have mythological characters that have been doing that. It has been documented in our Vedas since a long time. The Buddhist and shaman beliefs have founded Mongolia and the Mongolian culture. The family values in both the countries are very much similar. The traditions in Mongolia and India have been very similar. It is a close-knit society. We can say that it was once the right hand, and we could look up to that to enhance it all the more. There are some traditions which are also very common, like having tea before having lunch or dinner. There's a product that comes out of Mongolia which is called Sute Sai, if I am not wrong, Excellency, which is very similar to our Indian lassi that we have. So these are the cultural, emotional, and other similarities that we've been having with each other since a long time. With this, I would like to invite His Excellency Dambalband Ganbol, the Ambassador of Mongolia. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, it is my privilege to be here, and I would like to share some few points since I'm new boy in the city, only 7 months in India, so it is my honor to represent my country and huge responsibility for me. And since it's only 7 months, I'm trying to, how to say it, understand and how to best deliver Mongolia to Indian people, and of course develop our bilateral relation to more deeper and closer relations. As a moderator rightly said, in contemporary our history started in 1955 when our diplomatic relations were established, and since that on the political level it was developing and improving very fast and prominently. And let's bring there only the recent visit of the Prime Minister Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister, to Mongolia in 2025. It was a very historical visit to Mongolia, and it played a significant role to develop our further relation, to further not only the political but the economic and of course the spiritual and religious level. During that time, the agreement was reached to establish the first economic pioneer project between Mongolia and India. Is an oil refinery, which is now conducted in a full swing, and we believe that it will be fully operational by 2025. But if we go back to history, historically, if I'm not mistaken, it says in historical documents says that about more than 4,500 years ago, the Mongolian scholars, monks were coming all the way to India, crossing all the Himalayas to study at the Nalanda University, which is the significant fact, and I believe we have to learn further. And recently when I met Professor Dr. Lokachandra, and we were talking about, and it appears we have much more longer relations between Mongolia and India. It goes to ancient Rome, ancient Greece, and so whatever. So there are a lot of things to learn from us. In Mongolia, we refer India as our spiritual neighbor, and of course it's based for our long history. And for Mongolians, it is, I believe, a very significant and respected name, if I may say so. Because in Mongolia we mostly respect three things. It's of course mother, nature, and teacher. By teacher it means knowledge, spirituality. And that's how Mongolians receive Indians, and they see Indians as our spiritual neighbor. But again, as a new man in India, I'm meeting a lot of officials and of course a lot of the ordinary people. common people in the streets and various trips around India. For being 7 months, I've traveled and trying to travel a lot, and so far I've been around 10, 11 states and union territories. And when I meet them, we talk about a lot of ordinary lives, the way how they greet guests, and it appears that ordinary people, they don't have knowledge about each other. You know, the Indian says, Mongolia, yes, it's Genghis Khan, yes, Mongolia is somewhere, and even one guy appears asks me, is it in Africa or somewhere else? So for me, it's saying that the ordinary people has a very low, the very general idea about Mongolia. So I would like to, in cooperation with the Professor Sashibala and our Professor Sima Gupta, we're trying to bring, as we say, the missing link between Mongolia and India, to bring our history, culture, tradition, customs in one umbrella, to do some documentary, so deliver it to common people of both countries, so to bring them understand what is it. And of course the main idea is to bring this historical knowledge, our tradition, to our new generation, which is our future. So we have to prepare them, to see, to let them understand why Mongolia and India are spiritual neighbors, our friends. And to develop this kind of relations, I believe that waiting to the economic cooperation, the business-to-business relation to develop, I'm afraid we're going to lose time. So we're trying to develop the people-to-people direct contact. So that's based on that we can bring our bilateral relations, people-to-people, into the new level. And as of today, I believe in India, about Mongolian community is not that small. I would say it's about within 1,000 Mongolians, which is hit hard by the pandemic. Before pandemic, it was much more, but last 2 years, a lot of people has to go back to Mongolia. And in Mongolia, the Indian community, as of today, is within 100, which is comparatively small, but I understand that we have to nourish those two small communities to bring our nation together. And maybe the cooperation on the establishing direct flight between Ulaanbaatar and Delhi will play a crucial role to improve this understanding of each other, the development of more people's relations. For Mongolians, India is a land of Lord Buddha. Everybody is dreaming, wishing to come to India to visit Varanasi, Bodh Gaya, Dharamsala, which is very sacred place for Mongolians. But I believe India can offer much more than only Buddhism. If you compare the percentage of Buddhists in India, it's comparatively very low. But again, the history is very rich, and I believe that Indians coming to Mongolia can bring more than only Buddhism. They can bring their own Hindu and other religion traditions, which is very rich. It's huge civilization is opened for us. Mongolia, as most of you probably know, that we are sandwiched between two giants, as we call Russian bear, Chinese dragon. And I believe that it is time for, let's say, maybe I'm speaking not as a diplomat, and maybe too blunt, open. Maybe it's time for Indian elephant to have a step there, come into Mongolia more openly, and maybe more aggressively, if I may say so, because based on our historical linkage and our future geographical location, geopolitics, and other aspects, humanitarian, spiritual, I believe India should be presented in Mongolia in a full swing, if I may say so. So we have to work hard on that. Of course, on the political level, everything is great. Understanding it's a high-level topic. Our president and Prime Minister Modi ji is very close friends. So it is time for us, for you, academicians, historians, people who learn, study, and know what we have in a history to bring to more people, more, let's say, to common people. And if I've noticed that traveling around India, that there are a lot of common things and traditions, customs, history, as I said, greeting guests with the tea, the felicitation that you have. Mongols usually greet honorable guests with the hadak, silk robe. It's very similar to if you go to Assam or the Rajasthan or Ladakh. In Tamil Nadu, whenever you go, they greet you in some felicitation. This is something that is common with us. And of course, the most crucial thing that I noticed is common between Mongolia and India is family. How they treat family. In India, you live in a nuclear family. The one house, on the first floor is grandparents, parents, children, grandchildren. And this is one thing that I believe personally that it has to be preserved. Unfortunately, in Mongolia, because of this new Western wave, let's say, culture, we're moving out from the parents' house, living separately, and especially in urban areas, you know, there's traffic, business, and every busy. We going to bring our kids to their grandchildren only on the weekends, and then it's not enough. I believe that kind of tradition of Indians that you have, having the direct contact, everyday contact of the grandparents with the grandchildren, it's very important to deliver, to bring to the custom, traditions, that thing that we have to all preserve, because the history, as we know, we have to learn from history, and based on our history, we have to go forward. And it is one of the important aspects, I believe, that we have to in common and we have to share to deliver it. And another one thing that I was talking with a lot of historians, academicians, there is some historical mistake, if I may say so, to be fixed in our history books that Genghis Khan, Mongolians never invaded India. That this has to be delivered to common people, because when you meet a lot of Mongol Indians, they said, Genghis Khan, yes, they conquered, yes, they came from Islam, he's the Islamic guy, yes, he conquered his crews. Yes, of course, at that time when the war, as we see, it's a cruel thing, of course, and we can see it as of today. But again, from other aspect of Genghis Khan, we have to think that what he brought, delivered to the world, and understand the Professor Nyamdava, who was the ambassador before many years before me in India, he said that there are 37 heritages of Genghis Khan to the world development history. Okay, there is a lot of things to discuss, but just I will name a few of them. It's the first of diplomatic passport as we use as of today. At that time, we call it gerga, the golden silver. The person with holding this gerga, he can travel all around from Karakorum, the capital of the Mongolia, all the way to the Western Europe as of today, to Albania, the Adriatic Sea, holding it, that he will be provided by the fresh horses, food, accommodation, and protection. And during the Silk Road, that time, ancient time, the people holding the golden gerig can have a full of gold open without hiding it and bringing it from China to Europe. So this is the immunity, a privilege that current diplomats we do have as of today. The second thing that historically that we have to think about the heritage or what Genghis Khan delivered to the world is the current Russia and current China. Because at that time they were separated, small Maharashtra's, kingdoms, you know. And it was maybe because of that, it was easy for him to conquer all of them one by one. But after his conquest, the Russians, at that time, and the Chinese, they united and became stronger. And historically, even the grandson of Genghis Khan moved the capital of Mongols from Karakorum to Beijing. That's how now the Beijing become the strongest point of the world. So there are, if I can go on and on, but I believe we have other people to speak. So I would ask you, as I'm talking to my friends and Professor Sachabala and Gupta, we have to do our best to deliver the historical links between Mongolia, India, and bring it to more common people, make it open, so our people, our future generation, our young people can learn from it and understand each other, and based on that we can go further together into new opportunities, new chances. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you so much for highlighting very much the connections between both the countries and how the family values play an important role in the cultural influence of both the nations. So thank you so much. With that, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Professor Dr. Shashi Balaji. She's a renowned Indologist and currently the Dean of Bhavan's K. M. Munshi Center for Indology, on Chair Acharya Raghuveera, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. She's also contributing as member Mission High-Level Committee, the Indian Knowledge Systems at the MOE. She's the president of the International Council for Cultural Studies, member for Anusandhan Prakoshta, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, and the founding member of the International Buddhist Confederation and the joint secretary, Antarashtriya Sahyog Parishad. She's also an alumni from the Himachal Pradesh University and specializes in India's cultural contribution to other Asian countries. Sanskrit, history of arts, Buddhism, and cross-cultural connections across political boundaries. She's also a research professor and executive member at the International Academy of Indian Culture, New Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you amongst us today.
Namaskar. Excellency, the Ambassador of Mongolia, Mr. G. Gunbold, the Second Secretary from the Embassy of Kazakhstan, Mr. Murad Beg Aslamzoda, Ambassador Shri Santosh Mishra ji, Professor Gandhi Murthy ji, and all the dignitaries who have gathered here on this very special occasion for disseminating and promoting, preserving Indian knowledge systems. Today, what I'm asked to talk about is India's cultural linkages with the world. I'm sorry to say that I won't be able to do justice with this, because not only thousands, but millions of artifacts, statues, monasteries, temples, stupas, the paintings that run into kilometers of area of wall surface, illuminating the Buddhist texts of philosophy. You cannot imagine, because in India, we just sum up in 2 lines that Ashoka sent missionaries to Sri Lanka to spread the culture, to spread Buddhism. What happened during the last more than 2,000 years is not taught, unfortunately, by our education system. We don't have students, we don't have researchers, we don't have professors, who have been very few people who are passionate and working in this area, very few people. Whatever is happening, whatever is being done, researched, written, preserved and promoted is mainly by foreign authors, mainly by foreign archaeologists, scholars, thinkers and poets, historians and grammarians, philosophers and men of sciences have agreed, have accepted the profound impact of the wisdom that is contained in the Sanskrit texts, bequeathed by the great rishis, the munis, the acharyas, the gurus. And they contributed immensely to the cultural and the civilizational development of all those countries wherever our acharyas went, or wherever we received acharyas or pilgrims or monks from the countries outside and also the scholars. They have contributed to physical, intellectual, spiritual, aesthetical, scientific, and technological, all spheres of human advancement. It is Bharata that had opened up new horizons of thought, acted as a source of inspiration in the fields of writing, literature, linguistics, science, vastu, polity, spirituality, philosophy, and so on and on. Even Greeks, in India people talk about Greeks. So I want to quote from the Greeks. Greeks had admired India as the source of philosophy. Lucien says that the goddess of philosophy first descended upon the Indians, the mightiest nation on the earth. I have so many quotations from the Western scholarship, Western scholars who have admired India immensely. I'm just giving you one quotation from Professor Sylvain Lévy, a French scholar. He said, "Mother of wisdom, India gave mythology to her neighbors. Mother of law and philosophy, she gave to 3/4 of Asia a god, a religion, a doctrine, and art. Thailand and Cambodia, according to him, Thailand and Cambodia are the greatest recipients of the influence which language and literature exercised on the cultural lives of Southeast Asia. The impact has come down from the royal kingdoms who adopted Indian culture to the masses." So inspired by Indian knowledge systems, they built huge temples like Angkor Wat and Prambanan and Borobudur. The largest Vishnu, Shiva and Buddhist temple, to the tiny bronzes, to the small shrines. Several scholars have been working on them, and they always ask me, Dr. Shashi Bella, why we don't have any student, any researcher from India? We have to produce them. We have to inspire them. Our objective of education is not the Western objective, that is the survival. And further they say survival of the fittest, which I don't agree. According to our philosophy, the philosophy that is bequeathed by the rishis, everybody is educated for enlightenment. We cannot calculate the growth of a country by GDP only. Bhutan calculates it's on the basis of happiness. In Mongolia, Professor Rinchin, I'll show you the catalogue by Professor Rinchin, who has written that Mongolia had the highest per capita knowledge of the world. And how Indian knowledge reached there, that is a long story, I cannot cut it short. So I'm just giving you one example and just moving on. That in Mongolia there are two compendia. One is Kanjur and the other is Tanjur. Kanjur is 108 volumes and Tanjur is in 225 volumes. And all of them, they are not small, they are thick, huge volumes. You must have heard our Honorable Prime Minister saying that we are presenting, not yet, it is not yet done, because I'm saying we are going to present the entire Kanjur in 108 volumes to the monasteries of Mongolia. Why is this so important for us? Number one, to rediscover the connections between India and Mongolia. And the other is that we are indebted to the Mongol scholars, to the Mongol monasteries, to the monks who have preserved the Sanskrit texts that were translated into Mongolian language, and we have lost many of them forever. And this catalogue that I have brought to just to show you that it has a number of Sanskrit texts. For example, I was working on Vyakaran, the Sanskrit Vyakaran. For my MPhil degree, I was working on Sanskrit grammatical texts discovered from Indonesia. That time I just saw that, just tried to find out Sanskrit grammatical texts that are translated into Tibetan and Mongolian. I could make a list of 49 Sanskrit texts. I took this list to Pandit Yudhishthir Mimamsak ji, who had written the history of Sanskrit grammar, and he said many of them are not even known to us. We do not know even the names. So we salute these people who took and preserved the texts on Ayurveda, on metallurgy, on yoga. All sorts of sacred and secular literature has been preserved by China, by Mongolia and Tibet. Retranslating from Chinese is very difficult, but retranslating from Mongolian and Tibetan can be done because there are dictionaries, as Excellency Gunbolt said. And we are moving towards it, that how we can retrieve the lost Sanskrit texts from Mongolia. Here we have gathered together to talk about the new education policy. Education, it's a journey from being a child to a global citizen. Education sets path and inspires for formulation of aspirations and dreams that we have. Everybody doesn't have the same dream. A terrorist has a different dream and a scholar has a different dream. A trader has a different dream and a bureaucrat has a different dream. Number two, why this knowledge system is important? Because we become what we practice. And we are ought to be taught following the visions of the sages. And this is the knowledge that was disseminated to all those countries for a sustainable development. It is based on intense tapa and tyaga. What the rishis were doing, they were real visionaries, sitting on the river banks under the open, pure blue open sky. It gave them, it nourished their mind with the purity of mind. The objective became pure. Mind is nourished and nurtured by values, and values condition the mind enshrined in the texts that we called Indian knowledge systems. The knowledge that is enshrined there and what we gave to the world is how effulgent Bharat was, and how it was indulged into the progression, into the development of other countries. They went to the distant lands without knowing the people, without knowing the language. They did not have proper food to eat. They sacrificed their lives. All our children have to learn to understand how our acharyas and why they sacrificed their lives. And what is the impact, and how today we can use that. After learning, after internalizing all this knowledge, how it can be used to make India not only the Vishwaguru again, but also as a country that was Vishwaguru because of a reason, and all the countries who received the knowledge from India, they were our friends, and they are still our friends. And it will enhance, it will strengthen our bilateral relations. As we say, culture is a soft power. But all our acharyas never went abroad with any diplomacy. They just went with the knowledge, with the text, gave them to everybody who wanted it. That is why there are more than 3,000 Sanskrit texts preserved in Chinese, more than 5,000 Sanskrit texts preserved in Tibetan and Mongolian. What they taught from Ganga to grassland, to the Isles of Indonesia, the whole of Asia, what we taught was cooperation and coexistence. Unity in diversity, integral growth, power and virtue. All these kings and emperors in these countries, what was their ambition? It was to show the political might. But when Indians reached there, when Indian knowledge reached there, it was combined with virtue. So in place of building huge tombs, they shifted their energies to building huge monasteries and temples and enshrining them the most glittering, the outstanding statues and paintings that run into kilometers. So there was beauty, there is grandeur. So because what the philosophy that they spread was, because when you said there is a difference between the river cultures and the desert cultures. When we are talking about the river cultures, so everything is in abundance, so people, our rishis said, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. You can go on and quoting these things. So these are the true principles of democracy when we say Hridayastham Bhavaya Devam. So whatever education, new education policy should just, I don't know how and on which level, but I'll show you. I think it's better that I start showing you because I have to be brief in talking. I can go on and talking about talking for hours. So please look at this presentation. Next, please. So what we taught to the world is Karuna, compassion. Here you can see a Buddhist deity who is showering nectar to the burning humanity. And on the other side you can see a Buddhist deity, 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. The concept of 1,000-arm is found in Rig Veda, where in the Purusha Sukta, Sahasra Shirsha Purusha, Sahasraksha, Sahasrapada. So I'm not going into details. Next, please. There is a huge list. So many branches of Indian knowledge systems. One of the European scholars has written that when the Indian scholars were writing all these texts, people in Europe were living like monkeys. Next, please. How we traveled, what kind of routes did we take in the north and in the south. Next. Now, when we talk about the world, how India gave knowledge to the world, Europe. When we talk of Europe, mainly it is the linguistic enrichment of all the European language by Sanskrit. Okay. So, running short of time, so I'm just showing you that Europe, Central Asia, and all these countries in Southeast Asia, then what we have given is languages, literature, archaeological, and archaeological discoveries are the main source for our research. So the traditions, the ceremonies, the rituals, we have to study a lot. Next, please. There are a huge number of manuscripts, not only in India, but all over the world, including Western countries, including America, including all the Southeast Asian countries. There are two types of Sanskrit manuscripts that are taken from India, and also they have written their own texts. So we made those countries who did not have any developed system of writing, alphabetology. So we gave them scripts. How we gave them, that has to be discussed in detail, for which we don't have time. Legal documents are discovered where you can see that Sanskrit was used for writing legal and administrative documents, because Sanskrit was the language of administration in many countries. Next, please. Next. I'm just showing you how we can teach our children at the school level. When a child starts learning numbers, at least we can show that 1, 2, 3, what are they in Sanskrit, and how all the European languages have derived the numbers from Sanskrit to their languages. I just give you one example, like English, to, it comes from do. In English, you cannot, there is no explanation why there is W in between T and O. Next. There are hundreds and hundreds of such examples. All the Southeast Asian scripts are developed on the basis of Indian scripts, whatever were taken by the Indian acharyas from wherever they went. So a number of different kinds of scripts are there to be studied. Next. Next, another. So here I am showing you how writing system of 8th, 9th century, when it reached Japan, how it is preserved till date, and on one side you can see how they write it, on the other side you can see how a beautiful calligraphy is done. It is written Shiva with Ganga flowing down from the jata. Next. Next. In many countries you see that children are given this knowledge. We should also do that. Next. Next. So here you cannot read it, but I made a list of the words from Sanskrit to European languages. The book is published, Sanskrit and Europe, Sanskrit and the Maritime Route, and the third is Sanskrit on the Silk Route. So anybody who is more interested, they can go through them. Next. So this is how our historical chronicles, what do we have to study is, and at the postgraduate level, that is my suggestion, that is historical chronicles, lives of the monks and all these things. So again, I have to be short. Next. These also can be taught at the graduation and the post-graduation. What kind of heritage do they have and how it is based on Indian heritage, Indian systems, Indian knowledge. Next. So performing arts, dance, drama, music, and all the visual arts. Next, please. Translation of Sanskrit texts into Chinese. So there are many catalogs. Next. What spiritual practice, deification of the emperors, because sanctification of the state was very important when Indian knowledge reached there, and these were even our art masters who were taken as war booty, sending thousands of soldiers to capture them. They were appointed as Rajgurus. So divine empowerment, spiritual ceremonies. It's a long story. Next. How India contributed to the world in the field of science and technology, cotton, silk, steel industry, medical sciences, grammar, all this you can see. Again, I am cutting it short. Next. Text on Ayurveda, yoga practices, and even today, China has preserved a number of prescriptions of our Vaidyas from ancient times. Next. Again, Arab historians, Greek historians, how they talk about mathematics. People talk about Tesla, how he developed new technology with the help of Sankhya philosophy and all. Next. Now, what we need to do is decoding of Vedas, scientific interpretation of Sankhya, science behind Yagyas, plants like Soma and Sanjeevani, aeronautics, people are working on it, and I'm supporting all these people who are working on this, like shipbuilding and Viman Shastri. Next. So next. Next. Yeah, here you can see where is the Kazakhstan and where is Mongolia and how close they are. Next. Next. Yeah, traders were the first who carried the Indian culture abroad. Next. Here is Hun, because the Mongolians were also Hunas, and you can find Hunas all over this Central Asian region. Next. There are engravings, Buddhist engravings. Next. From Kazakhstan. This is also Kazakhstan. Next. This is also an engraving from Kazakhstan. Next. These are symbolic stones of the Turks placed as tomb markers, and Turks are the people who were all Buddhist. Whatever has been discovered through archaeology, all the manuscripts, Turkish manuscripts, are Buddhist. It's amazing. Next. Next. Next, this is Mongolian flag, and I'm sorry I don't have time to explain it, that I just tell you that the two pillars on the two sides, one represents the state and the other represents the dharma. So state and dharma, they go together, and on the top you can see how Chandra, Ardha Chandra, Bindu, Nad, and etc. I'm not explaining now. Next. This is one of the monasteries, very famous monasteries in Mongolia. Next. Ganesha. Ganesha has been worshipped in so many countries in so many forms, and there are some forms which we don't even find in India, like Ganesha. This is from Mongolia, and like Ganesha sitting on a seat of skulls, and there are many things in Japan and other countries. So Ganesha is worshipped from Mongolia to Indonesia. Next, please. This is Saraswati, again the goddess of learning. Next. So these I'm showing you from Mongolia. Mongolia has so much of respect for our acharyas. They have preserved many things, and this is one of the conch of an Indian acharya. Next. This is, I'm just showing you that how Mongolia, when Genghis Khan was going for war, the banner that he was carrying was topped by Trishula, and even now in ceremonies and other places you can see this Trishula banners. Next. In Buddhist masters. Next. Indian teachers, one is Bodhidharma, who took the philosophy of dhyana to China, and from there it went to Korea and Japan, and today it is the most famous Buddhist sect, Zen sect, that is based on the philosophy of dhyana. The martial arts and also acupressure, acupuncture, all they were taken by this Acharya Bodhidharma, and the other is Kumarajiva. I'm sorry, I can't explain. Next. We don't have time. So this is Gayatri Mantra in 4 different scripts discovered from China. Next. This is Great Wall of China, and it's amazing that on this Great Wall of China, next, a Sanskrit mantra was written. Next, please. On this Sanskrit mantra in 6 different scripts was written by Emperor Kublai Khan, the Mongol emperor, on the Great Wall of China, and still exists. 1333 is the date of writing this inscription. Thousands and thousands of people go there, but nobody knows existence of a Sanskrit inscription written for the defense of the nation, because national defense, curing from diseases, and welfare of the people were the main reasons why Indian knowledge systems reached these countries. This Shiva and Parvati. I'm just rushing. Next. This is Ganesha and Kartikeya. Next. Next, yeah. So I'm sorry, these are the documents, administrative and legal documents. So we'll meet again sometime. I'm sorry, I'm just cutting it short here again. And I'm thankful to AICT and all the organizers who invited me to share my knowledge, and we'll be doing it in future soon, and including this stuff into our school books, our college, our university level, and also at the research level. Thank you once again. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Shashi, and thanks for reigniting the mantra of education for enlightenment. With this, I would like to bring for today's session, sir, we are really running short of time, so I request the balance speakers to please consider the same. And I'd like to invite Mr. Murudbek Aslamzoda from the Embassy of Tajikistan for his remarks.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. Excellency, Madam Professor, dear colleagues and participants, actually, due to the very limited time, I would like to conclude very short and express my gratitude for IKC for organizing such a very wonderful event, and my friend Manpreet that collaborate and coordinate my visit here and to present Tajikistan. Actually, this year is very important for Tajik and India relations. We are celebrating 30 years of independence. During this time, the huge number of international, intergovernmental, interstate, and interagency documents has been signed, about 75. And there was established about 18 mechanisms of cooperation, such as in the field of culture, education, economy, defense, security, and other. But as we have the, for example, we have joint working group on education sector between India and Tajikistan. But unfortunately, his work is not well known and not satisfying the existing opportunity of collaboration between two countries. Also, we have the joint working group on culture. We had signed several programs on cultural exchange, and in this field of cooperation, we have very successful result. Every year, the cultural representative from India will participate in Tajikistan, and from Tajikistan to India. And it's very important because if just Madam Professor and Excellency talk about the historical links, and if you saw the map when there was a presentation of Madam Professor, there was the link, the Tajikistan and India very close. The Buddhism has been expired to China's and Mongols and north part of world through the territory, existing territory of Tajikistan. And Tajikistan, just there was a archaeologist research, and there was found the most longest Buddhists which are sleeping in nirvana position, and it's located in Tajikistan. And last year's with Indian government efforts, there was organized the virtual exhibition of Buddhism about the Central Asian countries and IKS member states, and it was a huge and very good work. And this year, in the beginning of this year, there was the first summit of India and Central Asian countries, which the leader of these countries ordered and instructed the government to manage the joint heritage of Buddhism and Sufism exhibition in the virtual format. Just the work is going on in this area. And the next issue which I was discussed during this summit was the cultural connection of Indian and Central Asian countries. And for this, to find there was the instructed to prepare joint words which are famous in India and in the Central Asian country. For example, our researchers has just indicated that there are about 13,000 words which are commonly used in Indian language, mostly in Urdu, in Sanskrit, and some others Indians local language, and between Tajik, Persian, and Dari. It's commonly. And it's about the connectivity of culture, and you know that in India there are many actually famous Indian poetries which are write in Persian, like Amir Khusrau Dehlavi, which tomb is in the Nizamuddin Awliya Dargah, Abdul Qadir Bedil, which is near the Purana Stadium, which are Indian poet which are write in Persian, and these peoples make the best of cooperation for us and for next generation to be close and engage this cooperation. And in India, in Tajikistan, there's the culture center of Indian Cultural Center, which are fully operated and advanced the Indian culture in Tajikistan, and we're just working on establishing the Tajik Culture Center in India with cooperation with JNU University. I hope that it will be done in the next future. And for your kind information, just in Tajikistan, about 1,500 students are taking in medical, and about 25 Tajik students are here with ICCR scholarship. And Tajik students mostly studying program in subjects in ideology, Indian language, art, music, culture, social science, and others. It's excellent and timely, which give the best for more people-to-people connection. Also, understanding that the big demand of economy of Tajikistan for specialists such as internet telecommunication, computer programming, engineering, construction, energy, mining sector, and other technical professions, existing quality of standard of education of India, we hope that the Indian government will take those demands under consideration and will attract more number of international students from Tajikistan in mentioned spheres. Furthermore, the researchers, collaboration, and student exchange between Tajikistan and India is going on, but it should be promoted more and more. And in the last, the high-performance Indian university will be encouraged to set up campus in Tajikistan, and similarly, we are ready to facilitate for opening the Tajik university branches in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murubek. Thank you so much. And you know, there's so much to talk about relations between India and Tajikistan, and I'm really not doing justice to that. I really know that. But moving on today's session, you know, we have somebody today who's been in the place where the sun rises for the entire world. And I'd like to now call upon the former director, Mr. Santosh Kumar Mishra ji, from Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center from the High Commission of India in Suva, Fiji. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Mongolia, the Second Secretary in the Embassy of Kazakhstan, the National Coordinator of IKS, Sri Ganti Murthy ji, respected Shashi Balaji, Rotarian Manjeet Singh ji, Professor Ram Subramani ji, academics and dear students, ladies and gentlemen. We are terribly running short of time, I'm told, so I will be very brief. No doubt we will have some detailed interaction on some other occasion, but I would just like to point out a few things which I have in mind, the important things, you know. First of all, I consider I divide the world in three time zones, the time spans, you can say. First, when, the mighty ruled the geography of the world, when with the military might and whoever was powerful ruled the world. The second phase came with the industrialization, when trade and commerce became more important. When you have the money, you can rule the world. But now this is the third important phase the world has entered, and this is when the soft power, we call it, the knowledge which is ruling the world, which will rule the world for times to come. And this is where our deliberation here is more relevant. In this connection, I would just like to share some of my experiences. First, as Second Secretary of Language and Culture in Trinidad and Tobago, the West Indies, between 2007-09, I was there, and now latest, the Director of Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center in Suva, Fiji. We are having people-to-people exchanges. It is very important, as Ambassador was just saying. And there are several mediums of people-to-people contacts nowadays where you have turned the world into a global village with the internet and Google revolution taking place, and people have social media and everything, they are connected. But still the basic sources and the important sources remain the institutions, like the government institutions we have. India is running about 40 cultural centers. Kazakhstan and Astana has one Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center. And our embassies, they are just working to establish people-to-people contact and furthering and promoting our culture and Indian knowledge system. But what I feel, and I would like to point out on this very important stage of IKS, that I have observed that still many people, India has come a long way now. It's $1 trillion economy. It has a powerful country, the 5th largest economy in the world, and it has, its place in the Committee of Nations. But still somewhere in some populace across the world, it doesn't find the, the real picture of India as we have developed so far. And the primary source, to my mind, Professor Subramania, I would like to seek your attention and other academicians also, the primary source is textbooks. The textbooks which are there in many countries, we still have that primitive stories about India and those things. These things need to be revisited. In the embassy, as a director of Cultural Center, I tried to, I had an exercise. I tried to read some of the textbooks but humanly, it was not possible for me to correct an object and amend and interact with the relevant authorities to correct some facts there. So what on this, my motive of bringing this issue on this stage is to just to make a suggestion that if IKS can take up this kind of put some researchers on that, the curriculum being taught, anything about India is being taught in those academic circles in particular countries. You can divide the countries, you can choose the countries, select one by one, and study the curriculum and anything being taught for India. Because the young minds have to be, they have to be fed the correct picture of India, which is an emerging India. The knowledgeable India, which presents the thousands of years of his, years of his cultural history. So that is one important point I wanted to make sure that this is acted upon. There are so many things I could have shared with you on this very important stage. But maybe I'm told time and again we are running short of time. Probably Honorable Minister is here for the closing session. But it's a very good opportunity for all of us to have such an intellectual interaction. And I thank the IKS, particularly the National Coordinator, Murthy ji, and Anuradha Chaudhary for putting up such a grand show. And of course, the ministries are involved. So it's a real, when India is celebrating the 75 years of its independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. These kind of utsavs, these kind of events must be more frequent. Now I'm out of the system, retired from the government service, but I make it a suggestion to you all to make these events more frequent so that we can have more interactions, and engaging with the diaspora is very important. Diaspora, we have 32 million diaspora and 2.5 million diaspora increases by every year. So this is the kind of diaspora we have there, and India goes where Indian goes, They take the traditions, the culture. We have the Girmit traditions of hundreds of years back. Girmitia people went for sugarcane plantation in Girmit, the countries like Fiji, Guyana, Suriname, Trinidad. And they have a lot of traditional wisdom still intact with them. So that also we need to count, not only within India, but outside also. That is where when we are engaging with the world, we should engage with those people also, the diaspora, particularly the diaspora who has gone way back, hundreds of years back. They still preserve the ancient knowledge, the traditions, which their forefathers followed, and they are still practicing. So those things also need to be studied. So with these words, I am really sorry that I could not share more thoughts with you, but maybe some other time. I thank you once again to IKS team and for putting such a grand show. Thank you very much.
Santosh Kumarji, thank you so much. And I would like to really point out, that the ICCR Center in Suva, Fiji is one of the oldest, and the first one started in 1972. And with this, I would like to request Professor Kantimurthy ji to please formally conclude this session with a vote of thanks. Few words.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session, with basically highlighted a lot of India's connections. In fact, this is just the beginning. I promise you all that we are actually going to have a follow-up event in next 2 months, and then another follow-up event in 4 months. And this is a promise I'm making from the stage. So we'll make sure that these are the connections that we'll explore more. And with those few words, I would like to thank you again for coming. And then please stay here. We'll be starting our valedictory session in the next 5 minutes. And Honorable Minister of State has come for Education. Dr. Subhash Sarkarji has come. So we'll start our valedictory program within 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Minutes. Right,
And request everybody, because this is the final closing, request as many to join the event as possible. Those who are sitting at the back, I'd request you to kindly come in front if you can a little bit. So everybody sitting at the back, please come in front.
मेरा सभी सभागार में उपस्थित अतिथिगणों से अनुरोध है कि कृपया कोरोना प्रोटोकॉल का पालन करते हुए आप एक एक सीट छोड़कर बैठ जाइएगा। कृपया एक एक सीट आप बीच में छोड़ दीजिएगा, छोड़ के बैठ जाइए। काफ़ी जगह पीछे तक पड़ी हुई है। हम आपके अति आभारी हैं। कृपया एक एक सीट बीच में छोड़ के बैठ जाइएगा। कृपया मैं पुनः अनुरोध करती हूँ कि कृपया थोड़ा सा सहयोग कीजिए और कोरोना प्रोटोकॉल का पालन करते हुए कृपया एक एक सीट छोड़कर बैठ जाइए, क्योंकि आपने सुना ही होगा समाचारों में बहुत सारे केस पुनः बढ़ते जा रहे हैं।
तो कृपया सभी से अनुरोध है, मुझे दिख रहे हैं, ये सोफे के बीच वाली रो में भी कुछ लोग बैठे हुए हैं जिनके बीच में एक सीट का गैप नहीं, कृपया आप गैप ले लीजिएगा।
राहुल सर, जो थोड़ी देर के लिए प्रस्तुत करते हैं तो अच्छा लगता है, ज्यादा समय के लिए करते हैं तो बहुत बोरिंग लग रहा है।
बहुत ही अच्छा प्रश्न श्रीमान। आपका नाम?
प्रवीण कुमार भारती।
प्रवीण कुमार भारती, वाह बहुत सुंदर। तो प्रवीण जी, सर्वप्रथम मैं आपको मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा।
मुझे?
जी आपको।
नहीं भाई साहब, मुझे बहुत शर्म आती है।
मैं विनती करता हूँ मंच पर।
कमलासनी शारदे पद्मासनी शारदे अज्ञान के अंधकार से भारत को तार दे सद्बुद्धि मात सरस्वती आके जाए न जो फिर कभी ऐसी बहार दे। हे कमलासिनी शारदे पद्मासिनी शारदे। माँ सरस्वती को नमन करते हुए हम आज के इस समापन सत्र का शुभारंभ करते हैं। मैं आपको सूचित करना चाहूँगी कि इस स्तर में हमारे साथ हमारे शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी हमारे बीच रहेंगे। हमारे मुख्य अतिथि आभासी प्रांगण में पधार चुके हैं, शीघ्र ही वो हमारे बीच होंगे। माननीय मंत्री महोदय, आदरणीय उपाध्यक्ष अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद, आदरणीय सदस्य सचिव महोदय, अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद, निदेशक उच्चतर शिक्षा विभाग के साथ आज इस मंच की शोभा बढ़ाएंगे। शीघ्र ही वो आने वाले हैं। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के समय भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा मेला के इसी विशिष्ट एवं अद्भुत रहे कार्यक्रम के समापन सत्र में मैं हमारे माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी को मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ। कृपया दर्शक दीर्घा में बैठे सभी से मेरा अनुरोध है, कृपया जोरदार तालियों के साथ अपना स्नेह माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी से प्रकट करें। मैं उपाध्यक्ष अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद, सदस्य सचिव अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद, राष्ट्रीय समन्वयक भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली प्रकोष्ठ, आप सभी को भी मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के समय भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा मेला के इस विशिष्ट एवं अद्भुत रहे कार्यक्रम के समापन सत्र में आइए जो देश के लिए शहीद हुए उन्हीं प्रणाम करते हैं, अपने खून से इस जमी को सींचा है जिन्होंने, आइए सब मिलकर उनको सलाम करते हैं, उनको सलाम करते हैं। सभी अतिथिगणों का हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन है। भारतीय संस्कृति, संस्कार, कला, विज्ञान, शिक्षा पद्धति, शोध, विचारधारा, कृषि, पर्यावरण सभी में नवजीवन का संचार करने के प्रयास भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा मेला के इस 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में मैं आज हमारे बीच पधारे हमारे परम सम्माननीय हमारे मुख्य अतिथि महोदय डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी, उपाध्यक्ष अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद प्रोफेसर MP पूनिया जी, सदस्य सचिव अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी का हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करती हूँ। कृपया एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका मंच पर स्वागत है। मैं प्रोफेसर घंटी मूर्ति जी का भी इस मंच पर स्वागत करती हूँ। प्रकाश हमारी आत्मा के समान व्यापक एवं विस्तारित है। दीपक परोपकार हित निज आहूत करने और अंधकार हनन कर भ्रम समाप्ति की दृष्टि देता है। मैं मुख्य अतिथि महोदय माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री जी डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी से एवं मंच की शोभा अन्य सभी गणमान्य जनों से दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस अविस्मरणीय एवं भव्य कार्यक्रम के निष्कर्ष सत्र का शुभारंभ करने का विनम्र अनुरोध करती हूँ। आदरणीय मंच, कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन के द्वारा मैं हमारे परम आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी और मंचासन सभी विभूतियों से दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ। मत पूछना कि नन्हे दीपक की रोशनी से क्या होगा, याद रखना एक चिंगारी ही काफी है अंधकार निगलने को। साथ ही में यजुर्वेद के पाठ हेतु आचार्य कुशल एवं आचार्य दंडपाणि जी को भी आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरि ओम। शन्नो मित्रः शं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः। नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु वक्तारम्। ओम शांति शांति शांतिः सुशांतिर्भवतु।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आचार्य जी, आपके पाठ ने समस्त सभा को पवित्रता एवं पावनता से सरोबार कर दिया है। आदरणीय मंच का हार्दिक आभार। अतिथि देवो भव। ये मदबंद सी शाम और प्रिय मेहमानों की मुस्कुराहटें, ये मदबंद सी शाम मुस्कुराहटें प्रिय मेहमानों की, हम दिल से करते हैं सत्कार आपका खुशबू लेकर जाफरानों की। मैं आदरणीय प्रोफेसर घंटी सूर्यनारायण मूर्ति जी से आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी का हमारे अतिथियों के समरूप सुंदर पुष्प एवं शाल द्वारा अभिनंदन करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ। वस्त्रों अर्थात शाल एवं अंग वस्त्र भेंट करना सम्मान प्रदान करने हेतु हमारी संस्कृति की अनूठी एवं प्राचीन परंपरा है। मैं आदरणीय मूर्ति जी से हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि माननीय उपाध्यक्ष अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद प्रोफेसर MP पुनिया जी, माननीय सदस्य सचिव अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी, आदरणीय निदेशक उच्चतर शिक्षा विभाग शिक्षा मंत्रालय जी का भी एक स्मृति चिन्ह और पुष्प द्वारा सम्मान करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ। भ्रांतिपूर्ण संक्रमणों के प्रभाव से उपजी मानसिक विसंगतियों के कारण भारत में भारतीय ज्ञान विज्ञान परंपराओं कला शैली शिल्प संस्कृति को भुला सा दिया गया था। ऐसी भारतीय पद्धति जिसमें विज्ञान वेता ऋषियों ने सृष्टि संरचना खगोल विज्ञान गणना पदार्थ सर्वांगीण स्वास्थ्य आदि पर मौलिक विचार दिए, दूसरों के विचारों से तार्किक तुलना की, अंत्यबोध और मनन से दर्शन शास्त्र के सिद्धांत गढ़े। कोपरनिक से हजारों वर्ष पूर्व ऋग्वेद ने बता दिया पृथ्वी सूर्य की ओर घूमती है। 500 ईस्वी में ही सूर्य एवं ग्रहों की दूरी की गणना कर दी। ऋषि कणाद ने 600 ईस्वी में पूर्व परमाणु विवरण प्रस्तुत कर दिया। भौतिक एवं आध्यात्मिक प्रगति का सुंदर समन्वय हमारी बहुमूल्य धाती हमारी शिक्षा प्रणाली से बाहर होती गई। हमारे दूरदर्शी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के हमारे निर्देशन में पुनः इसके पुनरुत्थान का कार्य राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा एवं भारतीय भाषाओं के समावेश के साथ आरंभ हुआ, जिसके कार्यान्वयन का उत्तरदायी माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री महोदय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री महोदय के मार्गदर्शन में भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली प्रकोष्ठ एवं भारत अभाषित द्वारा किया जा रहा है, जिसके अंतर्गत 3 दिवसीय भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा मेला का भव्य एवं अभूतपूर्व आयोजन हुआ। इस कार्यक्रम ने ऐसा अनुभूत करवाया जैसे फिर किसी ने भारतीय चेतना के तार पर उंगली धरी है। मुद्दतों के बाद भारत में जगाने का पहला चरण पूरा हुआ। अब मैं इस महती कार्य को परिणति की दिशा में ले जाने हेतु निरंतर प्रयासरत IKS के राष्ट्रीय समन्वयक श्री घंटी मूर्ति जी से स्वागत कथन पूर्व हमारे जो आचार्य जी जिन्होंने यजुर्वेद का पाठ किया उन्हें सम्मानित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ और उसके पश्चात औपचारिक स्वागत भाषण एवं इस कार्यक्रम की विस्तृत जानकारी देने का भी आग्रह करती हूँ। मैं प्रोफेसर मूर्ति जी से हमारे आचार्यों का अभिनंदन पुष्प और एक स्मृति चिन्ह के माध्यम से करने का आग्रह करती हूँ।
मातृभ्यो नमः पितृभ्यो नमः गुरुभ्यो नमः सभायै नमः सभापतिभ्यश्च नमो नमः। आदरणीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री जी डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी, हमारे वाइस चेयरमैन प्रोफेसर पुनिया जी, हमारे मेंबर सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी और हमारे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के डायरेक्टर MM सिंह जी और हमारे सामने रहे बहुत सारे प्रोफेसर्स आचार्यगण विद्वद्गण वयोवृद्ध और ज्ञानवृद्ध को मैं पादाभिवंदन करते हुए मैं इस सभा का शुरुआत करना चाहता हूँ। So this session, this IKS Mela started on 29th with a theme of inclusive excellence, and it was 3 initiatives that were announced by Honorable Home Minister that day were essentially emphasizing the holistic development that the NEP 2020 envisages. And the whole purpose of this IKS Mela was 2 things. One, to celebrate the second year of NEP 2020, implementation of 2020, and then to identify what we can do and how we need to implement the directions given by the 2020 in the near future. And then the second main motivation of this IKS Mela was, during our travels across the country, the IKS division, we traveled across the country and met more than 500 to 700 scholars, individually, personally. And during that time, we found that many of the scholars are working and dedicating their lives to the progress of this Indian knowledge system and sustaining this Jnana Parampara. But what was kind of missing was that they were always kind of working in silos. They didn't necessarily know everybody and each other. So what we wanted to do through this Mela was to bring them all together in one place. And in last 1 year or so, IKS division has funded more than 13 Indian knowledge system centers throughout the country and funded over 50 projects. So overall 70 projects that we have funded and 800 interns that we have funded. And these interns are working with over 400 scholars of IKS and under their mentorship. And they're doing some phenomenal work that is really mind-blowing. And the whole idea of this internship, the IKS centers and the research projects was to really institutionalize the Indian knowledge systems and make it an integral part of the mainstream education that we are having. So the IKS centers was addressing the need for establishing the increasing the institutional capacity by bringing together researchers in the educational institutions. And whereas the individual research projects were basically to support individual researchers to do interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research that will catalyze new applications and use of the Indian knowledge systems knowledge that is there, and then bring it to the current society and then solve the current problems of the current society, not just simply talk about what was there in the past. And I'm very happy to say that some of the projects that we have received there are excellent, and it was a phenomenally successful initiative. We had received over 340 proposals in the initial, in the first round. In the second round, in the first round we had received 150 proposals. Of those, we had a very rigorous 3-phase review process, and through all that, imagine that the review panel selected only 36 proposals out of that. So it was so rigorous. It was a very rigorous scientific process, and then at the end of it, we funded those 36 projects, and then the 13 centers and another 15 projects in the RFP1. So together all of that, so the point I'm trying to make is it was a very rigorous process where we did not really compromise on quality, because one of the speakers today mentioned, I think Professor Mahadevanji mentioned that, whenever we talk about IKS, there is a tendency to think that, to associate it with less rigor. And we wanted to dispel that myth and then maintain the rigor in whatever we do. And then it is not just sufficient if we address the needs of the researchers and then institutional capacity. It is also important to build the capacity of our future generation. So that is what we did by these internships. And we're also very closely working with the NCRT, UGC, and ASCTE to build textbooks, provide materials for school textbooks, and initiating many initiatives that way. So when we were doing all of this, one of the things that we acutely felt was the need to bring together people. And that is why hence this Mela, which is a flagship event celebrating many, many things about Indian knowledge systems. First one, of course, we are celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of our independence. Second thing, we are also celebrating the 2 years of NEP 2020. And a third thing, and more important for us personally at the IKS division, it is also the 2 years of IKS division, establishment of the IKS division. So that is what we are celebrating. And this IKS Mela is, any good things in India are always celebrated as a Utsava. Therefore, we have called this as Bharatiya Jnana Paramparotsava, or IKS Mela. It is a Mela where we celebrate things, look forward to things with positivity, and then form networks so that we can do things even better. So sir, I'm very, very happy to let you know that on the after the Home Minister's address and then inauguration of 3 initiatives of the IKS division, we have received tremendous response from the media asking, when we said that 75 games were announced, we were going to introduce 75 games, immediately we got queries from reporters asking, what are those 75 games? Do you know what are the names of the 75 games? Where are they played? How many people play each game? So then we said, we depend on our experts. So we immediately made them talk to our experts who said, 75 की तो बात क्या, हमारे पास 150 गेम है, आप खेलेंगे तो सही, खेलो तो सही. And then we gave them a list of 100 games. And then similarly for the schools, we wanted to introduce them in 750. And then the Culture Ministry, which is a partner in that, to bring the artists to the schools where the children will learn these initiatives, they said 750 is a small number. Think of 1,500 or 15,000. And we said, wonderful, let us go there and do that, but at least let's do 750 in the beginning. So the point we are trying to make is that there is a tremendous need for this kind of things in the country. And countries really, youth of our country are really hungry to receive this kind of knowledge. And I think through the ministry's efforts, we will be able to do that in a very effective manner. And then the second day of the Mela, on 30th, started off with a very auspicious Mangala Charanam of Rigvedis. And then the first session of that was focused on what we are calling the main theme of this Mela. It was a round table focused on inclusive excellence, and where we really talked about the nexus of Bharatiya Bhashas, because 90% of India doesn't speak English. How do we include all those people who are speaking, who do not speak English? That can be done only through Bharatiya Bhasha. So we had a session where we brought in, where we were discussing 3 divisions of the ministry. Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, Indian Knowledge Systems Division, and the Innovation Cell came together and then thought about inclusivity through the Bharatiya Bhashas and excellence through the ministry's Innovation Cell. And then this also ties in with one of the initiatives that we announced on the previous day, which was to do the technology demonstration prototype development based on the Indian knowledge systems for current solutions through the Innovation Cell and connecting them to the startup ecosystems. So that was, and this session was addressed by the Atal Innovation Mission Director, Dr. Chintan Vaishnavji. And what came out of that, basically that session was that there is a very much need to do these kind of things, and we really came up with some actionable points which will be coming out as a working white paper. So these sessions were not simply where people would go, talk and go, but we are actually preparing some policy guidelines for that, and they will be reviewed and presented to the ministry. And the second section was to talk about the NEP 2020, especially at the foundational and preparatory stages, so that we understand what a child goes, because the NEP says, and we also know that the first 8 years are really critical for the child's mind development. So we really talked about that in the foundational and preparatory stages, and it was ably led, moderated by Ami Ganatraji from Brihat, and we had Dr. Vishwajit Saha from CBSE be the plenary speaker, and then we had a wonderful panel of experts from all perspectives. We have Dr. Anuradha Agarwalji, co-founder of Gnostic Center, Jinanji, who is the educationalist, author, and a design specialist, and who talked about Indian knowing system. We need to be thinking of knowing rather than as knowledge system, which was a paradigm shift in kind of thinking what we were thinking. And then Dr. Shanti Krishnamurti ji, who is the director of Chinmaya Schools, and then Sri Govind Sharma ji, who was on the National Steering Committee for the National Curriculum Framework. All of them debated and talked about and brought out perspectives that we really didn't know that existed. And then we had a very good discussion with Dr. Rahul from CCRT, who was our co-partner with the Dhara events, and in conversation event. And in the afternoon, we had NEP 2020 for mid-level and secondary education stages, which was the plenary lecture for that session was delivered by Professor K. Balasubramaniam ji, professor from IIT Bombay. And again, we had Professor Sarosh Sharma, Professor Vaidya Subramaniam, Professor Jyotsna Tiwari ji, Dr. Jayanti Ramachandran, who were all again representing different aspects of schooling system. So starting from National Institute of Open Schooling to NCRT, Shastra, and then Mirambika School, which talks about integral education. And then we had a very unique session after that, moderated by Dr. Raghav Krishnaji. That session, we had always, when we talk about NEP, we always hear about intellectuals. In that session, we selected a few students who were the winners of the Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan's competition, Science Olympiad competition, which is largest in the country. And 3 of them came along with 2 of our interns who were from media studies, but they were doing the translation work for translating some of the science textbooks that were prepared by one of our centers into into 8 different Bharatiya Bhashas. So they all came together and then they put their perspective as to what is NEP for them, what do they want to see in it, how do they want to see that implemented. And then we had a fantastic cultural event yesterday evening, Dhara cultural event on Kalari, Bharatanatyam dances. And then it was spellbounding performance, and we had planned for about 450 people yesterday, and I'm more than happy to tell you that we had more than 800 people, and it was really tough for us to manage that. And then today morning we had started with the NEP 2020 for higher education, where Professor R. Balasubramaniam, who is a member for Capacity Building Committee, he was a plenary speaker, and we had Dr. Nagaraj Paturi ji, Professor Mahadevan, and Dr. Amiya Kumar and Dr. Professor Nomesh Bolia ji talk about higher education aspects. And there was another session on academic research, which was basically, the plenary speaker for that was Professor Bhushan Patwardhan ji, and we had Dr. Tessie Thomas, Professor M.D. Srinivas ji, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi ji, and Professor Shantanu Roy. They all brought different aspects, talking about interdisciplinary research by Professor Bhushan Patwardhan ji, how government agencies can integrate and work with academic institutions by Dr. Tessie Thomas from DRDO, and Professor M.D. Srinivas, who has dedicated his life to the Indian knowledge systems and Indian mathematics. So he was talking about that perspective of how we need to really study our primary texts. And then when we talk about Indian knowledge systems, there is a big component of Indian intellectual property rights. So Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Asthana ji, who is the director for the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library of CASR, she was talking about those aspects. And then we had Professor Shantanu Roy, who was talking about the perspectives from an IIT. He was the Dean of Academic Affairs from IIT Delhi. He was delivering that. And then we just had a session after lunch on IKS Foundations for Abhyadaya, where we invited eminent Indians to speak about what do they think about Bharatiyata. And then we have a session just immediately before the valedictory session, where we invited His Excellency Ambassador from Mongolia and His Excellency Ambassador from Tajikistan, Deputy Ambassador from Tajikistan, to talk about how does India view its relationships and what were the connections with the different countries. So these are all the sessions that we have deliberated upon. And while this was going on, there was a Mela outside where we had conducted 15 workshops for children to learn the arts from the artists directly. And then we had about 20 stalls where we had shown best practices that we can do for rollout of courses and what is the latest research that is going on. In addition, we also had a poster presentation, and I'm very happy to tell you that a lot of people have interacted and there is a lot of connections and synergy that has happened. And within a few weeks, we'll be coming up with 5 white papers based on the proceedings of this session, which will have actionable points as to how we can implement IKS, NEP 2020 with a perspective of IKS. So this was essentially the summary of what we had done for the last 3 days. And I'm very grateful that you're all here for the valedictory session. With those few words, I would thank you all. Namaste.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। आपके भागीरथ प्रयास भारतीय ज्ञान गंगा को पुनः भारत की आत्मा में प्रवाहित करने में अवश्य सफल होंगे। अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद पिछले वर्षों में अपनी बदलती भूमिकाओं का निर्वाह करने में पूर्णतः सफल रही है। उसी का परिणाम इस प्रकार के आयोजनों में दिखाई देता है। इसका चुस्त दुरुस्त प्रशासनिक प्रणाली का दायित्व है हमारे आदरणीय सदस्य सचिव महोदय प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी के पास। अब मैं प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी को इस पहल पर अभिव्यक्ति देने का आग्रह करती हूँ। प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी।
नमस्कार। आदरणीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री भारत सरकार श्री सुभाष सरकार जी, AICTE के वाइस चेयरमैन प्रोफेसर MP पूनिया जी, प्रोफेसर चामू कृष्ण शास्त्री जी, प्रोफेसर कतिमूर्ति जी, डॉक्टर MM सिंह जी, प्रोफेसर महादेव जी, देश विदेश से पधारे गणमान्य एक्सपर्ट्स, कलाकार और पार्टिसिपेंट्स, मैं आपका AICT ऑडिटोरियम में बहुत बहुत अभिवादन करता हूं और गर्व महसूस करता हूं कि आप इस 3 दिन के प्रोग्राम का एक पार्ट रहे। किसी न किसी प्रोग्राम में, चाहे वो हमारी एग्जीबिशंस हों, चाहे वर्कशॉप्स हों, चाहे डिस्कशंस हो, उसका एक हिस्सा बने। इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। 3 दिन के इस आयोजन में विभिन्न तरह के प्रोग्राम हुए, कार्यशालाएं हुई, बच्चों की वर्कशॉप हुई और बच्चों ने आनंद लिया। कल्चरल प्रोग्राम भी बहुत हुआ। मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि AICT ने विगत वर्षों में NEP को ध्यान में रखते हुए जो कार्य IKS को लेकर किए, वो उसका थोड़ा सा मैं आपको एक खाका आपके सामने पेश करूँगा। हम लोगों ने 2017 में अपना करिकुलम, इंजीनियरिंग का करिकुलम रिवाइज किया और जिसमें इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को एक इंटीग्रल पार्ट उसका बनाया। ये शुरुआत थी। उसको बढ़ाते बढ़ाते हम आगे हमने इंजीनियरिंग में IKS में, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में माइनर डिग्री का इस साल से प्रबंध किया और ये प्रबंध खाली प्रबंध ही नहीं किया है। आदरणीय महादेवन जी ने एक बुक इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम पर AICT के सहयोग से देश को प्रदान की। वो माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री ने उसका विमोचन किया अभी, और वो बुक आप बच्चों को, हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स के पास है, हमारे विद्यार्थियों के पास वो बुक है, जिसके माध्यम से हम ये माइनर डिग्री और इसके करिकुलम को एक ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में हमने पेश किया। ऐसा नहीं है कि देश में इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के पहले कभी काम नहीं हुआ, लेकिन एक ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में हम लोग साइलोज में अलग अलग तरीके से काम करते रहे। जैसे मूर्ति जी ने बताया, इसको जोड़ने का काम जो हमारे IKS मिनिस्ट्री की एक सेल जो AICT में कार्यरत है, उन्होंने जो किया, सबको एक धागे से जोड़ने का काम किया और उसी का एक स्वरूप है कि आज इतने सारे एक्सपर्ट्स, इतने सारे इंटर्न इस 3 दिन की कार्यशाला में यहाँ आए, अपने विचारों को उन्होंने आपस में शेयर किया। और डेफिनेटली ये जो शुरुआत है और जो 13 एक सेंटर्स, IKS सेंटर्स देश में स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं, क्योंकि एक सेंट्रल जगह से सारा काम आयोजित नहीं किया जा सकता, तो हमारी IKS सेल ने देश में 13 सेंटर्स जो स्थापित किए हैं, उनके माध्यम से, उनके सहयोग से हमें उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में IKS की इस कार्य को हम सुचारू रूप से एक ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे से आगे ले जाने में सफल होंगे। आप सबका सहयोग हमें मिलता रहेगा। आदरणीय मंत्री जी का आने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और उनके आशीर्वाद हमें आशा है कि भविष्य में भी इसी तरीके का आशीर्वाद इस कार्य को आगे ले जाने के लिए मिलता रहेगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ नमस्कार, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। आप सबके प्रयास शिक्षा जगत को एक नई दृष्टि देने में अवश्य सफल होंगी। आभाषी की कार्यशैली को उत्कृष्टता प्रदान करने में योगदान देकर इस संस्था में मुख्य भूमिका निभा रहे हैं हमारे उपाध्यक्ष महोदय प्रोफेसर MP पूनिया जी। अटल FDB में वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड, SL पोर्टल पर क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं में तकनीकी पुस्तक लेखन इत्यादि माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री, माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री, अध्यक्ष आभाषिप के मार्गदर्शन में उनके परिश्रम के साक्षी हैं। अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ हमारे उपाध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर MP पूनिया जी को, जो हृदय के गहराइयों से भारत और भारतीयता से जुड़े हुए हैं। कृपया वह इस कार्यक्रम की भावी संभावनाओं के बारे में बात करें। प्रोफेसर MP पूनिया जी।
नमस्कार। परम सम्माननीय डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी, जो भारत सरकार के अंदर शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री हैं, और आज हमें जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की एक अलग जगह है पूरे देश में, उसको आगे बढ़ाने में उसकी दिशा क्या होनी चाहिए, आप यहाँ पे हमारे बीच में पधारे हैं। मैं AICT परिवार की तरफ से, IKS परिवार की तरफ से आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूँ, आपका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ। हमारे साथ भारतीय भाषा समिति के अध्यक्ष श्री चमू कृष्ण शास्त्री साहब हैं। मैं आपका भी यहाँ पे सम्मान, आपका धन्यवाद। पूर्ण रुचि से सर आपने जो है इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में हमारी मदद की है, आपने हमें गाइड किया है, हम आपके आभारी हैं और इसी तरह के सहयोग की हम आपसे अपेक्षा करते हैं। मेरे साथी प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी, जो बहुत ही ऊर्जावान और देश के अंदर शिक्षा को एक अलग से दिशा देने में समर्थ हैं और इसी कार्य को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमारे साथी प्रोफेसर महादेवन जी, जिन्होंने भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा पे बहुत सुंदर किताब लिखी, करीब करीब 2 साल की मेहनत से वो डॉक्यूमेंट हमारे सामने आया और बहुत ज़्यादा उत्साह है पूरे देश में, सिर्फ तकनीकी शिक्षा के बच्चों में भी नहीं, जिस भी तरह की शिक्षा चाहे वो स्कूल में ले रहे हैं चाहे हायर एजुकेशन ले रहे हैं, वो बच्चे उस किताब का फ़ायदा उठाकर गदगद हैं, अपने आप को बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। बड़े ऊर्जावान घंटी मूर्ति जी, जिन्होंने 1 साल के अंदर इस स्वरूप को जो है चेंज कर दिया है। देखो, जब हमारे गृह मंत्री जी ने 3 दिन पहले, परसों आदरणीय सुभाष सरकार साहब भी उसके अंदर थे, जब राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के 2 साल पूरे हुए थे, उसमें से 10 उन्होंने नई जो है घोषणाएं की थी, किस तरह से राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमें कार्य करना है। उसमें से 3 कार्य आपके कंधों पे जो है उन्होंने दिए हैं। आप समझो आपकी इम्पोर्टेंस जो है और आपका काम कितना बड़ा तो जो है देश के लिए महत्वपूर्ण होगा, और मेरे को पूरी आशा है कि आप इस जिम्मेदारी को निभाएंगे। आदरणीय MM सिंह जी हमारे साथ आए हुए हैं, ऊर्जावान अनुराधा चौधरी भी जो है पूरे जोश से लगे हुए हैं, आपकी पूरी टीम इसमें लगी हुई है, मैं सबको बधाई देता हूं। एक नया सा माहौल जो है AICT में दिखता है। AICT तो एक तरह से तकनीकी शिक्षा देने वाली, कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम करने वाली, उनको गाइडेंस देने वाली संस्थान थी। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का जब स्वरूप इसके साथ जुड़ा है, टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ, रॉकेट टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ अगर भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को जोड़ दिया जाए तो निश्चित रूप से जो स्वरूप होगा उन टेक्नोलॉजीज का, उनके साथ मानवता जो जुड़ी हुई होगी, उनके साथ जो है एक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की जो बात करते हैं, सतत विकास की जो बात करते हैं, मानव परिपूर्ण जो विकास की बात करते हैं, मानव रुचि की बात करते हैं, मानव के चेहरे पे खुशियां लाने वाली जो बात करते हैं, उसका ये जुड़ाव, इस तरह का संगम होना, ये देश के लिए ही बहुत गौरवपूर्ण क्षण है और हमें इसको आगे बढ़ाना है। अकेले मूर्ति जी इस काम को नहीं कर पाएंगे, अकेले अनुराधा इस काम को नहीं कर पाएंगे, अकेले चमूकार कृष्ण शास्त्री जी नहीं कर पाएंगे। वी लेट टू हैव ए टीम, हमें टीम जुड़ के एक मजबूत टीम जो है इसको आगे लेके जाना है और इसको आगे बढ़ाना है। जैसे राजीव जी कह रहे थे कि हमने तो इसको हमारे करिकुलम का हिस्सा बनाया है, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का। भारतीय बच्चा ये समझे कि हम विशेष क्यों हैं, हमारी जड़ें क्या हैं, हमने विश्व को क्या दिया है, वो बच्चे गौरवान्वित महसूस करें अपने आप को, ऐसे बच्चे हमने तैयार करने हैं। और दुनिया का इतना बड़ा देश, हमारी 140 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन, जिसमें से 50% करीब करीब हमारे 25% से कम आयु के बच्चे हैं, अगर उन बच्चों को ये एहसास हो, उन बच्चों को एक गौरवपूर्णता हो उनके व्यवहार में कि हम भारतीय जो है दुनिया को वर्षों से, हजारों वर्षों से देने वाले थे, चाहे वो हमारे वेद हों, चाहे उपनिषद हों, चाहे हमारे कार्यप्रणाली हो, चाहे हमारे परिवार के स्ट्रक्चर हो, चाहे हमारे संबंध हो, चाहे हमारी संस्कृति हो, हमने पूरे विश्व को दिया है। अगर वो देने वाला भाव बच्चे के दिमाग में होगा तो वो हमेशा देता रहेगा, और इस अपने देश को नहीं दुनिया को देता रहेगा। आज चैलेंज जो हमें लगता है, युवाओं के अंदर जो चैलेंज लगता है, विशेष रूप से तकनीकी शिक्षा में मैं देखता हूं जहां पे 80 लाख विद्यार्थी पढ़ते हैं, हमें जो चैलेंज लगता है कि जब बच्चा हमारे पास वो पहले दिन एडमिशन लेने के लिए आता है, 12वीं के बाद, स्कूल करने के बाद पहले दिन एडमिशन लेने आता है, वो ये बात करता है कि सर 4 साल बाद जब मेरी इंजीनियरिंग पूरी हो जाएगी तो मेरे को पैकेज क्या मिलेगा। वो बच्चा अपनी जिम्मेदारियों की बात कम करने लगा है। लेकिन हमारी परंपराओं में हमारी जो शक्ति थी उसमें हम तो मांगने वाले तो थे ही नहीं, पैकेज की तो बात ही नहीं करते थे। पैकेज तो दुनिया हमारे पीछे चलती थी, पैकेज तो स्वतः जो है हिस्सा था, हमारे गुणों का हिस्सा था। तो बच्चे का इस तरह से प्रश्न पूछना जो है कई बार हमारे लिए जो है चिंता बनाता है, हमारे दिमाग में चिंता लगती है कि क्या इन युवाओं के भरोसे जैसा हमारा 10,000 साल पहले भारतवर्ष था, क्या ऐसे भारतवर्ष की जिम्मेदारी इनके कंधों पे दी जा सकती है, क्या थोड़ा सा संशय होता है। लेकिन मूर्ति जी जिस तरह की आपने शुरुआत की है, जो ऊर्जा दिखाई है आपने, और बाहर का जो माहौल दिखता है, सुबह तो बच्चे कंट्रोल करना मुश्किल थे यहाँ पे, कल भी बच्चे यहाँ पे कंट्रोल करना, और वो स्कूल के बच्चे थे जिन्होंने आके जो है इन चीजों को सराहा, देखा, और हर चीज आपकी जो है वो प्रकृति से जुड़ी हुई है, प्रकृति से प्रेम से जुड़ी हुई है, प्रकृति को सशक्त करने के लिए जुड़ी हुई है। और ये ही भारतीय संस्कृति थी, ये ही भारतीय संस्कार थे। हमारे पूर्वजों ने कभी भी अपने आप को प्रकृति से ऊपर नहीं माना, और इसलिए इस विश्व के अंदर सामंजस्य था, और वो सामंजस्य लाने का जो आप प्रयास कर रहे हैं ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और हमें इस बात को, इस विद्या को स्कूल तक लेके जाना है, पूरे विश्व का सबसे बड़ा अगर स्कूल का कोई सिस्टम हो भारत देश में, उस शिक्षा का अगर कोई सिस्टम है सबसे बड़ा, वो भारत देश के अंदर है। क्या भारत देश उसी तरह से पथ प्रदर्शक जिस तरह से रहा है वर्षों तक, क्या वैसा का वैसा बन सकता है? हर चीज में हमारे साइंस है, हमारे हर एक्शन में साइंस है, हमारी हर जो अक्षर बोल रहे हैं अपन उसके अंदर साइंस है। जो मैं ये बोल रहा हूं इससे मेरी कपालभाति क्रिया और मेरी जो है ब्राह्मरी क्रिया भी इसमें साथ में होती जा रही है। तो हमारे वेदों के अंदर भी कहीं पे भी बीमारी का भी जिक्र नहीं था, हमारे जन्म का था, अच्छे कार्यों का था और मोक्ष का था, बीच में बीमारी तो थी नहीं। आप जो ये कोरोना जैसी जो कठिनाइयों से देश गुजरा है, विश्व गुजरा है, भारत के अंदर तो बहुत शायद वो पास से निकल गया, टच भी नहीं कर पाया। इस विद्या से जो है जैसे हम थे 10,000 साल पहले, वैसे भारत के स्वरूप की हम कल्पना करने जा रहे हैं और शायद इसमें सार्थक भी होंगे, हमारे प्रयास इसमें सफल होंगे। और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के अंदर जो एक परिपूर्ण मानव की कल्पना की गई है, जो एक होलिस्टिक ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट की जो बात की गई है, उसके अंदर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। आज हमारे पास यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन वैल्यूज, जो पूरे विश्व में जाने वाली ह्यूमन वैल्यूज हैं, उसको पढ़ाने के लिए करीब 1 लाख शिक्षक तैयार हैं। घंटी मूर्ति जी, आपसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को भी यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमन वैल्यूज के साथ साथ भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को आगे ले जाने के लिए उतने ही शिक्षकों की हमें जरूरत पड़ेगी। ये शुरुआत है, ये मेला शुरुआत है, ये सिर्फ एक वाइब्रेशन क्रिएट करने के लिए, स्पार्क क्रिएट करने के लिए आपने काम किया है। इसी गति से हमें एक एक शिक्षक के पास पहुंचना है और शिक्षक हमारे बच्चों के लिए रोल मॉडल हो और हमारी परंपराओं को उसके अंदर कूट कूट के भरने की जिम्मेदारी जो है आज हमारी है, उस शिक्षा की जिम्मेदारी है। और आपके सहयोग से और आपके इस प्रयास से आने वाले समय में इसमें कामयाब होंगे। मैं सभी साथियों का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं और इस प्रोग्राम को भूल मत जाना। ये सिर्फ प्रोग्राम जो है 2 दिन का मेला नहीं था, ये हमारी जीवन की शैली होगी, ये हमारी दिनचर्या होगी। इसी तरह से हम जीवन जिएंगे और बच्चे को हमें ये बताना है कि आप शिक्षा क्यों ले रहे हो। हमने शिक्षा जो देते रहे, बार बार ये देते रहे कि शिक्षा कैसे ली जाती है, हमने कभी बच्चे को नहीं सिखाया कि शिक्षा क्यों लेनी है। आपको अपने आप को समझना है, अपने पोटेंशियल को समझना है, अपना जो गुण है वो परिवार के अंदर जोड़ना है, परिवार के साथ कम्युनिटी को, समाज को और इस देश को पूरे विश्व में एक सबसे ऊपर लेके जाना है। ऐसी शिक्षा अपने को देनी है और इस शिक्षा के लिए हम सब लोगों को मिलकर प्रयास करने पड़ेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय मंत्री जी का, जो शायद मंत्री जी आपका AICT के अंदर ये 8वां दौरा है, पिछले 1 साल के अंदर 8वां दौरा है। हम समझ सकते हैं कि आप कितने कंसर्न है शिक्षा के लिए। आपका इसी तरह से सहयोग मिलता रहे, इसी तरह से आशीर्वाद मिलता रहे। आपके साथ हनुमान जैसी सेना जो है हम इस शिक्षा को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। भारत के अंदर शिक्षा नीति का जो प्रारूप है, जो सोच है, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने में हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। आप सबके प्रयास अवश्य हमारी शिक्षा प्रणाली और युवा पीढ़ी को अपनी संस्कृति, ज्ञान, परंपरा पर आत्मगौरव से भर देंगे। ये हम सब का सौभाग्य है कि हमारे बीच मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में एक ऐसी विभूति उपस्थित हैं जिनके नाम में ही उनका व्यक्तित्व अंकित होता है। माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी। सुभाष अर्थात सुभाषा और वह भी सरकार अर्थात सत्तासीन होते हुए। श्री सुभाष सरकार जी वर्तमान में केंद्र सरकार में राज्य शिक्षा मंत्री पद पर का कुशल नेतृत्व कर रही हैं। संसद में आप स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण पर स्थायी समिति के साथ साथ अक्षय ऊर्जा मंत्रालय के सलाहकार समिति के सदस्य भी हैं। डॉक्टर सुभाष जी प्राचीन भारतीय शिक्षा के प्रति एक गहरा लगाव रहा है आपका। इनका मानना है कि प्राचीन भारत के विद्वानों जैसे चरक, सुश्रुत, आर्यभट्ट, गार्गी एवं वाराहमिहिर आदि के विचार एवं कार्य भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली में शामिल होने चाहिए और आपकी सोच इस मेले में सापेक्ष नजर आई है। आपने डॉक्टरी की शिक्षा प्राप्त करके उसके साथ राजनीतिक व्यवस्था का भी उपचार करके उसे निरोग करने हेतु बंगाल से वर्ष 2013 में राजनीति में आ पाए। आपने अपनी सुशिक्षा एवं योग्यता को शिक्षा क्षेत्र में अनेक महती परिवर्तनकारी पहलों के माध्यम से सिद्ध किया है। मानवीय भावना एवं मानवता के प्रति स्नेह आप में कूट कूट कर भरा हुआ है, जिसके अनेक उदाहरण समाज में प्रचलित हैं। मैं परम आदरणीय माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी को बड़े आदर एवं सम्मान के साथ अनुरोध करती हूँ, कृपया वह अपने अगाध ज्ञान सागर से कुछ बूंदे निकालकर इस सभा को मार्गदर्शन प्रदान करते हुए अनुग्रहित करें। डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी।
नमस्कार, नमस्ते, जोहार, वनक्कम, खुरुम जारी, शत श्री अकाल। On the dais, Professor M.P. Puniaji, Vice Chairman AICTE, Professor Rajiv Kumar ji, Member Secretary AICTE, Professor Ganti S. Murthy ji, who is the National Coordinator IKS Division, Sri M.M. Singh ji, Director in Ministry of Education, Professor Chamu Krishna Shastri ji, who is Adhyaksha, Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, Dr. Madhavan, Namaskar, who is from IIM Bangalore, our Professor Anuradha Chaudhary, distinguished guests, specially ambassadors from Mongolia and Tajikistan, officials from the ministries, professors from various institutions, non-teaching staff of the institutes, IKS Center, all personals, students, IKS interns, VVM students and their parents, and friends from media. It's really an honor for me to be present here at the IKS Mela, organized by the IKS Division of the Ministry of Education and the IICTE in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture. I'm glad the 3 days long Mela have been very interesting and crucial discussion on the themes like inclusive excellence, nexus of Bharatiya Vikash, Indian knowledge systems and innovation. And the second one is the NEP 2020 at fundamental and preparatory stages. At the same time, the third point is the NEP 2020 at middle and secondary levels. And the next one is the NEP 2020 for higher education, that means UGC and the AICTE. And the last one is the NEP 2020 and academic research. But it should not be last one. It will, the another points will be added in the next time, I hope so. An important and table discussion on the topics of IKS Foundation for Abhyudaya in all fields, fundamentals of Bharatiyata. Videshe Bharatiyata, Bharatiya Vishye Bharatam. Building the Bharatiya identity overseas and fostering the connect with Bharatiya contribution to foreign lands. My dear friends, I'm sure that the Mela has played the role of a manthan and churned out the holy nectar of Bharatiya Gyan Parampara for the moksha, that is the liberation of not only our society or nation, but for all, because in India we believe in the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Moving forward, I would like to talk about Srimad Bhagavad Gita. The importance of the Gita has always been and will be not only in India but in the world. I would like to share a sloka from Adhyay 6, which is the Dhyana Yoga. Uddharedatman atmanam natmanam abhoshadayana atmaivo vyatmano bandhuratmaivo tripuratmano ha. It means elevate yourself through the power of your mind and not degrade yourself For the mind can be the friend and also the enemy of the self. In one way, friend, and another way, it may be enemy. Dear all, we are responsible for our elevation or debasement. Nobody can traverse the path of knowledge for us. Gurus show us the way, but we have to travel it ourselves. This is very important. Dear all, knowledge has the power to sanctify, elevate, liberate, and unite a person with divinity. For the upliftment of any individual, his roots must be strong. To conserve these roots, one should know about Indian knowledge system. Moving forward, I would like to draw light on what our Indian knowledge system was. How is it relevant in the 21st century, and what our ancestors thought centuries, not the only centuries, 1,000 years, many thousand years ago. How does IKS help us in addressing the current problems of the 21st century? My dear friends, the Indian knowledge system grew over the ages with the contribution of teachers who helped students to evolve through inculcating human values, knowledge, and skills. In ancient India, while pursuing education in various disciplines like history, the art of debate, law, medicine, etc., the emphasis was not only on the outer dimensions of the discipline, but also on enriching the inner dimensions of the personality. Our ancient schools and teachers followed comprehensive ways of imparting education and maintained high standards in evaluation. Dear all, by following the vision of our ancestors and under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, our national education policy envisions an education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes directly to transforming India. As our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji said, the new education policy will show the seeds for starting a new era, will give a new direction of 21st century India. Dear all, it is well documented that Vedas, Vedangas, Upanishads, Smritis, Shastras, epics of Ramayana and Mahabharata, treatises in various philosophical schools and practical disciplines like yoga, Ayurveda, and many others were well developed in ancient India. The scriptures help one to evolve in one's life. These texts have immense wisdom and insight which are very relevant in modern times as well. Let us have a look into the different spheres of these scripts. Yes, audience, if we start with the English alphabet, that is A, we have astronomy. And really you will be astonished to see our D-Day in astronomy. Rig Veda said the path of all celestial bodies is elliptical. Mind it, many thousand years back. What they told? Trinabhi chakram ajaram anarvam yatrema vishwa bhuvanani tastuha. What does it mean? By the 3 points, what you can draw. There are so many engineers, mathematicians. The path is only ellipse. It means that the elliptical path through which all the celestial bodies move is imperishable and unslackened. Whereas, dear friends, what has told our this modern so-called astronomy? If we go back in the Western modern astronomical traditions up to the age of Copernicus, what was his time period? 1473 to 1543. That means 16th century. It was believed that planets and other celestial bodies' path is circular. Then, later, John Kepler came and proposed a new theory in 1609, that means in the early 17th century. We should know everything. And we should propagate this message to the teachers, to the students, and the parents also. This is our rich heritage, rich knowledge. And that supported the inference of Rig Veda. While talking about astrology, I would like to discuss the calendar system of India. Here we have a lunisolar calendar. It's a calendar in many cultures combining lunar calendars and solar calendars. The date of lunisolar calendars, therefore, indicates both the moon phase and the time of solar year, that is the position of the sun in the earth's sky. All instances of time have 5 characteristics: Vara, Tithi, Nakshatra, Yoga, and Karana. These 5 characteristics are detailed for all the days of the year in an almanac called Panchangam. So, according to the Panchangam, today's date is Vikram Sambat 2079, Sravana, Shukla Paksha, Tritiya, which is also the day of the festival of Horiali Teej. I wish you all a very happy and prosperous Teej. Dear all, Indian scholars kept precise time by observing and calculating the cycles of the sun, moon, and planets. These calculations about the sun appear in various astronomical texts in Sanskrit, such as the 5th century Aryabhatya by Aryabhatta, and the 6th century Romaka by Latadeva, and Pankasiddhantika by Varahamihira, the 7th century Khandakadhyaka by Brahmagupta, and the 8th century Shishya Dhibradida by Lala. Shura Siddhanta, dated to have been completed sometimes between the 5th century and the 10th century. But nobody can tell whether it is 5th century or 10th century. It may be in the BC also. Present in chapters on various defied planets with stories behind them. Just you imagine. Also, the period between 2 successive Amavashyas and Purnimas is a Chandramasha or moon month. It is the time of the moon's synodic revolution. There are 2 ways of reckoning a Chandramana Masha. Krishna month ends with the moment of Amavashyas, and Shukla month ends with the moment of Purnima's end. That is the regular occurrence of the new moon and full moon, and the intervening waxing and waning phases of the moon. Amantha Mashas are used in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Bengal, while Purnimashas are used in the rest of India. Usually the lunar cycle is used for setting months and days, and the solar cycle is the complete year. See, this is how the calendar works. Also, it has different interpretation in northern and southern India and other parts. But what is common about the calendar system is the precision of calculation. This is very important, in which base the festivals, the ritus, etc. fall. Just think about the precision of calculation and wisdom which prevailed in those times without using, you can tell, modern machines. But I will speak, please, during teaching, never tell that they were not using the modern machines. We don't know. Definitely, they did the experiment, they observed all the things, and that's why they have come to inferences. So I will request you with my folded hands, please never give your lectures that they did all these things without using modern tools. Whenever you will use the word without using modern tools, that means you are losing your lands to make understand the teacher and the students and all the educational fields workers. Dear all, mathematics on the Indian subcontinent has a rich history going back over 3,000 years. Nobody knows whether it is 3,000 years or 4,000 years or 5,000 years, and thrived for centuries, as well as giving us the concept of zero. Indian mathematicians made seminal contributions to the study of trigonometry, algebra, arithmetic, and even the negative numbers, among other areas. Let us come to the physics and discuss the velocity of light. And the velocity of light, that means that traverses 2,202 yojanas in half a nimasha. And the sloka was that tatha cha swarvate jojonanang sahasre dave dave shate dave cha jyojane ekana nimishardhan kramamano namastu te iti. And the calculation came 1,85,016 miles per second. And now what we tell? 1,86,000 miles per second. But nobody knows which one is correct. 1,85,016 miles or 1,86,000. Even when we analyze, there are so many engineers are here. There is the engineering. Ancient wisdom proved their immense vision. Yantranamam Shutra, a system for the generation of energy through motion or continuous relation of shafts, wheels or edges, is called a yantra or machine. What I told in English, that has been clearly explained in Sanskrit language. If we consider about the consideration of, that is a making of sheep, that is a yukti kalpotoru, gives the sutra that says no iron should be used in joining the planks in the bottom of the sheep. Just to imagine, few thousand years back, they told, don't use iron in the planks of the sheep. Why? That is, the presence of iron may expose ships to the influence of magnetic rocks in the sea and brings them within the magnetic field, causing them to sink. Let us travel to Vimana Shutram. The Sutra guides us that if the aircraft enters the fifth layer of the atmosphere, due to the strong eddies, it may be damaged. And Rodri Darpana Yantram offers the required protection. Even in the field of political science, some amazing wisdom prevailed. You will be really astonished. Let us consider the appointment of a minister. What should be the quality of a minister? The slok is Janapada Avijata Swagraha Krita Shilpas Chakshushman Pragga Dharaishnur Daksha Bhagmi Pragalva Pratipattiman Utshaha Prabhava Yukta Kleshashaha Shuchir Mitra Drida Shakti Shila Balaragga Shatta Yukta Shattam Chapalla Varjita. Again I am repeating. Shattam Stambha Chapalla Varjita. Shampriyo Vairanam Karta Man Atma Shampat. That means a native of the country, of noble birth, easy to hold in check, trained in the arts, possessed of the eye of science, intelligent, preserving, dexterous, eloquent, bold, possessed of ready wit, endowed with energy and power, able to bear troubles, upright, friendly, firmly devoted, endowed with character, strength, health and spirit, devoid of stiffness and fickleness, amiable, not given to creating animosities. These are the excellence of a minister. Yes, we know about the Pythagoras theorem. But that Pythagoras theorem have been given by our Indian knowledge system few thousand years back in the name of Bodhayana Shutram. And the invention of trigonometry is an important gift of Bharat to the world of mathematics, by which we can project missile, rockets, and so many things. And the angulation. If we go to Surya Siddhanta, then the concept of measurement of angle started far before modern mathematics. If we try to think about the pi, without pi, mathematics cannot go ahead. Our Aryabhatta gave the Sutra. And what was that? Chaturadhikam Shatam Ashtagunam Dvashastis Tatha Sahasranam Ayutadayu Vikshambha Sta Shanno Britta Parimaho. What does it mean? You add 100 with 4, that comes to 104, then multiply by 8, it comes to 832, then add 62,000. It comes to 62,832. And 62,832 units will be the circumference of a diameter whose value is 20,000. Just to think, at that time. And the value was 3.14 ... up to 31 digits. And you will be astonished, at that time, that Indian knowledge system defines as, they denominate different numericals 1 to 9 with some letters. And by that letters, they prepared a mantra of Lord Shiva and Lord Krishna by which they can remember up to 31 digit value of the pi. This is very important. ताली तो बजना चाहिए ना? Even the astronomer Brahmagupta introduced rule for solving quadratic equations and for computing square roots. Brahmagupta also demonstrated rules for working with negative numbers, just to think. And a fortune subtracted from 0 is a date, and a date subtracted from 0 is a fortune. The exactly same what we tell. Also, Kautilya wrote Arthashastra, which is still quoted in the modern era. It is a marvelous work and dealt with statecraft, economic policy, even military strategy. Dear all, before the introduction of modern medicine, Charaka Sanghita, the ancient science of Ayurveda, was written by the father of Indian medicine, Charaka. He was the first physician to present the concept of digestion, metabolism, and immunity, what we are telling now. In his book, Charaka's ancient manual on preventive medicine remained a standard work on the subject for 2 millennia and was translated into many foreign languages. My dear friends, since this is the rainy season, some might have the problem of flu. I would like to quote what Charaka Sanghita has to say about it. There is a hikka, shasha, and kasha, that is, hiccough, dyspnea, and cough are the 3 main diseases of pranabaha srotas, which is the respiratory system. There is a smoke, dust, and overexertion are largely considered causative factors. There may cause direct damage to the harmony of the pranabaha srotas, which occurs in all respiratory disorders. Some other causative factors, such as heavy, unctuous, sweet, unhabituated, and rotten food, that will cause vitiation of dosha, more specifically vata and kapha, which will in turn have an impact on respiratory disorders. An improper diet, an improper digestion and absorption of ahara rasa. That is, what is the ahara rasa? Ahara rasa is nothing which we take in the form of food and it goes to our hollow viscous, that is the stomach, intestine, and all these, and that are surrounded by the arterioles and the capillaries, and that capillaries, venules, and all these, and these ahars, these foods, its elements enters into our body through these capillaries and to the venules and the veins. The same thing which that time observed our Indian knowledge system. The remedies, this is very important, listen. The remedies of the flu are simple. One should take warm water and drink kadas such as lemon with honey, ginger, tulsi, warm water, etc. If you go to 20 or 30, 25 years back, whenever a patient goes to a doctor, usually there was a habit to give an antibiotic, paracetamol, and all these. But yes, now evidence-based medicine has come, and doctors are telling at the first visit, don't prescribe antibiotic, give him only paracetamol and ampoules of water, vitamin C, and all these. The same thing what we are telling right now. Dear all, these examples provide a small glimpse of immense knowledge available to us in the Indian knowledge system. It is evident from the developments from around the world that there is a need for models of development that do not result in rising inequalities in society and the environmental degradation of our planet. It is important to understand the IKS perspective to provide an alternate model of development of the world. This is very important. There is an Indian way that is sustainable and strives for the welfare of all. Therefore, it is important to revive IKS in the 21st century. So hopefully now we have a hint about how is it relevant in the 21st century and what our ancestors thought centuries ago. How does IKS help us in addressing the current problems of the 21st century? Dear all, the IKS of the AICT division promotes interdisciplinary research to address current societal solutions and serves to enable the integration of the IKS into the educational curriculum and dissemination of the IKS knowledge. This is very important, sir. You all are super specialists because your knowledge is in a super specialty stage. Just I can give an example. Now in medical field, one is general physician and they give the primary care, and the secondary care is being given by the specialist. There is a MD and all others. And the next comes to the super specialist. Somebody is looking after the heart, somebody is looking after the kidneys. But sir, now it has also become a problem. Who will observe the whole body? So sometimes this topic has come. The super specialist has also been, should be allowed for 7 days to make general practice for 7 days. So, sir, my folded hand request, all the super specialists, please try to make a curriculum which I have told earlier. Curriculum for a foundation, just like for as a foundational literacy and numeracy. That whatever I read, I have to read and write. I have to know the numericals. I have to know add, subtraction, multiplication and division. So similarly, you find a curriculum. That may be 4 hours, that may be 3 hours, that may be 2 hours, you can think. And that curriculum should be known to the all faculties. And that faculties will propagate it to the students. At the same time, another way, the curriculum you can provide to the NCERT, even to the NCTE, that's which curriculum is to be added in how, what will be the way. Just whenever a boy is getting the number 0, he should know, yes, that 0 has been given by our country, India. He should know it. How we will present, what will be the pictorial presentation or the writings, what should be the presentation. This is very important, sir. The Ministry of Education, ICT, UGC, everybody is doing all these activities. Actually, I have taken much time, and that part has been covered by Professor Murthy. And lastly, I would like to end. I'm sure that in the future, we will see more and more such events, or I say manthans, to learn, know, and cherish the ancient Indian knowledge. I would like to end by quoting Pujya Swami Vivekananda ji. Before quoting, I would like to repeat again and again that as a take-home message, every program should have some take-home message. And the take-home message that we will not only keep this as a subject, as a research work, we will make it available in all spheres of education, in all spheres of the society, and we will use it for the 21st century development, 21st century sustainable development for the whole world. That I will request you. And the quotation is this: never say no, never say I cannot, for you are infinite. All the power is within you. You can do anything. It is our duty, so bring this forth by rejuvenating the Indian knowledge system. I invite you, all the contributors to this great civilization Yojana for the welfare of all. Thank you all. Bharat Mata ki jai. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
बहुत बहुत हार्दिक साधुवाद एवं धन्यवाद महोदय. आपने बहुत ही सधे हुए सार्थक शब्दों में विशिष्ट मार्गदर्शन प्रदान किया है. आपके ज्ञान एवं दूरदृष्टि से यह संपूर्ण सभा अभिभूत हो गई है. महोदय, आपके वक्तव्य ने सिद्ध किया है, परिश्रम के पसीने से जब सफलता की फसल खिलती है, परिश्रम के पसीने से जब सफलता की फसल खिलती है, तभी जाकर इस परिवेश को आप जैसी शख्सियत मिलती है, आप जैसी शख्सियत मिलती है. हमारा प्राचीन ज्ञान वर्तमान में ही उतना महत्वपूर्ण है जितना पहले था. इसके अध्यापन से युवा पीढ़ी के मन में वैज्ञानिक जिज्ञासा और अन्वेषण की मूल प्रतिभा का विकास होगा, जिसके संबंध में आपने बहुत ही सुंदर मार्गदर्शन किया. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ पुनः इतने सुंदर वक्तव्य और मार्गदर्शन के लिए माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी का धन्यवाद. और मुझे लगता है कि हम आपके मार्गदर्शन में आज संकल्प ले सकते हैं, देश भारत, वेश भारत, हो भारतीय विधान मेरा, अमर रहे स्वाभिमान मेरा. सृष्टिकर्ता ने यहीं संचित किया सौंदर्य अपना, विश्व के निर्माण का देखा यहीं पर आदि सपना. अब हमारी भावी पीढ़ी भी भारत में बसे, मूल भारत बने, इसी के ज्ञान को लेकर उगाए नित्य ज्ञान का नूतन सवेरा, ज्ञान का नूतन सवेरा. अमर रहे अभिमान मेरा, अमर रहे स्वाभिमान मेरा. जब भी कोई इस प्रकार का कार्य किया जाता है तो उसमें एक टीम का परिश्रम लगता है, बहुत से लोगों की मेहनत लगती है. अब मैं निरंतर इस कार्य की संपूर्णता हेतु परिश्रमरत समन्वयक भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली प्रकोष्ठ डॉक्टर अनुराधा चौधरी जी एवं डॉक्टर मधुकेश्वर भट्ट जी को धन्यवाद ज्ञापन हेतु आमंत्रित करती हूँ. उन्हीं के मूक और अथक परिश्रम से यह कार्य संपन्नता की ओर पहुंचा है. डॉक्टर अनुराधा चौधरी जी एवं डॉक्टर मधुकेश्वर भट्ट जी.
सर्वेषां स्वागतम्. अहं व्याहरामि आदौ. अस्माकं मध्ये मन्त्रिवर्याः वर्तन्ते. एतेषाम् उद्बोधनेन वयं वस्तुतः कृतकृत्याः भवामः. अपि च अस्माकं परम्परायां विद्यमानं यत् ज्ञानम् अस्माकम् अग्रिमं यत् या परम्परा वर्तते अथवा अग्रिम यत् जनरेशन् यद् वयं वदामः, तदर्थं कथं तस्य संक्रमणं भवेत् इति अस्माकम् उद्बोधनं कृतवन्तः. ये वस्तुतः ज्ञान परंपरा का ये संकल्प है, हमारा भारतीय ज्ञान को अग्रिम भावी पीढ़ी तक कैसे पहुंचाना है, ये भारत सरकार का संकल्प है. इस संकल्प को साकार करने के लिए ये IKS डिवीजन भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग जो स्थापित हुआ है, उसका वस्तुतः इसके लिए हम भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को आभार और धन्यवाद पहले हम व्यक्त करते हैं. और इसका भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विभाग द्वारा 3 दिन तक जो हमारे IKS मेला जो आयोजन किए हैं, इसके लिए इसे आयोजन का मुख्य उद्घाटन सत्र में जो भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्री जी अमित शाह जी और हमारे भारत सरकार के शिक्षा मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री जी एवं भारत सरकार के अनेक मंत्री जी वहाँ पर पधार रहे थे. इसके लिए मैं पहले गृह मंत्री जी एवं शिक्षा मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री जी धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी को मैं आभार और धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ. और आज इस मंच पर हमारे बीच में जो शिक्षा मंत्री जी, राज्य मंत्री जी हमारे बीच में है, डॉक्टर सुभाष सरकार जी है. एतेषां कृते अहं धन्यवादं व्याहरामि. ಇವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು धन्यवाद ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री की मैं धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूं. और इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य सूत्रधार है इस AICT के जो वाइस चेयरमैन है पुनिया जी है, उनको मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। एवं इस कार्यक्रम का और हमारे अनवरत जो प्रयास और अनवरत परिश्रम किए हैं इस AICT के मेंबर ऑफ सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेसर राजीव कुमार जी है, उनको भी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ। एवं शिक्षा मंत्रालय के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के जो भी निदेशक जय संजय मूर्ति जी है और सेक्रेटरी जो भी है, उनको भी मैं आभार और धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूँ। और इस कार्यक्रम के संपूर्ण जो जिम्मेदारी और इसका सूत्रधार के बैक जो स्ट्रेंथ है, हमारे IKS के जो नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर है मूर्ति जी है, इनको मैं हृदयपूर्वक धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
इसके अलावा ये हमारा जो 3 दिन का प्रयत्न रहा है, ये एक थोड़ा भागीरथ प्रयत्न जैसा रहा है. This has been like a भागीरथ प्रयत्न where it wouldn't have been possible without the support of several people. Primarily, this program was organized as a collaboration between the Ministry of Education as well as the Ministry of Culture. From the Ministry of Culture, we would like to thank the Secretary, Shri Govind Mohanji, who has been a great support, and the entire team led by Shriyanka ji and also assisted by Priyanshi ji. From the Ministry of Education, we have other members who have been extremely supportive throughout all our endeavors. We've got Shipankar ji, Priya Kamra ji. At any call, she would be there, help us. She's also sitting here. So thank you very much for your constant support on that. It's a little bit of a long list, but I will just try and go through it quickly. So we also have, this program was also supported by CCRT in a big way. So from CCRT, we had the director, Dr. Rishi Vashisht ji, who was extremely forthcoming right from the start. The Deputy Director, Dr. Rahul Kumar, Deputy Director Shri Dibakar Das ji, without whom none of the cultural activities that we have organized happened. And we have also the very eminent speakers who made the time to be present here despite their short notice, and also the moderators of the sessions and the rapporteurs who were there. We have the moderator Shri Raghav ji, Ami Ganatra ji, and many others who participated from the AICT as well as from Brihat, the Brihat cultural team as the rapporteurs. The entire AICT team we would like to thank with our heartfelt gratitude. I'd just like to very quickly go through some very important people who were like the constant support pillars, without whom not one of these programs would have been successful. And most importantly, I would like to thank Dr. Dinesh Singh ji, Director of Atal, Dr. Neetu Bhagat ji, who was there, Shri B.M. Tiwari ji, very important. As well as for the food, we've had excellent food arrangements. That was done by Shri Girish ji, and also Shri Satish ji and his entire team, Shri Harish ji, many of them. Also Shri Tarun Kakkar ji, who is always there at the very forefront to help us in any of our endeavors. From the e-governance cell, Dr. R.K. Soni ji, we have the director, Dr. Amit Shivastav ji. All of these people have played a key role in ensuring the success of this endeavor. And we have also with us other people who played a key role. We have Shri R.P. Singh ji, Harishchandar ji, Dr. Amit Datta ji from the media team, the entire media team led by Shri John Bosco ji, Shri Vipin Kumar ji, who helped us with the website. Then we have Lieutenant Commander Akhil Sharma ji, who came in as the rapporteur this evening. So there have been innumerable hands who have from the institute itself, from AICT, who have right from the moment go. There were a lot of uncertainties, and we sincerely apologize for all of that that took place. But we have a lot of these very important people who made this program possible despite all our shortcomings. And I would also, I would fall short if I did not thank in our midst His Excellency Mr. Damba Javin Ganbol, the ambassador from the Embassy of Mongolia in the Republic of India, as well as Mr. Murodbek Aslamzoda, who is still here in our midst. So we are extremely grateful that you have taken the trouble to come from outside and make this really possible for us. And we sincerely hope this will be the seed to take us forward for many other activities. And besides that, we also have Shri Santosh Kumar Mishra ji and all the other speakers that we have talked about. Last but not the least, no program is successful if we don't recognize all those unseen hands and some visible hands who make such events reach out to the rest of the world. So I'd like to thank the media team that is here, all those who've looked after the cameras from the e-governance cell and the others. I'd like you to give them a big round of applause. We've got Shiranjit ji and Sanjeev ji who are there at the background with the audio-video cell. And we also have our camera person here who has been very helpful. All the helpers in the guest house, we've had Sangeeta ji and all of them, all the unseen volunteers, most importantly also all our participants who have come from all over the place. So I'd like to give a big round of applause for all those participants who've also stayed here. So thank you all very much for having made this program possible. So this was a lot of the academic part. As I said, this is literally a Bhagiratna Prayatna where every little drop has added to this ocean being possible. The last but not the least, we had all the artists who made it interesting for other people to come here. So I'll just read out the list very quickly. From the Madhubani, we had Srimati Kusum Das and her husband Jayan Das. Mekram work, Srimati Sarbjit Gaur. Moti jute bag, Srimati Rekha. Recycle pots, Srimati Rekha Rajput. Handmade paper, Srimati Babita Thakur. Bandhani, Srimati Archana Gupta. Bamboo arts, Sri Subhashish Ghosh. Mithila Chitrakar, Srimati Sunita Jha. Clay toys, Srimati Dolly. Hand block, Srimati Pooja. Printing, Suryam. Worli art, Srimati Gitika Roy. Paper craft, Sri Surjit Rai. Kapre ki gudiya, Srimati Neeraj Kumari. Puppet show, Sri Ajit Bhatt. Terracotta and ceramic, Bhuvanesh Prasadji. So a big round of applause to our entire AICT team, those inside, outside, and our IKS division also. Every single member who has really run like anything to make this possible. So thank you very much again. Heartful naman, and to Sri Sakarji again for doing this for us.
वस्तुतः और एक है, हमारे केवल यहाँ पर उपस्थित नहीं है, ऑनलाइन में हजारों लोग उपस्थित हुए हैं, उनको भी हम आभार और धन्यवाद व्यक्त करते हैं। और भारतीय भाषा समिति के अध्यक्ष चमू कृष्ण शास्त्री जी एवं आर महादेवन जी भी हमारे बीच में उपस्थित है। इनके उद्बोधन से हम बहुत प्रभावित हुए हैं। उनका जो संकल्प है, उनका जो ज्ञान का प्रवाह है, वो हम लेके उसका शिरोधार्य करके हम आगे चले जाएंगे। इसके लिए आपका सभी को आभार पूर्वक धन्यवाद सर्वेषां धन्यवादः। एवमेव रीना जी अन्ये च बहवः अत्र सम्मिलिताः वर्तन्ते, तेषां सर्वेषामपि धन्यवादः। वणक्कम्, अभिनन्दनम्, अंदरिकी नमस्कारम्, नमस्कारगळु एल्लरिगू।
हर शख्सियत से बड़ी है मेरे देश की आन, हमारे दिलों में बसा है हमारा राष्ट्रीय ध्वज, राष्ट्रीय गान। मैं सभी से राष्ट्रीय गान हेतु खड़े होने का अनुरोध करती हूँ।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
बोलिए भारत माता की। आप सबके लिए अल्पाहार की व्यवस्था गेस्ट हाउस में की गई है, कृपया अल्पाहार अवश्य लीजिएगा। और बहुत ही सुहाना रहा ये सफर, न इसको भुलाइएगा। एक मंजिल मिली है, नए मार्ग पर आगे बढ़ने की राह फिर कोई खोज लाइएगा। ऐसे ही राष्ट्र हित के कार्य के लिए फिर आइएगा। सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार।